The day I discovered I could step into photographs was the day my life spiraled into a kaleidoscope of impossible adventures. It started innocently enough. I was flipping through an old family album, fingers tracing the faded image of my grandparents' farm, when suddenly I felt a tug. One moment I was sitting in my cramped city apartment, and the next I was standing in a sun-drenched field, the scent of fresh hay and wildflowers overwhelming my senses. I'm Jack, 29, a librarian with a passion for history and a life that, until that moment, had been comfortably predictable. But as I stood there, surrounded by a scene I'd only ever known through yellowed photographs, I realized everything was about to change. At first, I thought I was hallucinating. I squeezed my eyes shut, certain that when I opened them, I'd be back in my living room. But the warm breeze on my face and the crunch of grass under my feet remained stubbornly real. I took a tentative step forward, then another. In the distance, I could see the old farmhouse, exactly as it looked in the photograph. A much younger version of my grandmother hung laundry on a clothesline, her back to me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. She turned, squinting against the sun. "Can I help you?" she asked. No recognition in her eyes. Of course not. In this time, I hadn't even been born yet. Before I could answer, I felt another tug. The world blurred, and suddenly I was back in my apartment, sprawled on the floor, the photo album open beside me. I sat up, my heart pounding. What had just happened? Had I really traveled into a photograph, or was I losing my mind? Over the next few days, I experimented. I discovered that I could enter any photograph I touched, but only for brief periods. Sometimes I stayed for mere seconds, other times for several minutes. But I always returned to the exact moment I had left. It was exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. I visited places I'd only dreamed of seeing. Ancient Rome through a historian's snapshot, the Roaring Twenties via an old magazine clipping, even the surface of the moon through a NASA photograph. But it wasn't just places. I could interact with people in the photos too. I had conversations with historical figures, witnessed pivotal moments in time. I watched Lincoln deliver the Gettysburg Address, saw the fall of the Berlin Wall, even observed the first flight of the Wright brothers. As amazing as it was, I quickly realized the enormous responsibility that came with this power. I couldn't change anything significant. I'd seen enough time travel movies to know the potential consequences of altering history. But even small interactions could have unforeseen effects. I set rules for myself. No interfering with major events, no revealing future knowledge, and most importantly, no trying to change my own past, no matter how tempting it might be. For a while, I managed to keep my adventures secret. I'd disappear into a photograph for what felt like hours, only to return moments after I'd left. My co-workers at the library noticed nothing amiss, though they did comment on my suddenly vast knowledge of historical minutiae. But as time went on, the temptation to use my ability for more than just observation grew. There were so many wrongs I could right, so much suffering I could prevent. The weight of that knowledge became almost unbearable. It all came to a head when I found an old newspaper clipping about a fire that had destroyed an orphanage in 1963. Dozens of children had died. I knew I could save them. Just a small change. A fire alarm pulled a few minutes earlier. A door left open that had been closed. Surely that wouldn't drastically alter the timeline. Before I could talk myself out of it, I touched the photograph. The world blurred, and suddenly I was standing outside the orphanage on a chilly autumn evening. I could smell smoke, hear the faint crackle of flames from inside. Heart pounding, I raced towards the building. I had just reached the front steps when a hand grabbed my arm, yanking me back. I turned to find myself face to face with me, or rather, an older version of me. His hair was graying at the temples. Lines creased his face. But those eyes, my eyes, were unmistakable. "Don't," he said, his voice gravelly with age and emotion. "You can't change this." I stared at him, uncomprehending. "But the children," he shook his head. "I know, believe me, I know. But if you save them, you'll set off a chain of events that leads to something far worse. I've seen it. How? I asked, though I already suspected the answer. The same way you got here, he replied. We've been doing this for a long time, Jack. Longer than you can imagine right now. As if to emphasize his point, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. Turning, I saw more versions of myself. Younger, older, some barely recognizable, all watching, all carrying the same weight of knowledge in their eyes. How many times have we done this? I whispered. The older me smiled sadly. More times than I can count. We always want to change it. We always think we can make things better, but we can't. The best we can do is observe, learn, and try to make a difference in our own time. I looked back at the orphanage, smoke now billowing from the windows. I could hear screams, see flames licking at the upper floors. Every instinct screamed at me to act, to save them, but I didn't. I stood there, tears streaming down my face, as history played out exactly as it was meant to. When I returned to my own time, I was changed. The weight of what I'd witnessed, of what I'd chosen not to do, sat heavy on my shoulders. For days, I couldn't bring myself to touch another photograph. But slowly, I began to understand what my future self had been trying to tell me. My ability wasn't meant to change history. It was a gift of knowledge, of understanding, a chance to learn from the past in a way no one else could. I started using my power differently. Instead of trying to change events, I focused on understanding them. I observed, I learned, and then I used that knowledge to make a difference in my own time. I wrote books that brought history to life in vivid detail. I gave lectures that inspired a new generation of historians. And in my own small way, I worked to prevent the kinds of tragedies I'd witnessed, armed with the wisdom of seeing their consequences firsthand. Years passed. My hair began to gray, lines formed around my eyes, and one day, I found myself standing outside that orphanage again, holding back a younger version of myself from making the same mistake I had once been tempted to make. As I watched my younger self disappear back to his own time, I realized something. Each version of me, from the youngest to the oldest, was a link in a chain. We were all guardians of history, each playing our part in preserving the timeline. I don't know how long this cycle will continue. Perhaps one day, a future version of myself will discover a way to use our ability without risking the fabric of time itself. Or perhaps our role is simply to watch, to learn, and to pass on our knowledge. What I do know is this: every photograph is a window, every moment in history a lesson. And while I can't change the past, I can use what I've learned to shape the future. As I stand here now, an old man with a lifetime of impossible adventures behind me, I find myself filled with a sense of peace. I may not have changed history, but I've witnessed it, understood it in a way few ever will. And in doing so, I've changed myself, and hopefully, in some small way, changed the world for the better. So the next time you look at an old photograph, remember this: every image is a moment frozen in time, a story waiting to be experienced. And who knows, maybe someday, someone like me will step into that moment, bearing witness to the endless, intricate tapestry of human history. As for me, my journey isn't over. There are still photographs to explore, lessons to learn, and future versions of myself to guide. The burden of knowledge is heavy, but the gift of understanding is priceless. And so, with each touch of a photograph, I continue my impossible journey through time, one frozen moment at a time. The silence was the first thing that hit me. In a neighborhood usually bustling with the sounds of lawnmowers, kids playing, and the occasional barking dog, the quiet was deafening. I stood on my front porch, coffee mug in hand, staring at the empty street before me. It was as if someone had hit the pause button on the world, leaving me as the sole moving piece in this still life painting of suburban America. My name's Mike, and up until that morning, I was just your average 35-year-old software developer living in a cookie-cutter house in a cookie-cutter neighborhood. I had a routine: wake up, shower, coffee, work from home, rinse and repeat. But that day, that eerily quiet Tuesday, everything changed. I took a tentative step off my porch, the scrape of my slipper against concrete sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. Mrs. Johnson's car wasn't in her driveway across the street. Strange, considering she left for work precisely at 8:15 every morning, and my watch showed 8:30. The Petersons' golden retriever, usually running laps around their fenced yard, was nowhere to be seen. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing down the empty street. No response. Not even a rustle of leaves in the trees. A chill ran down my spine despite the warm morning sun. Something was very, very wrong. I ducked back inside, grabbed my phone, and dialed 911. Nothing. Not even a ring. Just dead air. I tried my best friend Tom, same result. With shaking hands, I opened my laptop, praying for an internet connection. The Wi-Fi was working, but every website I tried to load came up blank. Panic started to set in. Was this some kind of attack? A mass evacuation I'd somehow slept through. But there were no signs of chaos, no abandoned cars or open doors. Everything looked perfectly normal, just empty. I threw on some clothes and grabbed my car keys. Whatever was happening, I needed answers, and I wasn't going to find them standing in my living room. As I drove through the neighborhood, the eerie emptiness continued. Parks were deserted, the grocery store parking lot vacant. I pulled into the gas station, half expecting to see tumbleweeds rolling across the concrete. That's when I noticed the first discrepancy. The price on the gas station sign was $2.15 per gallon. But hadn't it been $3.50 just yesterday? I blinked, rubbed my eyes, but the price remained unchanged. I continued driving, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The local diner, usually packed for the breakfast rush, stood dark and lifeless. The grand opening banner on the new boutique down the street was gone, replaced by a "For Lease" sign that looked weathered and old. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. This wasn't just everyone disappearing, things were different, changed. But how? Why? I made my way downtown, hoping to find signs of life, answers, anything. The streets were as empty as in my neighborhood, but now I was noticing more changes. Shops I didn't recognize. A park where I was sure there had been a parking lot. Even the skyline seemed off, with buildings missing and others I'd never seen before standing tall against the cloudless sky. I parked my car in the middle of Main Street, not like there was any traffic to block, and got out. The sound of my car door slamming echoed off the buildings, making me jump. "Hello?" I shouted again, my voice cracking. "Is anyone here? Please?" Only my echo answered, mocking me from the empty storefronts. I was about to get back in my car when something caught my eye. A newspaper stand, its glass case dusty but intact. I approached it slowly, almost afraid of what I might see. The date on the newspaper made my blood run cold. May 15th, 2025. But that was impossible. Yesterday was May 14th, 2023. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. 2 years. Somehow, I'd jumped 2 years into the future. Or had I? If this was the future, where was everyone? I broke the glass of the newspaper stand, ignoring the sting as a shard sliced my hand. I needed to see that paper up close, to confirm I wasn't hallucinating. The headlines blurred before my eyes. Mayor announces new infrastructure plan. Local high school wins state championship. Mundane news that seemed absurd in the face of my current reality. As I stood there, blood dripping unnoticed from my hand onto the deserted sidewalk, a new thought struck me. What if I wasn't in the future? What if this wasn't my world at all? The idea was so outlandish, so science fiction, that I almost laughed out loud. But the sound caught in my throat as I looked around once more at the familiar, yet altered landscape of my hometown. A parallel universe, an alternate reality. The words floated in my mind, as unbelievable as they were increasingly plausible. I don't know how long I stood there, the newspaper clutched in my bleeding hand, trying to make sense of the impossible. Minutes, hours. Time seemed to have lost all meaning in this empty world. Eventually, survival instincts kicked in. If I was stuck here, wherever here was, I needed supplies. Food, water, first aid for my hand. I made my way to the supermarket, half expecting the doors to be locked. They slid open with a cheery ding that seemed obscene in the silence. The lights were on, the shelves fully stocked. I grabbed a cart and started loading it up, feeling like a looter despite the absence of anyone to stop me. As I passed the electronics section, a stack of newspapers caught my eye. I grabbed one and my heart nearly stopped. Parallel universe theory confirmed. Renowned physicist makes breakthrough. The date, May 13th, 2025. My hands shook as I read the article. Dr. Elena Rodriguez, a name I'd never heard before, had apparently discovered a way to prove the existence of parallel universes. The article was vague on the details, something about quantum entanglement and dimensional rifts, but one line stood out. Dr. Rodriguez warns that her discovery could have unforeseen consequences, potentially destabilizing the barriers between realities. I sank to the floor, surrounded by my scattered groceries, the weight of realization crushing me. Somehow, some way, I had fallen through one of those destabilized barriers. I was in a parallel world, one where everyone had, disappeared, been evacuated, or had I simply replaced my counterpart in this reality, stepping into a world where I didn't exist? The questions swirled in my mind, each more terrifying than the last. But as the initial shock began to wear off, a new emotion took hold. Determination. I wasn't going to sit here and wait for whatever fate had befallen this world to claim me too. I needed to find a way back home. I gathered my supplies and headed back to my car, or rather, this world's version of my car. As I drove home, my mind raced with plans. I'd start with Dr. Rodriguez's lab. If anyone could help me, it would be her. And if she wasn't there, well, her research might hold the key to getting me back where I belonged. The house looked exactly the same as I'd left it this morning, and yet entirely different, knowing it wasn't really mine. I hesitated at the door, key in hand. What would I find inside? A life parallel to my own, or something completely foreign? Taking a deep breath, I stepped inside. The layout was the same, but the details were all wrong. Family photos on the wall showed a life I'd never lived, vacations I'd never taken, a dog I'd never owned, even a wedding photo with a bride I didn't recognize. I sank onto the couch, leather, not fabric like mine, and buried my face in my hands. The enormity of my situation crashed over me like a wave. I was alone, truly alone, in a world that wasn't mine, and I had no idea how to get back. But as I sat there, surrounded by the trappings of a life almost but not quite my own, I made a promise to myself. I would find a way home. I would unravel the mystery of this empty world, and no matter what it took, I would see my real home again. With renewed determination, I booted up the computer on the desk, my desk, but not my computer. As it hummed to life, I prayed it would have the information I needed. Dr. Elena Rodriguez, Parallel Universes. A way back. As I began my search, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I glanced out the window at the empty street, half expecting to see a crowd of people staring back at me. But there was only silence and stillness. I turned back to the computer, pushing away the creeping dread. Whatever had happened here, whatever twist of fate or science had brought me to this place, I would find answers. I had to. Because the alternative, being trapped forever in this mirror world, this empty echo of my reality, was too terrifying to contemplate. The screen flickered as I typed, the soft glow illuminating my determined face in the darkening room. Somewhere out there were answers. and I was going to find them, no matter how long it took, no matter what I had to do. Because in this silent, empty world, I had nothing but time and everything to lose. The first time it happened, I thought I was going crazy. I was sitting in my quantum mechanics lecture, half listening to Professor Hawkins drone on about Schrödinger's cat, when suddenly I knew exactly what he was going to say next. Not in a vague, "I've studied this before" kind of way, but word for word, gesture for gesture. It was like watching a movie I'd seen 100 times before, except I hadn't. At least, I didn't think I had. I'm Zoe, by the way, 21 years old, physics major at Westfield University, and apparently the universe's newest plaything, but I'm getting ahead of myself. That first instance of déjà vu was unsettling, but I brushed it off. We've all had those moments, right? Where you could swear you've lived through something before. But then it happened again, and again, and again. It started small. Knowing exactly what my roommate was going to say when she burst into our dorm room. Anticipating the exact moment the cafeteria would run out of chocolate pudding. A tragedy, I assure you. But then things got bigger. I woke up one morning, absolutely certain that my best friend, Liam, was going to ask me out. I knew the exact words he'd use, the nervous way he'd run his hand through his hair, even the damn shirt he'd be wearing. That stupid Schrödinger's cat walks into a bar and doesn't. T-shirt I'd gotten him for his birthday. Sure enough, it all played out exactly as I'd foreseen. I said yes, of course. I'd been crushing on Liam since freshman year, and this foreknowledge felt like the universe giving me a heads up to not screw it up. But that night, as I lay in bed replaying the day's events, a chill ran down my spine. How had I known? It wasn't just déjà vu anymore. It was like I was remembering things before they happened. The next morning, I woke up and everything reset. Liam hadn't asked me out. The conversation we'd had, the kiss we'd shared, none of it had happened. But I remembered it all, crystal clear, confused and more than a little freaked out. I went through my day in a daze. Everything was the same, yet different. Small details had changed. The cafeteria ran out of vanilla pudding instead of chocolate. My roommate's burst into the room was about a different topic. But Liam still asked me out, just like before. That's when I realized I was reliving the same day. Not in the Groundhog Day sense where everything was an exact replica, but more like alternate versions of the same day. Each time, most things stayed the same, but small details shifted and changed. At first, it was exciting. I aced my surprise quiz in thermodynamics because, well, it wasn't a surprise to me anymore. I avoided the massive puddle outside the science building that had soaked my shoes the first time around. I even managed to snag the last slice of pizza in the cafeteria before that jerk Todd could grab it. But as the day wore on, the novelty wore off, replaced by a growing sense of unease. How long would this go on? Was I stuck in some kind of temporal loop? And more importantly, why me? I tried to talk to people about it, but that never went well. My roommate thought I was stressed and needed sleep. Liam looked at me like I'd grown a second head, and when I tried to explain it to Professor Hawkins, hoping his expertise in quantum mechanics might shed some light on my situation, he just chuckled and said, "My dear, I think you've been studying a bit too hard. Perhaps you should take a break." But I couldn't take a break. Not when I was trapped in this endless loop of almost but not quite the same days. I started keeping a journal, meticulously noting down every detail that changed from one iteration to the next. Some days, the changes were subtle, a different song playing on the radio, a cloud shaped like a rabbit instead of a dragon. Other days, the alterations were more significant, a pop quiz in a different class, a fire drill that evacuated the entire campus. And then there were the days where everything went wrong. The day Liam didn't ask me out but instead told me he was transferring to another university. The day I failed my thermodynamics quiz spectacularly because all the questions were different. The day I tripped down the stairs and broke my arm. But no matter what happened, good or bad, I always woke up the next morning back at the start. My arm wasn't broken. Liam wasn't transferring. It was always Tuesday, September 17th, and I was always late for my 9 a.m. quantum mechanics lecture. As the loops continued, I began to experiment. What would happen if I did something drastically different? I skipped all my classes and spent the day in the city. I told Liam I loved him the moment I saw him. I even, in a moment of sheer frustration, set fire to the physics lab. Not my proudest moment, I admit. But no matter what I did, no matter how much I changed, I always woke up back in my dorm room, my roommate's snores filling the air, my alarm blaring that it was 8:30 a.m. on Tuesday, September 17th. It was maddening. I felt like Sisyphus, forever pushing a boulder up a hill only to watch it roll back down. Except my boulder was time itself, and the hill was this endless Tuesday. I lost count of how many times I'd relived this day. 50, 100, 1,000. Time had lost all meaning. I'd read every book in the library, learned to play the guitar, mastered calculus, gear, and even taken up yoga, all in the space of a single repeating day. But then, something changed. It was subtle at first. I noticed that I could sometimes influence the changes in each iteration. If I concentrated hard enough, I could make small things happen, change the song on the radio, make someone trip, even alter the weather. It was like I was learning to navigate this strange temporal maze I found myself in. But with this newfound ability came a terrifying realization. What if I was causing this? What if my attempts to control these daily variations were the very thing trapping me in this loop? The thought haunted me, driving me to push harder, to try and break free from this cycle. I spent loop after loop in the physics lab, poring over quantum theories, trying to find some scientific explanation for what was happening to me. And then, on what felt like the millionth iteration of this endless Tuesday, I had a breakthrough. I was sitting in Professor Hawkins' lecture, half listening as always, when something he said caught my attention. In quantum mechanics, we deal with probabilities rather than certainties, he was saying. The famous thought experiment of Schrödinger's cat illustrates this. The cat in the box is both alive and dead until we open the box and observe it. This is known as quantum superposition. Quantum superposition. The idea hit me like a bolt of lightning. What if I wasn't reliving the same day over and over? What if I was experiencing all possible versions of this day simultaneously? Each loop wasn't a reset, but a shift to another quantum reality. The realization left me breathless. If this was true, then I wasn't trapped in a time loop at all. I was traversing parallel universes, experiencing every possible outcome of this single day across infinite realities. But how? And more importantly, how could I stop it? As exhilarating as it was to experience all these different possibilities, I couldn't live like this forever. I needed to find a way to collapse these superpositions, to choose one reality and stick with it. The answer, when it came to me, was so simple I almost laughed. Schrödinger's cat, the observation collapses the superposition. All I had to do was observe, really observe, not just passively experience these different realities, but actively choose one. So, on the next iteration, that's exactly what I did. I lived the day with intention, making deliberate choices, fully aware of each decision and its potential consequences. I chose to wake up early, to ace my quiz, to tell Liam how I felt. I observed every moment, every interaction, every choice with complete presence. And when I went to sleep that night, I did so with a sense of finality. This was the reality I chose. This was the day I wanted to keep. I held my breath as I opened my eyes the next morning. My roommate's snores filled the air. My alarm blared. But it wasn't 8:30 a.m. on Tuesday, September 17th. It was 7 a.m. on Wednesday, September 18th. I had done it. I had broken the loop. Or rather, I had collapsed the quantum superposition, choosing one reality out of the infinite possibilities. As I got ready for my day, a new day, a day I hadn't lived 1,000 times before, I couldn't help but smile. I had experienced something incredible, something that defied the laws of physics as we knew them. And while part of me would miss the infinite possibilities of that endlessly repeating day, a larger part was excited for the unknown future stretching out before me. Because now I knew the truth. Every day, every moment, is filled with infinite possibilities. We just have to be present enough to observe them and brave enough to choose. The creak of the floorboard above my head made my blood run cold. I froze, remote control halfway to my mouth as I'd been absent-mindedly chewing on it while watching late-night TV. The sound was unmistakable, the slow, deliberate footstep of someone trying not to be heard. But that was impossible. I lived alone in a single-story house. I'm Emily, 32, freelance graphic designer, and up until that moment, I thought the scariest thing in my life was looming deadlines and the occasional spider in the bathtub. But as I sat there, ears straining in the sudden silence, I realized how wrong I'd been. The house had been a steal, too good to be true for a first-time homeowner like me. A charming little bungalow on a quiet street, with a yard just big enough for my dreams of a garden. The real estate agent had been vague about why it was so affordable, muttering something about the previous owners being eager to sell. I hadn't questioned it too much, too thrilled by the idea of finally having a place to call my own. I'd been living here for 3 months without incident. Sure, there were the usual quirks of an older home, pipes that groaned, windows that stuck, that one light switch that did absolutely nothing as far as I could tell, but nothing that would explain the very distinct sound of footsteps above my head. I muted the TV, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would give me away to whatever was up there. The silence stretched on, oppressive and thick. Had I imagined it? Too many horror movies and not enough sleep. Just as I was about to convince myself it was nothing, I heard it again. A slow, dragging step. Then another. They were moving from what would be the area above my living room towards the back of the house. I stood up, my legs shaky beneath me. Part of me wanted to run, to bolt out the front door and not stop until I reached the next state. But a larger part, the part that had always been too curious for my own good, needed to know what was going on. I crept towards the hallway, my sock-clad feet silent on the hardwood floors. The back of the house was where my bedroom and home office were located. It was also where the attic access was, a small, square door in the ceiling that I'd assumed was sealed shut. I'd never had a reason to try and open it. As I reached the hallway, I heard another sound, a faint scratching, like something being dragged across rough wood. It was coming from directly above the attic access. My hand trembled as I reached for the pull cord dangling from the ceiling. Everything in me screamed to turn back, to call the police, wanted to do anything but open that door. But I couldn't stop myself. I needed to know. I tugged on the cord, and with a groan of protesting hinges, the attic door swung open. A gust of musty air hit me, carrying with it the scent of dust and something else, something I couldn't quite place. Old paper, maybe. Or was it leather? The retractable ladder creaked as it extended, each metallic groan making me wince. If there was someone or something up there, they definitely knew I was coming now. I stood at the base of the ladder, staring up into the darkness. I should go get a flashlight, I thought. Or better yet, I should close this up, pack a bag, and check into a hotel until I could get someone to come check this out. But even as these rational thoughts flitted through my mind, I found myself placing a foot on the first rung. The climb felt endless, each step taking me further from the safety of my familiar ground floor world. As my head breached the attic floor, I blinked, trying to adjust to the gloom. Faint moonlight filtered in through a small, round window I'd never noticed from outside, casting long shadows across the space. And what a space it was. The attic was huge, far larger than it had any right to be based on the dimensions of my house. It stretched out before me, disappearing into darkness beyond the reach of the moonlight. Stacks of boxes and old furniture created a maze-like landscape, their shapes unfamiliar and menacing in the dim light. I pulled myself fully into the attic, my eyes darting around, searching for any sign of movement, but everything was still. Silent. The footsteps I'd heard seemed like a distant memory now, out of place in this dusty, forgotten world. I took a tentative step forward, wincing at the creak of the floorboard beneath my foot. The sound seemed to echo in the cavernous space, and I held my breath, waiting for something. But nothing came. Emboldened by the continued silence, I began to explore. The attic was a treasure trove of history, old trunks filled with yellowed photographs, furniture that looked like it belonged in a museum, even a rack of clothes that seemed to span decades of fashion. As I moved deeper into the space, the moonlight faded, leaving me in near total darkness. I pulled out my phone, using its flashlight to guide my way. The beam caught something reflective, and I moved closer to investigate. It was a mirror, tall and ornate, its frame tarnished with age. I approached it, curious to see my reflection in this strange, timeless place. But as I drew near, I realized something was off. The reflection wasn't quite right. In the mirror, I saw myself, but the attic behind me was different. Cleaner, organized, lived in. And behind my reflection, just over my shoulder, I saw movement. I spun around, my heart in my throat, but there was nothing there. Just the cluttered, dusty attic I'd been exploring. I turned back to the mirror and my blood ran cold. My reflection was gone. In its place was a room, my living room, but not as I knew it. The furniture was different, older, and standing in the center of the room, staring directly at me, was a man I'd never seen before. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over a box in my haste to get away from the mirror. This couldn't be real. I must be dreaming, or maybe I'd inhaled some kind of hallucinogenic mold spore from all this dust. But as I backed away, I bumped into something solid, something warm, something that shouldn't be there. I turned, slowly, dreading what I might see. And there he was, the man from the mirror. He looked as shocked to see me as I was to see him, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who are you?" I managed to stammer out. He opened his mouth to respond, but no sound came out. Instead, he pointed urgently at something behind me. I turned, following his gesture, and saw the mirror again. But now, instead of reflecting the attic or showing another room, its surface was rippling like water. The man pushed past me, moving towards the mirror with purpose. He turned back, extending his hand to me, his expression pleading. I stood frozen, unable to comprehend what was happening. Was he asking me to go with him? Into the mirror. Before I could decide, before I could even fully process the insanity of the situation, I heard a new sound. Footsteps. Coming up the attic stairs. The man's eyes widened in panic. He gestured more urgently, practically begging me to take his hand. The footsteps grew louder, closer. In a moment of pure instinct, driven by a fear I couldn't explain, I reached out and grasped his hand. His fingers closed around mine, warm and solid and real, and then he pulled, and I felt myself falling forward. The surface of the mirror enveloped me like a cool liquid, and for a moment, everything went dark. When I opened my eyes, I was standing in my living room, but not my living room, the one I'd seen in the mirror, with its unfamiliar, old-fashioned furniture. The man stood beside me, his hand still gripping mine tightly. "We made it," he said, his voice filled with relief. I wasn't sure we'd both be able to cross over. "Cross over?" I echoed, my mind struggling to keep up. "Cross over to where?" What's going on? He led me to a nearby armchair, gently guiding me to sit down. I know this is a lot to take in, he said, his voice kind. But you're safe now. We both are. As he began to explain, painting a picture of parallel worlds and doors between realities, I found myself torn between disbelief and a strange sense of acceptance. Because deep down, in a part of me I'd never fully acknowledged, I'd always known there was something more to my little bungalow. Something hidden, something secret, something I'd found that secret now, for better or worse. And as I sat there listening to this stranger's incredible tale, I realized my life would never be the same. The single-story house I'd bought had turned out to be so much more than I'd ever imagined. It was a gateway, a bridge between worlds, and I, Emily the freelance graphic designer, had just become a traveler between realities. As the man, David, he'd introduced himself as, continued his explanation, I found myself looking back at the mirror we'd emerged from. In its reflection, I could see the dusty, cluttered attic I'd left behind, and in the distance, descending into the attic, I saw a shadowy figure. I shuddered, grateful for David's quick thinking and whatever instinct had led me to trust him. Whatever that thing was, we'd escaped it. For now. But as I turned back to David, ready to ask the million questions swirling in my mind, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. My little single-story house had opened up a whole new world of possibilities and dangers, and I, for better or worse, was now a part of it all. I never thought much about my reflection until the day it waved at me. I was brushing my teeth, half asleep and dreading another mundane day at the office, when I noticed the subtle movement in the mirror. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light or my sleep-deprived brain playing tricks on me. But then it happened again, more deliberately this time. My reflection raised its hand and waved, a mischievous smirk playing across its lips while my own hand remained firmly gripped around my toothbrush. I'm Alex, by the way, 34, single, and until that moment, I thought the most exciting thing in my life was the occasional free donut at work. But as I stood there, toothpaste foam dribbling down my chin, staring at a reflection that was clearly not following my lead, I realized my life was about to take a very strange turn. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, and even pinched myself. But every time I looked back at the mirror, my reflection was there, looking amused at my confusion. It was me, all right. Same bedhead, same ratty old t-shirt I slept in, same morning stubble. But its eyes held a spark of something I couldn't quite place. Mischief? Intelligence? Or was it hunger? Hello, I ventured, feeling ridiculous talking to my own reflection. To my shock and horror, it replied, but not with words. Its lips moved silently, forming words I couldn't hear. I leaned closer, heart pounding, trying to make out what it was saying. That was my first mistake. As I drew nearer to the mirror, my reflection's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist. I felt the cold glass give way like water, and before I could react, I was yanked forward. For a dizzying moment, I thought I was going to smash face first into the mirror. Instead, I felt a sensation like plunging into icy water, and then I was on the other side, staring at my bathroom from a new perspective. My reflection, or whatever it was, stood where I had been, a triumphant grin on its face. It wiggled its fingers at me in a mocking wave, then turned and walked out of the bathroom. I pounded on the mirror, yelling, but it was solid now. I was trapped, and that thing was out there, living my life. The next few hours were a blur of panic and disbelief. I watched helplessly as the imposter went about my morning routine, getting dressed for work, making coffee, all with an ease that suggested it had been studying me for a long time. It was unsettling how perfectly it mimicked my mannerisms, right down to the way I always double-checked that I had my keys before leaving. As it left for work, I was plunged into silence. The mirror world, I quickly discovered, was a muted, colorless version of my own. Everything was in its place, but drained of vibrancy. The tick of the clock was absent, the hum of the refrigerator silenced. It was like living in a photograph. I spent that first day exploring my new prison, trying to find a way out. But every mirror I found was as solid as concrete from this side. I couldn't interact with anything in this world. My hands passed through objects like they were made of smoke. I couldn't eat, couldn't drink, couldn't even sit down. All I could do was watch and wait. When the imposter returned that evening, I was there, waiting. I screamed at it, pleaded, threatened, but it just smiled that same knowing smile and went about its evening as if I didn't exist. It was maddening. Days passed this way. I watched, helpless, as this thing lived my life. It went to my job, talked to my friends, called my mom, and it did it all better than I ever had. It was more confident at work, funnier with friends, more attentive with family. It was becoming a better version of me, and I was forced to watch it all unfold. About a week into this nightmare, something changed. I noticed the imposter studying my reflection more closely. It would stand in front of the mirror, making subtle expressions, practicing gestures. At first, I thought it was just admiring itself. But then I realized it was looking at me, studying me. It started small, a wink here, a nod there. Then it began mouthing words. "Can you hear me?" it asked silently one morning. I nodded, wary but desperate for any kind of interaction. It smiled, looking pleased. "Good," it mouthed. "We need to talk." Over the next few days, we developed a system of communication. It would mouth words to me, and I would nod or shake my head, or use hand gestures to respond. It was frustrating and slow, but it was something. I learned that the creature, it called itself a reflector, had been trapped in the mirror world for centuries. It had watched countless humans live their lives, unable to interact, until it discovered a way to switch places. "I just wanted to live again," it explained one night. "To feel the sun, to taste food, to touch another person. Can you blame me?" And the terrible thing was, I couldn't. As much as I hated what it had done to me, I understood the desperation that would drive someone to such lengths. After just a week in this colorless, silent world, I was already going mad. I couldn't imagine centuries of it. But understanding didn't mean I was ready to forgive. "Let me out," I demanded, my gesture sharp and angry. "This is my life. You can't just take it." The reflector's face, my face, softened with something like pity. "I can't," it mouthed. "The switch is permanent. I'm sorry." I refused to accept that. There had to be a way out, and I was determined to find it. I spent every moment the reflector was away searching for weaknesses, testing the boundaries of my prison. But as days turned to weeks, hope began to fade. The worst part was watching the reflector live my life better than I ever had. It got a promotion at work, started eating healthier, even began dating a cute barista I'd always been too nervous to talk to. It was building the life I'd always wanted but had been too afraid to pursue. 1 month into my imprisonment, the reflector came home with a spring in its step. It practically bounced up to the mirror, grinning from ear to ear. "I have news," it mouthed. I raised an eyebrow, trying to look disinterested despite my curiosity. "I'm going to be a father," it announced silently, eyes shining with joy. The news hit me like a physical blow. A father? But that should have been me. That was my life. My future it was stealing. Rage boiled up inside me, and for the first time since being trapped, I felt something other than despair. I felt power. I slammed my fist against the mirror, expecting to feel the usual nothingness. Instead, I felt resistance. The reflector's eyes widened in shock. I hit the mirror again, harder this time. A crack appeared, spreading like a spiderweb across the surface. The reflector backed away, mouthing, "No, Stop. But I was beyond reason. With a final, powerful blow, the mirror shattered. Reality fractured. I felt myself being pulled in 1,000 directions at once, glimpsing countless versions of my life, my world. For a dizzying moment, I thought I would be torn apart by the sheer impossibility of it all. Then, suddenly, I was back, standing in my bathroom, toothbrush in hand, staring at a broken mirror. I touched my face, my arms, hardly daring to believe it. I was solid. I was back. But as I looked at the shattered fragments of the mirror, I caught glimpses of movement. In each shard, a different version of me stared back. Some looked afraid, others angry. One was smiling that same knowing smile the reflector had worn. I realized then what I had done. In breaking the mirror, I hadn't just freed myself. I'd shattered the boundary between worlds. How many versions of me were now loose? How many reflectors? As if in answer, I heard a noise from downstairs, then another from the bedroom, and another from the kitchen. Footsteps, all moving in different rhythms, all familiar yet strange. I gripped the edges of the sink, staring at my fractured reflection in the broken mirror. "What have I done?" I whispered. But I knew it was too late for regrets. Whatever was coming, whatever consequences my actions had unleashed, I would have to face them. After all, they were all me, in a way. All the versions of Alex I could have been, might have been, maybe even should have been. As I steeled myself to face whatever awaited me beyond the bathroom door, I couldn't help but wonder, in all those shattered reflections, which one was the real me? The dusty VHS tape sat innocently on my coffee table, its faded label reading, "Family Vacation, 92. I smiled, anticipating a nostalgic trip down memory lane. My parents had recently downsized, passing on boxes of old belongings, including this relic from my childhood. I popped the tape into my ancient VCR, a relic itself that I'd kept purely for sentimental reasons. As the familiar static cleared and the image focused, my smile faded. What I saw on the screen wasn't just impossible. It was terrifying. I'm Jake, 35, a software engineer with a penchant for vintage tech and a healthy skepticism of the supernatural. Or at least, I was skeptical until that night. Now, I'm not so sure about anything anymore. The video started normally enough. There was my dad, younger and with more hair, waving at the camera as he loaded up our old station wagon. Mom appeared, laughing as she tried to wrangle my 5-year-old self into the back seat. It was exactly as I remembered it. Our trip to the Grand Canyon, one of the few vacations we took as a family before my parents divorced. But then, something strange happened. The camera panned across our front yard, and I saw myself, not 5-year-old me, but me now, 35-year-old Jake, standing there in the background, watching the scene unfold. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, even slapped myself lightly on the cheek. But the image remained. There I was, in my favorite faded Nirvana t-shirt and jeans, hands in my pockets, observing my family from afar. "This is impossible," I muttered, leaning closer to the TV. The me on the screen turned slightly, and I could see my face clearly. It was undoubtedly me, right down to the small scar on my chin from a childhood bike accident. The camera moved back to my family, and I watched as we piled into the car and drove off. But in the last frame, as the camera was being turned off, I caught another glimpse of adult me, now standing where our car had been, watching it drive away. I rewound the tape, played it again, and again. Each time, there I was, impossibly present in a home video from nearly 30 years ago. I knew I should be freaking out, questioning my sanity, or at least considering the possibility of some elaborate prank. But instead, I felt a strange calm settle over me. Somehow, I knew this was real. Driven by a mix of curiosity and an inexplicable sense of purpose, I dug through the box of old tapes. There were dozens, each labeled with dates and events spanning my childhood. With shaking hands, I began to work my way through them. In a video of my 10th birthday party, I spotted myself standing in the corner of our kitchen, watching as young me blew out the candles. At my high school graduation, there I was again, leaning against a tree in the background as 18-year-old me accepted my diploma. Video after video, event after event, I was there, always watching, never interfering, always in the same outfit, that old Nirvana shirt and jeans. It was as if some future version of me had been shadowing my entire life. As the night wore on and the pile of viewed tapes grew, a pattern began to emerge. I wasn't in every video, but I appeared more frequently in the ones leading up to significant moments in my life. The day before my parents told me they were divorcing. The week I met my first girlfriend. The evening before I decided to switch majors in college, altering the course of my career. It was nearly dawn when I reached the last tape. It was unlabeled, which was odd considering my mom's usually meticulous organization. With a mix of anticipation and dread, I slid it into the VCR. The video was shaky, clearly taken by someone walking. It showed a familiar street, the one I lived on now. The camera turned, focusing on my current house. And there, standing on the porch, was me. Not past me, not future me, but present day me, in my pajamas, looking confused and a bit scared. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. This video couldn't exist. It was me, right now, exactly as I was at this moment. I looked down at myself, confirming that I was indeed wearing the ratty old Star Wars pajamas shown in the video. On the screen, I watched myself look directly at the camera, eyes widening in recognition. Then, the video abruptly cut to static. I sat there in stunned silence, my mind racing. What did this all mean? How was any of this possible? And more importantly, what was I supposed to do now? As if in answer to my unspoken questions, I heard a noise outside, a familiar noise, the creak of my front porch step. My heart pounding, I moved to the window and peeked out through the curtains. There, standing on my porch, was me. Nirvana t-shirt, jeans, hands in pockets, looking expectantly at my front door. For a moment, I stood frozen, unsure of what to do. But deep down, I knew I had to face this. Whatever was happening, whatever twist of fate or physics had brought this about, I needed answers. With trembling hands, I opened the front door. My doppelganger smiled, a mix of relief and excitement on my face. "Hey, Jake," he said, his voice identical to mine. "We need to talk." I nodded, stepping aside to let him in. As he passed me, I caught a whiff of my own cologne. It was surreal, like looking into a living, breathing mirror. We sat across from each other in my living room, the pile of VHS tapes between us like some bizarre offering. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. What do you say to yourself, after all? Finally, I broke the silence. How? How is this possible? My other self laughed, a sound that was uncomfortably familiar. Would you believe me if I said time travel? I wanted to scoff, to dismiss it as impossible. But after what I'd seen tonight, was anything truly impossible? Okay, I said slowly. Let's say I believe you. Why? Why have you been following me? Us. Our whole life. He leaned forward, his expression serious. To make sure we end up here, in this moment. To ensure we become the person we need to be. For what? I asked, a mix of curiosity and fear churning in my gut. To save the world, he replied simply. I laughed. A short, sharp sound that held no humor. You're kidding, right? I'm a software engineer, not a superhero. No, you're not a superhero, he agreed. But you are brilliant, innovative. And in about 5 years, you're going to develop an AI system that will change everything. For better or worse, depending on the choices you make. I shook my head, trying to process this information. So, what? What? guiding me, making sure I make the right choices. He shrugged. More or less. I couldn't interfere directly. That's one of the rules. But I could be there, a constant presence, subtly influencing events. Rules? I echoed. What rules? Who makes these rules? That's complicated, he said, looking uncomfortable for the first time. Let's just say there are forces at work beyond our understanding. Forces that saw the potential in us and decided to take a gamble. I sat back, my mind reeling. This was too much. Time travel, world-changing AI, mysterious forces. It was like something out of a sci-fi novel, not my mundane life. Why now? I asked finally. Why reveal yourself to me at this moment? He smiled, and I saw a flicker of sadness in his eyes. Because this is where it all starts. Tonight, you'll have an idea. It'll seem small at first, just a passing thought. But it's the seed that will grow into the AI system. And I need you to be ready for what's coming. What's coming? I asked, dreading the answer. Challenges, ethical dilemmas, choices that will shape the future of humanity. I've seen where this path leads, Jake, both the good and the bad, and I'm here to help you navigate it. I stood up, pacing the room. This was insane. Beyond insane. And yet, a part of me believed him, believed myself. So what happens now? I asked. He stood as well, moving towards the door. Now, you start your journey, and well, my part in this is done. I've completed the loop. As he reached for the doorknob, a thought struck me. Wait, if you're me from the future and you're done now, does that mean I'll have to do this too? Travel back and watch over my younger self? He turned back, a mysterious smile on his face. That's up to you. The future isn't set in stone, Jake. That's the whole point. You have the power to shape it. And with that, he was gone, leaving me alone with a head full of questions and a future suddenly filled with infinite possibilities. I sank back onto the couch, my eyes falling on the pile of VHS tapes, evidence of a lifetime of guidance, of unseen influence. I picked up the unlabeled tape, turning it over in my hands. As the first rays of sunlight began to peek through my windows, I felt it. The idea. Small at first, just like he said, but I could feel its potential, its power. I reached for a notebook, my hand shaking slightly as I began to write. Whatever was coming, whatever challenges lay ahead, I knew one thing for certain. My life would never be the same again. And somewhere, somewhen, I was watching, guiding, ensuring that the future, our future, would be one worth fighting for. The first call came on a Tuesday. I remember because I was elbow deep in soapy water, scrubbing at a particularly stubborn lasagna pan, when my phone buzzed on the counter. Annoyed at the interruption, I dried my hands and glanced at the screen. My own number stared back at me. Confused, I answered. "Hello," I said, hesitantly. Static crackled through the line. Then a voice, my voice, spoke. "Sarah, listen carefully. You're in danger. Don't..." The call cut off abruptly. I stood there, phone still pressed to my ear, my heart racing. What the hell was that? I'm Sarah, by the way, 32, single, and up until that moment, living a life so mundane it would put most people to sleep. I work in HR, have a cat named Mochi, and my idea of excitement is trying a new flavor of tea. Or at least, it was. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a glitch, or some elaborate prank. But deep down, I knew. That was my voice on the other end of the line, and it had sounded scared. I spent the rest of the evening jumping at every little noise, peering out my windows, half expecting to see some lurking danger. But nothing happened. The world went on as normal. oblivious to the fact that my reality had just been turned upside down. The second call came 2 days later. I was at work, in the middle of a mind-numbingly boring meeting about new copier protocols, when my phone lit up. Again, my own number. This time, I excused myself and ducked into an empty conference room before answering. "Hello?" I whispered, heart pounding. "Sarah, listen." My voice came through, clearer this time. "On your way home today, don't take Main Street. Go down Elm instead. It's important." "Wait, why? What's going on?" I asked. But the line had already gone dead. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, my mind spinning with possibilities. Was I going crazy? Was this some sort of elaborate hoax? Or was I really getting calls from myself? When it was time to leave, I stood at the intersection of Main and Elm, paralyzed with indecision. Main Street was my usual route, faster and more direct. But the urgency in that voice, my voice, echoed in my head. With a deep breath, I turned down Elm. I was halfway home when I heard the sirens. Lots of them. As I approached my neighborhood, I saw the flashing lights of police cars and ambulances, all congregated on Main Street. There had been a massive pileup, right where I would have been if I'd taken my usual route. My hands shook as I fumbled with my keys, barely making it inside before my legs gave out. I'd just avoided a potentially fatal accident because I'd warned myself. The calls kept coming after that, sometimes with warnings, sometimes with instructions. "Don't eat at Joe's Diner tonight. Buy a lottery ticket with these numbers. Ask for a raise at work today." Each time, the voice, my voice, sounded more urgent, more desperate. And each time, following its advice led to something significant. I avoided food poisoning, won a small lottery prize, got a substantial raise. But with each call, each inexplicable piece of foreknowledge, my anxiety grew. Who was calling me? How did they? I know these things. And most importantly, why? It all came to a head on a Friday night, exactly 1 month after the first call. I was at home, attempting to distract myself with a movie, when my phone rang. This time, I didn't hesitate to answer. "Sarah," my voice said, sounding more panicked than ever. "You need to leave. Now. Pack a bag and get out of the city. Don't tell anyone where you're going. Just drive." "No," I said firmly, surprising myself with my resolve. "Not until you tell me what's going on. Who are you? Why are you calling me?" There was a long pause, filled only with the sound of heavy breathing. Then, "I'm you, Sarah, from the future, and I'm trying to save our life." I laughed, a hysterical edge to the sound. "That's impossible. Time travel isn't real." "I know it sounds crazy," future me said, "but you have to trust me. Everything I've told you so far has been true, hasn't it?" She had a point. Every warning, every piece of advice had panned out. "Okay," I said slowly. "Let's say I believe you. Why do I need to leave? What's coming?" "I can't tell you everything," she said. "It could change too much. But there's an event coming, something big. And if you're in the city when it happens, you'll die. We'll die." A chill ran down my spine. "What kind of event?" "I've already said too much," future me replied, her voice tight with fear. "Please, Sarah, just go. Drive north. Don't stop until you reach the cabin." "What cabin?" I asked, but the line had already gone dead. I sat there for a long moment, my mind reeling. This was insane. Absolutely, certifiably insane. And yet, hadn't the past month proved that the impossible was possible? With shaking hands, I began to pack. Clothes, toiletries, some non-perishable food. I didn't know where I was going or how long I'd be gone, but something in my gut told me this was right. As I threw my bag into the car, a thought struck me. The cabin. My grandparents had owned a cabin up north, a place we used to visit when I was a kid. I hadn't been there in years, had almost forgotten about it, but it was the only cabin I knew. I punched the address into my GPS and started driving. The city lights faded behind me as I headed north, my mind racing faster than my car. What was I doing? Running away because of a phone call from my supposed future self. It was madness. But with each mile that passed, a strange calm settled over me. Whatever was coming, I was taking action. I was changing my fate. I drove through the night, the monotony of the highway broken only by the occasional gas station stop. As dawn broke, I found myself on a familiar winding road, surrounded by towering pines. The cabin came into view, just as I remembered it. As I stepped out of the car, stretching my stiff muscles, my phone buzzed. My number again. "You made it," my voice said, relief evident in every syllable. "Good. You're safe now." "Safe from what?" I demanded. "What's happening back in the city?" There was a pause, then a deep sigh. "Turn on the radio," Future Me said softly. "Any station." With trembling fingers, I switched on the car radio. Static at first, then a frantic voice broke through. "Repeat. A state of emergency has been declared. All residents are advised to stay indoors. The nature of the threat is still unknown, but reports of widespread power outages and unexplained phenomena are coming in from all over the city." I listened in horror as the reporter described scenes of chaos and confusion erupting across my hometown. It was like something out of a disaster movie, except it was real, and I had narrowly escaped it. "How?" I began, but my voice failed me. "I lived through it," Future Me said quietly. "It was bad. So many people died, including us. But then I found a way to change things, to warn myself." "But how?" I asked. "How are you calling me?" "That's complicated," she replied. "Let's just say that in the aftermath of what's happening now, a lot of what we thought was impossible becomes possible, including reaching back through time." I sank to the ground, my back against the cabin's rough wooden walls. "So what happens now?" "Now, you wait," Future Me said. "It'll be over in a few days. After that, well, that's up to you. I've changed the timeline by saving us. What happens next is unwritten." "Will you keep calling?" I asked, surprised by how much I wanted the answer to be yes. There was a long pause. "No," she said finally. "This is the last time. My future, it doesn't exist anymore. By saving you, I've erased myself. But it's worth it. You have a chance now, a chance to make things better." "I don't understand," I said, tears welling in my eyes. "How can I make things better if I don't know what went wrong?" "You'll figure it out," she said, and I could hear the smile in her voice. "We're pretty resourceful, you know. Just remember, Sarah, knowledge is power, and now you know that the impossible is possible. Use that." The line went dead, and this time I knew it was for good. I sat there for a long time, watching the sun rise over the trees, my mind grappling with everything I'd learned. Time travel, future disasters, the weight of knowledge and the responsibility it brought. As the first birds began to sing, heralding a new day, I made a decision. I would wait out whatever was happening in the city, and then I would go back, armed with the knowledge that the future could be changed, that I had the power to make a difference. My phone lay silent beside me, never to ring with my own number again. But that was okay. I didn't need Future Me anymore. I had my own future to shape now. And as I stood up, brushing the dirt from my jeans and facing the rising sun, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. Whatever came next, I was ready for it. After all, I had time on my side. The familiar robotic voice of my GPS chirped, "In 500 feet, turn right." I glanced at the device, double-checking the route home from my late-night shift at the hospital. That's when I noticed something odd. The street name on the display wasn't one I recognized, despite having lived in this city for over a decade. Confused, I shook my head, assuming I was just tired. I made the turn anyway, trusting the technology that had never led me astray before. Little did I know, that simple decision would plunge me into a nightmare I couldn't have imagined in my wildest dreams. I'm Dr. Evelyn Carter, 38, an ER physician who's seen her fair share of strange and unsettling things, but nothing in my medical training could have prepared me for what happened that night. As I followed the GPS directions, the streets became increasingly unfamiliar. The well-lit avenues of downtown gave way to darker, narrower roads. Houses that I swore I'd never seen before loomed on either side, their architecture subtly off in a way I couldn't quite put my finger on. "You have arrived at your destination," the GPS announced cheerfully. I blinked, staring at the house in front of me. It looked exactly like mine. Same color, same style, even the same slightly crooked mailbox. But this wasn't my street. This wasn't my neighborhood. Feeling a chill run down my spine, I pulled out my phone to check my location. No signal. I tried restarting the GPS, but it kept insisting I was home. "This is ridiculous," I muttered to myself, putting the car in reverse. I'd just backtrack and find my way home the old-fashioned way. But as I turned around, my headlights illuminated a street sign I hadn't noticed before. My blood ran cold. It was my street name, Maple Avenue. But it couldn't be. Could it? I drove slowly down the street, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. Every house looked familiar, yet not quite right. Mrs. Johnson's meticulously maintained rose garden was now a wild tangle of unknown flowers. The Petersons' bright blue shutters were a deep, unsettling red. When I reached the end of the street, I felt a wave of relief. There was the intersection with Oak Street. I'd turn left here and surely find my bearings. But as I approached the intersection, my relief turned to horror. Where Oak Street should have been, there was only more of Maple Avenue, stretching out into the distance. I turned right instead, heart pounding, but it was the same. Maple Avenue continued endlessly, lined with houses that were almost, but not quite, the ones I knew. Panic began to set in. I drove faster, taking random turns, looking for any way out of this impossible neighborhood. But no matter which way I turned, I always ended up back on Maple Avenue. After what felt like hours of driving in circles, I pulled over, my hands shaking too badly to control the wheel. I needed to think, to figure out what was happening. That's when I saw him, a man standing on the sidewalk, staring directly at me. He looked as confused and frightened as I felt. Desperate for any human contact, I got out of the car. "Excuse me," I called out, my voice shaky. "Can you tell me where we are?" The man approached cautiously. As he got closer, I realized he was wearing hospital scrubs, just like mine. I don't know," he said, his voice hoarse. "I've been trying to get home for hours, but every street, it's all the same." "I'm Evelyn," I said, feeling a strange mix of relief and dread. At least I wasn't alone in this nightmare. "I'm a doctor at Mercy General. I was just trying to get home and—" "Mercy General," the man interrupted, his eyes wide. "But that's where I work. I'm Dr. James Reeves, pediatrics." I shook my head. "That's impossible. I know everyone in pediatrics. I've never seen you before." We stared at each other, the impossible truth dawning on us both. Somehow, we were in the same place, yet not, as if, different realities. James whispered, voicing my unspoken thought. "Somehow, we've crossed into a space between our worlds." It sounded insane, like something out of a sci-fi novel. But standing there on that endless, impossible version of Maple Avenue, I couldn't deny the evidence of my own eyes. "We need to find a way out," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "There has to be an explanation, a way back to our own realities." James nodded, his face pale in the street light. "I've been walking for hours. Every house is locked. Every car is empty. It's like this place is a shell, a copy of our world, but with no one in it, except us." And maybe others, I added, a new thought occurring to me. If we're both here, there could be more people trapped like us. We agreed to team up, to pool our resources and search for a way out together. We took my car, driving slowly through the twisted mirror of our hometown, calling out for others who might be lost like us. As we drove, James and I exchanged stories, trying to pinpoint where our realities diverged. He spoke of a mercy general that was similar to mine, but with key differences: different department heads, different building layouts. In his world, the hospital had recently undergone a major renovation. In mine, that renovation had been proposed but ultimately scrapped due to budget constraints. It's like our worlds are running in parallel, I mused. Similar in broad strokes, but different in the details. James nodded, his eyes scanning the empty streets. The question is, what caused our paths to intersect? And more importantly, how do we get back to where we belong? We drove for what felt like hours, the sameness of our surroundings making it impossible to track time or distance. Our watches had stopped the moment we entered this place, and our phones remained stubbornly without signal. Just as despair was starting to set in, we saw something that made us both gasp. In the distance, a figure was walking down the middle of the road. As we got closer, we could see it was a young woman, maybe in her early 20s. I pulled the car over and we both got out. The woman looked at us with a mix of fear and hope. Are you real?" she asked, her voice trembling. "We're real," I assured her, fighting the urge to reach out and touch her, to prove to myself that she was solid and not some figment of this place. "I'm Evelyn. This is James. We're trapped here too. What's your name?" "Zoe," she said, tears welling in her eyes. "I was just driving home from college for the weekend and suddenly, I was here. I've been walking for so long, trying to find someone, anyone." We brought Zoe into the car, the three of us now united in our strange predicament. As we continued our search, Zoe shared her story. She was from another version of our city, one where the college she attended had been built on the outskirts of town, instead of in the next city over. With each story we shared, a pattern began to emerge. We had all been in transit when we found ourselves here. All of us had been using GPS to navigate familiar routes that suddenly turned unfamiliar. "It's like this place is a crossroads," James mused, "a point where our different realities intersect." As if triggered by his words, the world around us seemed to shimmer. The houses blurred, their outlines becoming indistinct. The road beneath our tires felt less solid. "What's happening?" Zoe cried, clinging to the seat. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, trying to keep us steady as reality itself seemed to waver. I think the barriers between our worlds are thinning," I said. Not sure how I knew this, but certain it was true. Through the shimmering air, I could see glimpses of other versions of our city. A skyline with buildings I didn't recognize, streets lined with trees that shouldn't be there, and people, ghostly figures going about their lives, unaware of our presence. "Look," James shouted, pointing ahead. In the distance, 3 distinct paths had formed, each one a slightly different version of Maple Avenue. Instinctively, I knew. These were our ways home. "We have to choose," I said, my voice tight with urgency. "Quick, before the paths close." Without hesitation, Zoe pointed to the leftmost path. "That one. I can see my college sign in the distance." James nodded at the middle road. "There's the new wing of the hospital. That's my reality." Which left the right path for me. I could see the familiar outline of Mercy General as I knew it, without the renovations James had described. We looked at each other, a lifetime of shared experience in the span of a few impossible hours reflected in our eyes. "Good luck," I said, my throat tight. "And thank you for not letting me face this alone." With a final nod to each other, we made our choices. I turned the car onto the rightmost path, watching in the rearview mirror as James and Zoe faded into their own versions of reality. As I drove down the familiar yet not streets, the world around me began to solidify. The houses snapped back into focus, the road felt firm beneath my tires, and there, finally, was my house. My real house, on my real street. I pulled into the driveway, my hands shaking as I turned off the engine. For a long moment, I sat there, trying to process everything that had happened. Part of me wondered if it had all been a dream. Some strange hallucination brought on by too many long shifts and too little sleep. But as I stepped out of the car, I noticed something in the passenger seat. A scrap of paper with 2 phone numbers scrawled on it. Beneath them, a hastily written note. Just in case. Jay-Z. I clutched the paper, a tangible reminder that I hadn't imagined it all. Somewhere out there, in realities parallel to my own, James and Zoe were returning to their lives, forever changed by our encounter. As I walked to my front door, I couldn't help but look back at the street behind me. Maple Avenue stretched out, normal and familiar. But now I knew the truth. Reality was far more complex, far more malleable than I had ever imagined. I entered my house, the routine of coming home after a long shift now tinged with a new perspective. As I got ready for bed, my mind raced with questions. How many realities were out there? How thin were the barriers between them? And would I ever find myself at that impossible crossroads again? One thing was certain. The next time I set out to drive home, I'd think twice before blindly following my GPS, because now I knew sometimes the road home is far more complicated than we could ever imagine. The giggle echoed through the baby monitor, light and innocent. I smiled, glancing at the clock. 3:17 a.m. Little Emma was always an early riser. I stretched, ready to start our day, when another sound froze me in place. A deep, masculine chuckle followed Emma's laughter. My blood ran cold. My husband was away on a business trip, and we lived alone. I'm Kate, 34, a work-from-home graphic designer and first-time mom. Until that moment, my biggest worry had been meeting client deadlines while managing a teething 10-month-old. But in the space of a heartbeat, my world shifted on its axis. Adrenaline surged through me as I snatched my phone from the nightstand, ready to call 911. But something made me hesitate. The male voice. It sounded familiar, eerily so. With shaking hands, I turned up the volume on the monitor. "Who's Daddy's little princess? You are." The voice cooed, followed by more of Emma's delighted giggles. My breath caught in my throat. It was my husband's voice, but that was impossible. Tom was in Chicago, hundreds of miles away. I'd spoken to him just a few hours ago, wished him good night as he settled into his hotel room. Torn between fear and confusion, I crept towards Emma's nursery. The door was ajar, soft light spilling into the hallway. I peered in, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would give me away. What I saw defied all logic. There, bathed in the gentle glow of the nightlight, was Tom. He was leaning over Emma's crib, tickling her tummy as she squirmed and giggled. It was such a normal, beautiful scene, except for the fact that it couldn't be happening. "Tom?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. He turned, and for a moment, everything seemed normal. His face lit up with that smile I loved so much, but then I saw his eyes. They were wrong, too bright, almost glowing in the dim light. "Kate, honey, come join us. Emma's being so cute tonight," he said, his voice cheerful but with an undercurrent of something I couldn't quite place. I stood frozen in the doorway, my mind reeling. This couldn't be Tom. It looked like him, sounded like him, but every instinct I had was screaming that this was wrong. "Who are you?" I demanded, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "What are you doing in my daughter's room?" The thing that looked like Tom tilted its head, confusion crossing its features. "Kate, what are you talking about?" "It's me, Tom, your husband." Emma's father. Are you feeling okay? I shook my head, backing away slowly. No. Tom is in Chicago. I spoke to him a few hours ago. You can't be him. A flicker of something passed over not Tom's face. Annoyance, frustration. It was gone so quickly I almost thought I'd imagined it. Sweetheart, you must have been dreaming. I've been home all night. Remember? We had dinner together, put Emma to bed. Are you sure you're all right? His words sent a chill down my spine, because for a moment, just a split second, I almost believed him. Memories of a family dinner, of Tom helping with Emma's bedtime routine, flashed through my mind, but they were hazy, dreamlike, and I knew, with absolute certainty, that they hadn't happened. Stop it, I said, my voice shaking now. Stop pretending. Whatever you are, whatever you're trying to do, it won't work. Get away from my daughter. Not Tom's expression hardened, all pretense of confusion dropping away. Now, Kate, don't make this difficult. We were having such a nice time, weren't we, Emma? He turned back to the crib, reaching for my daughter. Don't touch her, I screamed, maternal instinct overriding my fear. I lunged forward, ready to snatch Emma from the crib. But as I reached the crib, my hands passed through not Tom as if he were made of smoke. He flickered, like a bad TV signal, then solidified again. His eyes, now definitely glowing, locked onto mine. You shouldn't have done that, Kate, he said, his voice distorting, becoming less Tom-like with each word. We had such plans for you and Emma. I grabbed Emma, clutching her to my chest as I backed away. She was eerily quiet now, her eyes wide as she stared at the thing pretending to be her father. What are you? I whispered, unable to look away from the creature that was now only vaguely Tom-shaped, its edges blurring and shifting. It smiled, a terrible, too-wide grin that split its face unnaturally. We are the Watchers. We've been with you for a long time, Kate. Observing, learning, preparing. Preparing for what? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. To replace you, of course, Emmett said, as casually as if discussing the weather. Your species is interesting, but flawed. We can do better. A chill ran through me as the implications of its words sank in. How long had these things been watching us? How many other families had they infiltrated? You won't have my daughter, I said, surprised by the fierceness in my voice. You won't have any of us. The creature laughed, a sound that was nothing like Tom's warm chuckle. Oh, Kate, you don't have a choice. We're already here, in your homes, your workplaces, your governments. This is just the beginning. As if to emphasize its point, it began to change. Its form shifted, cycling through different appearances. My next-door neighbor, Emma's pediatrician, the cashier at our local grocery store. People I saw every day, people I trusted. Now you see, it said, its voice a discordant mix of all the people it had just imitated. We're everywhere, and soon, we'll be everyone. I clutched Emma tighter, my mind racing. How could I fight something like this? How could anyone? But then I felt it, Emma's tiny hand clutching my shirt, her warmth, her realness against me, and I knew I had to try. For her, for all of us. No, I said, surprised by the calm in my voice. You won't win, because no matter how well you imitate us, you'll never truly understand us. Our love, our empathy, our humanity, these aren't weaknesses, they're our strength. The creature tilted its head, curiosity replacing the smug confidence on its ever-shifting face. Interesting. Your species continues to surprise us. Perhaps that's why we find you so fascinating. It took a step towards us, and I tensed, ready to run. But then it stopped, looking almost uncertain. We will be watching, Kate, it said, its form beginning to fade. You've given us much to consider. Perhaps Perhaps there is more to learn before we proceed. And with that, it vanished, leaving Emma and me alone in the nursery. I stood there for a long time, holding Emma close, trying to process what had just happened. Part of me wanted to believe it had all been a nightmare, a vivid hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep. But I knew better. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the curtains, my phone rang. It was Tom, the real Tom, calling to check in before his first meeting. "Hey, honey," his familiar voice came through the speaker. "How are my girls this morning?" I closed my eyes, relief washing over me at the sound of his voice, his real voice, warm and slightly groggy, with no otherworldly undertones. We're okay," I said, my voice shaky. "Tom, I need you to come home, as soon as you can. Something's happened, and I don't think I can explain it over the phone." There must have been something in my voice, because Tom didn't hesitate. "I'm on my way," he said. "Whatever it is, we'll face it together." As I hung up, I looked down at Emma. She gazed back at me, her innocent eyes holding no trace of the terror we'd just experienced. I kissed her forehead, a fierce protectiveness surging through me. "It's going to be okay, baby girl," I whispered, not sure if I was reassuring her or myself. "We're going to be okay." But even as I said it, I couldn't shake the feeling that our world had changed irrevocably. The Watchers were out there, hidden in plain sight, and while we might have won this battle, I knew the war was far from over. As I moved through the house, checking locks and drawing curtains, my mind raced with questions. How many of them were there? How long had they been here? And most importantly, how could we fight an enemy we couldn't even see? I didn't have the answers, but I knew one thing for certain. I would do whatever it took to protect my family, my people, because that creature had been right about one thing: our humanity, our capacity for love and empathy and fierce protection of our own. That was our strength, and it might just be the thing that saves us all. The burst of static from my old radio alarm clock startled me awake at precisely 3:33 a.m. I groaned, reaching over to silence it, when a familiar voice cut through the white noise. "Help me," it pleaded, barely audible. I froze, my hand hovering over the off switch. That voice. It sounded exactly like my wife, Sarah. But Sarah had been dead for 2 years. I'm Jack, 42, an insomniac writer who'd been struggling to pen his next novel since losing his wife to a car accident. That tragic night had left me a shell of my former self, drowning my sorrows in cheap whiskey and even cheaper plot ideas. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened next. "Jack, please, I need your help." Sarah's voice came again, clearer this time. I sat up, my heart pounding. This couldn't be real. I must be dreaming, or maybe I'd finally lost my mind. I switched on the bedside lamp, half expecting the voice to vanish in the light, but it continued, growing more urgent. "Jack, listen to me. I don't have much time. You need to find the box, the one in the attic. It's the key to everything." My hands shook as I picked up the radio, examining it closely. It was the same old clock radio we'd had for years. Nothing special about it. But now, somehow, it was broadcasting my dead wife's voice. "Sarah," I whispered, feeling foolish but unable to stop myself. "Is that really you?" There was a pause, then her voice came back softer now. "Yes, Jack, it's me. I know this is impossible to believe, but you have to trust me. Go to the attic. Find the box. Please, hurry." The static grew louder, threatening to drown out her words. "Wait," I cried. "Don't go. What box? What's happening?" But her voice was fading. "Love you, Jack. Always have, always will. Find the box." And then she was gone, leaving only the hiss of static in her wake. I sat there, clutching the radio, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a dream, a hallucination, something. But as the minutes ticked by and I remained awake, the reality of what had just occurred began to sink in. With trembling legs, I got out of bed and made my way to the attic stairs. I hadn't been up there since Sarah died. It was where we stored all our old memories, photo albums, keepsakes, things too painful to look at now but too precious to throw away. The attic was dusty and cluttered, moonlight filtering through the small window casting eerie shadows. I fumbled for the light switch, wincing as the harsh bulb flickered to life. Where would this box be? And what was so important about it? I spent what felt like hours searching, going through old cardboard boxes and trunks, each one bringing back bittersweet memories of my life with Sarah. Just as I was about to give up, convinced I'd imagined the whole thing, I saw it. Tucked away in the corner, partially hidden by an old quilt, was a small wooden box I didn't recognize. It was intricately carved with strange symbols, unlike anything Sarah and I had ever owned. With shaking hands, I picked it up. The moment my fingers touched the wood, a jolt of electricity seemed to run through me. The room spun, and for a moment, I thought I saw Sarah standing in the corner, her eyes wide and pleading. But when I blinked, she was gone. I carried the box downstairs, setting it on the kitchen table. It was locked, with no visible keyhole. The symbols carved into its surface seemed to shift and change as I looked at them, making my head spin. "Okay, Sarah," I muttered, running my hands through my hair. "I found the box. Now what?" As if in answer, the radio in the bedroom crackled to life again. I raced back, nearly tripping over my own feet in my haste. "Jack," Sarah's voice came through, weaker now. "You found it. Good. Listen carefully. The box? It's a gateway, a bridge between worlds. Our world and others." I gripped the radio tightly. "What are you talking about? Sarah, where are you?" "I'm trapped," she said, her voice fading in and out. "When I died, I didn't move on. I was pulled into another reality, a parallel world. And I'm not the only one. There are others here, lost souls caught between worlds." My mind struggled to comprehend what she was saying. Parallel worlds. Lost souls. It sounded like something out of one of my novels, not real life. "The box can open a portal," Sarah continued, "but it needs a key, a specific frequency. That's why I'm able to reach you through the radio, but it's not enough. You need to amplify the signal." "How?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. "Tell me what to do, Sarah. I'll do anything." There was a long pause, filled only with static. When Sarah's voice returned, it was barely a whisper. "The lake, where we first met. Take the box there at sunrise. The water, it amplifies the frequency. But be careful, Jack. Opening the portal. It's dangerous. Others might try to come through. Dark things." Her voice was fading fast now. "I love you, Jack. Remember that. No matter what happens. Find me. Bring me home." And then she was gone, leaving me alone in the silence of my bedroom. I sat there for a long time, the radio clutched to my chest, tears streaming down my face. Part of me still couldn't believe this was real. But a larger part, the part that had never stopped loving Sarah, never stopped missing her, knew what I had to do. As the first light of dawn began to creep through the windows, I packed a bag, the box, some food, a flashlight, and an old photo of Sarah and me at the lake where we'd first met. It seemed like a lifetime ago now. The drive to the lake was surreal. The world looked the same as it always had, people going about their morning routines, unaware that reality as we knew it was about to be challenged. I clutched the steering wheel, my knuckles white, the box sitting ominously on the passenger seat beside me. I reached the lake just as the sun was peeking over the horizon. The water was still mirror-like, reflecting the pink and gold of the dawn sky. It was beautiful, peaceful, a stark contrast to the turmoil in my heart. With the box in my hands, I waded into the cool water. I'm not sure what I expected to happen. A flash of light, a crack of thunder, something dramatic. But as I stood there, water lapping at my waist, nothing seemed to change. "Come on," I muttered, turning the box over in my hands. "Work, damn you. Give me back my wife." As if triggered by my words, the symbols on the box began to glow. The water around me started to churn, small waves lapping at my chest. The sky darkened, clouds rolling in from nowhere. The box grew hot in my hands, the symbols pulsing with an otherworldly light. I could hear whispers on the wind, 1,000 voices calling out at once. Among them, I could just make out Sarah's voice. "Jack, I'm here. I'm so close." But there were other voices too. Dark, menacing whispers that made my skin crawl. I remembered Sarah's warning about dangerous things trying to come through. The water was spinning now, a whirlpool forming around me. The box vibrated violently, the symbols blazing so bright I had to squint. I could feel something building, a pressure in the air like just before a lightning strike. In that moment, I had a choice to make. I could drop the box, end this madness, and go back to my safe, lonely existence. Or I could push forward, risk everything to bring Sarah back, knowing I might unleash God knows what on the world in the process. I thought of Sarah, of her laugh, her smile, the way she could light up a room just by walking into it. I thought of the life we'd had, and the life we could have again. "I'm coming, Sarah," I shouted over the roar of the wind and water. "Hold on." I plunged the box into the center of the whirlpool. There was a blinding flash of light, a sound like reality itself tearing apart, and then darkness. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on the shore of the lake. The box was gone, the water calm once more. Had it all been a dream? But then I saw her, Sarah, standing at the edge of the water, looking exactly as she had the day she died. She smiled at me, that radiant smile I'd missed so much, and held out her hand. As I stood up, my legs shaky, I noticed something else. Shapes moving in the mist that now covered the lake. Dark, twisted forms that seemed to shift and change as I looked at them. A chill ran down my spine as I realized what I'd done. I'd opened a door, and while I'd brought Sarah back, I'd let other things through too. Things that didn't belong in our world. Sarah's voice, tinged with both love and sadness, broke through my thoughts. "Oh, Jack, what have we done?" I took her hand, solid and warm and real, and pulled her close. Whatever was coming, whatever nightmares I'd unleashed, we'd face it together, because that's what we'd always done. As we turned to leave the lake, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The world had changed, reality had shifted, and it was all because of my love for Sarah. I just hoped that love would be enough to save us, and the world, from what was to come. The world shifted beneath my feet as I stepped out of the convenience store. One moment, I was clutching a bag of chips and a soda, ready to head home after a late-night snack run. The next, I found myself standing in the middle of a bustling city street I didn't recognize, surrounded by people dressed in clothes that looked straight out of the 1950s. My heart raced as I spun around, trying to make sense of what had just happened. It wasn't just the scenery that had changed. I could feel it in my bones. Somehow, impossibly, I had traveled through time. I'm Alex, 28, a software developer with a penchant for sci-fi novels and a decidedly uneventful life. Or at least, it was uneventful until that fateful night when reality decided to play a cruel joke on me. As I stood there, frozen in shock, a man in a fedora bumped into me. "Watch where you're going, buddy," he grumbled, tipping his hat before disappearing into the crowd. I blinked, half expecting the illusion to shatter, for the world to right itself. But nothing changed. The neon signs of unfamiliar shops glowed in the twilight. The air smelled different, cleaner, with a hint of something I couldn't quite place. And the sounds, the gentle rumble of old car engines, the click-clack of women's heels on pavement, the distant strains of what sounded like a live jazz band. I looked down at myself, almost afraid of what I might see, but my jeans and t-shirt were gone, replaced by high-waisted trousers and a button-up shirt. The bag of chips had transformed into a neatly folded newspaper. The date at the top caught my eye. May 15th, 1955. "This can't be happening," I muttered, earning a few strange looks from passers-by. I needed to think, to figure out what was going on and how to get back to my own time. But first, I needed to blend in. Drawing attention to myself in a time I didn't belong in seemed like a spectacularly bad idea. I started walking, trying to mimic the confident stride of the men around me. The city, while unfamiliar, had a layout that felt almost intuitive, as if I'd been here before, in another life. I found myself turning corners without thinking, my feet carrying me to a small park I somehow knew would be there. Sitting on a bench, I unfolded the newspaper, hoping to glean some information about where and when I was. The headlines spoke of events I vaguely remembered from history classes: the Cold War, McCarthy's investigations, Elvis Presley's rise to fame. It was all so surreal, seeing history laid out before me as current events. As I read, a realization slowly dawned on me. The city I was in, it was my city, the same one I'd lived in all my life, just 65 years in the past. The park I was sitting in would one day become the site of the office building I worked in. The thought made my head spin. "Excuse me, sir," a voice startled me out of my thoughts. I looked up to see a young woman standing before me, her red hair curled perfectly, her dress the epitome of 1950s fashion. "I hate to bother you, but you look a bit lost. Are you all right?" For a moment, I couldn't speak. There was something eerily familiar about her face, like a painting I'd seen 100 times but never really looked at. I'm fine," I managed to stammer out. "Just a bit turned around, I suppose." She smiled, and suddenly it hit me. The old photo album my grandmother kept, filled with pictures of her youth. This woman was the spitting image of my grandmother as a young woman, but that was impossible, wasn't it? "I'm Margaret," she said, extending her hand. "Margaret Collins. I'd be happy to help you find your way, Mr. "Alex," I said, taking her hand automatically. "Alex Foster." I froze as soon as the words left my mouth. Foster was my grandmother's married name. Collins was her maiden name. This couldn't be a coincidence. Margaret's eyes widened slightly. "Foster? Any relation to James Foster?" "He works down at the factory with my father." James Foster, my grandfather, who, if my family stories were correct, wouldn't meet my grandmother for another month at a local dance. My mind raced. If this was really happening, if I had somehow traveled back in time, then I was looking at my grandmother before she met my grandfather, before the events that would lead to my very existence took place. The implications were staggering. "No relation," I lied, my mouth dry. "Just a common name, I suppose." Margaret nodded, though she looked a bit disappointed. "Well, Mr. Foster, where are you trying to get to? I know this city like the back of my hand." I hesitated. What could I say? That I was trying to get back to the year 2020. That I had no idea how I'd gotten here or how to get back. In the end, I settled for a half-truth. "I'm not really sure. I'm new in town, just trying to get my bearings." "Well then," Margaret said, her smile brightening. "Why don't I show you around? There's a lovely little diner just around the corner. We could grab a coffee, and I could tell you all about our fair city." Every instinct I had was screaming that this was a bad idea. I shouldn't interact with people from the past, especially not my own grandmother. Who knew what kind of paradoxes I could create? But at the same time, I was lost, confused, and Margaret was the only friendly face in this strange, familiar world. "That sounds great," I heard myself say. "Lead the way." As we walked to the diner, Margaret chatted amiably about the city, pointing out landmarks and sharing little historical tidbits. I found myself relaxing despite the bizarre situation. She was easy to talk to, with a sharp wit that often caught me off guard. I could see echoes of the grandmother I knew in her mannerisms, in the way she laughed. The diner was like something out of a movie set. Checkered floors, red vinyl booths, a jukebox in the corner playing Buddy Holly. We slid into a booth, and a waitress with a high ponytail took our order. 2 coffees, some black. "So, Alex," Margaret said once we were alone, "what brings you to our little corner of the world?" I hesitated, trying to come up with a plausible story. "I'm a writer," I said, the lie coming easily. "Traveling around, gathering inspiration for my next novel." Margaret's eyes lit up. "A writer? How exciting. What kind of stories do you write?" "Science fiction, mostly," I said, unable to help the ironic smile that tugged at my lips. "Time travel, parallel universes, that sort of thing." "Oh, I love those kinds of stories," Margaret exclaimed. "Have you read Ray Bradbury's new book, The Martian Chronicles? It's simply fascinating." And just like that, we were off, discussing books and authors, some I knew, and some I'd never heard of. Margaret was well-read and insightful, her opinions on literature far ahead of her time. I found myself forgetting, for moments at a time, the impossible situation I was in. But reality had a way of asserting itself. As we talked, I noticed things changing around us. Subtly at first, the song on the jukebox would skip, repeating a phrase. The coffee in our cups would suddenly be full again, despite us having drunk it. Then more noticeably, patrons would flicker, like old film reels, sometimes disappearing altogether. Margaret didn't seem to notice, continuing our conversation as if nothing was amiss. But I could feel a growing sense of unease, a prickling at the back of my neck that told me something was very, very wrong. "Margaret," I said, interrupting her mid-sentence about Asimov's Foundation series, "I need to go. Now." She blinked, surprised by my sudden urgency. "Oh, all right. Is everything okay?" I stood up, the world around me seeming to waver like a mirage. "I'm not sure," I said honestly. "But I think I need to find my way home." Margaret stood as well, concern etched on her face. "At least let me help you. Where are you staying?" I shook my head, backing away. The diner was dissolving around us, reality fraying at the edges. "You can't. I'm sorry, Margaret. It was wonderful meeting you. I hope you have a great life." And with that, I turned and ran. Out of the diner, down streets that were becoming less and less solid with each step. I could hear Margaret calling after me, but her voice was distorted, echoing as if from a great distance. The world spun around me, a kaleidoscope of different times and places. I saw flashes of the city as it changed through the decades. Buildings rose and fell in the blink of an eye. Cars evolved from classic models to sleek, modern designs. And then, suddenly, I was back, standing in front of the convenience store, chips and soda in hand, the world of 2020, solid and real around me. I gasped, dropping to my knees on the sidewalk, my heart pounding. Had it all been a dream? A hallucination? But it had felt so real. The textures, the smells, the taste of the coffee. Margaret's smile. As I caught my breath, I noticed something in my hand. A small, folded piece of paper that hadn't been there before. With trembling fingers, I opened it. Inside was a note, written in elegant, feminine script. To the time-traveling writer, "I hope you found your way home. Your secret is safe with me. Perhaps our paths will cross again someday. Until then." Keep writing those wonderful stories. Margaret. I stared at the note, my mind reeling. It was real, all of it. Somehow, impossibly, I had traveled back in time and met my grandmother as a young woman, and she had known, or at least suspected, the truth. As I made my way home, clutching the note like a lifeline, I couldn't help but wonder, had this encounter somehow influenced my grandmother's life? Had it led her to meet my grandfather at that dance? Had my accidental journey through time been the very thing that ensured my own existence? I may never know the answers to these questions, but one thing was certain. I had a story to write. A story about time travel, impossible encounters, and the intricate, beautiful web of causality that connects us all across the ages. And who knows, maybe someday, in some distant future or long-forgotten past, someone will read my story and recognize a truth hidden between the lines. A truth about the fluid nature of time and the enduring power of human connection. Until then, I'll keep writing, and I'll never look at my grandmother's old photos the same way again. The first time I saw my doppelganger, I thought I was losing my mind. It was a Tuesday morning. Nothing special about it. As I stood in line at my favorite coffee shop, I glanced at my reflection in the glass display case, absently checking my hair, when I noticed something odd. My reflection wasn't mimicking my movements. It was staring right at me, a slight smirk on its face. I blinked hard, sure I was seeing things. When I looked again, my reflection was normal, copying my bewildered expression perfectly. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I'm Claire, 35, a high school English teacher with a perfectly ordinary life. Or at least, it was ordinary until that morning when reality decided to play tricks on me. I tried to brush off the incident as lack of sleep or too much grading, but over the next few days, I kept catching glimpses of, well, myself. In store windows, rear-view mirrors, even the blank screen of my turned-off phone. Each time, it was just for a split second. My reflection moving independently, smiling at me, sometimes even waving. But whenever I looked directly at it, everything snapped back to normal. I didn't dare tell anyone. Who would believe me? I could barely believe it myself. I started avoiding mirrors, keeping my eyes down when I passed reflective surfaces. But it was hard to escape your own reflection in a world full of glass and screens. A week after the first incident, I was staying late at school, grading papers in my classroom. The sun had set, leaving the room dimly lit by my desk lamp. I was just about to pack up when movement caught my eye. I looked up at the darkened windows, and there I was, standing on the other side of the glass, looking in. I froze, my heart pounding. This wasn't a fleeting glimpse or a trick of the light. My doppelganger was there, clear as day, watching me with an expression of curious amusement. "Who are you?" I whispered, not really expecting an answer. To my shock, it spoke. Its lips moved, and though no sound came through the glass, I could read the words clearly. "I'm you, of course, just from the other side." I stood up slowly, my legs shaky. The other side of what? I smiled. Reality. The barrier between worlds is thin here. Thinner in some places than others. Your classroom happens to be one of those places. My mind reeled. This couldn't be happening. Parallel worlds. It was like something out of a sci-fi novel, not my real life. Why are you here? Why can I see you? The other me shrugged. Curiosity, mostly. In my world, I'm a physicist studying quantum realities. When I realized I could see through to your world, well, I couldn't resist reaching out. "But why me? Why now?" I asked, stepping closer to the window despite my fear. "Because you're me," it said simply. "The connection is strongest between counterparts. As for why now, well, that's a bit more complicated. Let's just say the walls between our realities are weakening. It's becoming easier to cross over." A chill ran down my spine at those words. Cross over? You mean you can come through? The other Claire's smile widened. Not yet, but soon. Very soon. Before I could respond, the image flickered and vanished, leaving me staring at my own pale, frightened reflection. I didn't sleep that night. My mind was a whirlwind of questions and fears. What did it mean that the barriers between worlds were weakening? What would happen if they broke down completely? And most pressingly, what did my doppelganger want? The next few days passed in a haze of anxiety and hypervigilance. I jumped at every unexpected reflection, half expecting to see my other self staring back. But there was nothing. No smirking reflections, no independent movements, just normal, everyday mirrors showing my increasingly haggard face. I began to wonder if I had imagined the whole thing. Stress, lack of sleep, and overactive imagination. Surely there were logical explanations for what I'd experienced. I almost managed to convince myself it had all been in my head. Until Friday night. I was home alone, grading papers on the couch, when the TV suddenly turned on by itself. The screen was filled with static, but as I watched, the snow began to coalesce into a shape. My shape. "Hello, Claire," my doppelganger said, its voice coming through the TV speakers with an eerie electronic distortion. "Miss me?" I scrambled off the couch, my heart pounding. "What do you want from me?" It laughed, the sound sending shivers down my spine. "What do I want? Oh, Claire, I want what anyone wants. A chance at a different life, a better life." "What do you mean?" I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I already knew. "Your world," it said, its eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. "It's fascinating, so similar to mine in many ways, yet so different in others. I've been watching you, studying your life, and I've decided I want it." My blood ran cold. "You can't have my life, it's mine." The other Claire smirked. "Is it, though? Are you really living it to its fullest potential? I've seen how you settle, how you let opportunities pass you by. I could do so much more with your life, Claire. I could make it extraordinary." I shook my head, backing away from the TV. "No. This is insane. You can't just take over someone else's life." "Can I?" It challenged. "The barriers are weak, Claire. Weaker than they've ever been. And I'm not the only one who's noticed. There are others, in countless parallel worlds, all looking for a way through, a way to start over, to have a second chance at life." The implications of what it was saying hit me like a physical blow. If what my doppelganger was saying was true, then it wasn't just my life at stake. It was everyone's. The entire world was at risk of being, what? Invaded, replaced. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, my voice shaking. The other Claire's expression softened slightly. "Because you're me, Claire. In another life, another reality. I owe you the courtesy of an explanation, at least, and a choice." "A choice?" She nodded. "You can fight this, try to stop it, or you can accept it. Step aside willingly and let me take your place. If you do, I promise to make the most of your life, to achieve all the things you've been too afraid to reach for." I stared at the screen, at this version of myself that was so similar, yet so fundamentally different. The offer was tempting, in a twisted way, to step aside, to let someone else deal with the stress and responsibilities of my life. But the cost was too high. "No," I said, surprised by the strength in my voice. "I won't let you take my life, and I won't let you or anyone else invade our world. I'll find a way to stop this." The other Claire sighed, looking almost disappointed. "I thought you might say that. It's what I would do after all. But remember, Claire, I'm not the only one trying to cross over, and not all of them will be as courteous as I've been." With that ominous warning, the image on the screen dissolved back into static, then went black. I stood there for a long time, staring at my faint reflection in the darkened TV screen. My mind was reeling, trying to process everything I'd learned. Parallel worlds, weakening barriers, the threat of invasion from other realities. It was too much, too big for one person to handle. But I knew I couldn't ignore it. Whether I liked it or not, I was now aware of a threat that could potentially destroy everything and everyone I cared about. I had to do something. I spent the next few days researching, diving into quantum physics theories and fringe science websites. Most of it went over my head, but I began to piece together a picture of what might be happening. The idea of parallel universes wasn't new, but the concept of the barriers between them weakening, that was something else entirely. I started noticing things around town, too. Strange occurrences that I might have dismissed before, but now took on a sinister new meaning. People acting out of character, as if they weren't quite themselves. Objects appearing and disappearing inexplicably. The fabric of reality itself seemed to be fraying at the edges. A week after my conversation with my doppelganger, I made a decision. I couldn't handle this alone. I needed help, even if it meant risking being seen as crazy. I started with my best friend, Liam. We'd known each other since college, and if anyone would believe me, it would be him. To my relief, he didn't immediately call for a psychiatric evaluation when I told him everything. He was skeptical, sure, but willing to listen. Okay, he said after I'd finished my story. Let's say for a moment that this is all real. What can we do about it? We're not exactly equipped to deal with interdimensional invasions. I shook my head. I don't know. But we have to try something. Maybe if we can find the weak points, the places where the barrier is thinnest, we can, I don't know, reinforce them somehow. Liam nodded slowly. It's a start, I guess. But Claire, you have to know how this sounds. If we start talking about this publicly, people are going to think we're nuts. I know, I said, running a hand through my hair. But what choice do we have? If we do nothing, we might lose everything. And so began our unlikely quest to save our reality from interdimensional invasion. Liam and I started mapping out strange occurrences across the city. Looking for patterns, we reached out to scientists, paranormal investigators, anyone who might have insight into what was happening. Most dismissed us, of course, but a few listened. A physicist from the local university, a blogger who specialized in fringe science theories, a retired government agent who hinted at classified research into parallel universes. Slowly, we built a network of believers and experts. We started experimenting with ways to detect and possibly strengthen the barriers between realities. It was dangerous work, full of setbacks and moments of doubt, but through it all, I couldn't shake the memory of my doppelganger's words. I'm not the only one trying to cross over. The thought kept me going, even when things seemed hopeless. As I stand here now, looking out over the city I've sworn to protect, I can't help but wonder what my other self is doing. Is she still watching, waiting for her chance to take my place? Or has she found another way to cross over? I may never know the answers to these questions, but one thing is certain. I won't give up my life, my world, without a fight. And neither will the team of unlikely heroes I've gathered around me. The battle for our reality has only just begun, and I intend to win. The tattoo on my arm began to move the day my wife disappeared. I'd gotten it on our honeymoon, a simple design of intertwined vines that wrapped around my bicep. But as I stood in our empty kitchen, the note from Sarah still clutched in my trembling hand, I watched in disbelief as the vines started to writhe and twist, forming themselves into words. Find me. I'm Jake, 32, an accountant with a penchant for routine and a deep-seated fear of the unknown. Or at least, I was geared until the day my perfectly ordinary life shattered into 1,000 impossible pieces. Sarah and I had been married for 5 years. We were happy, or so I thought. There had been no signs, no warnings, Just a hastily scribbled note on the kitchen counter. "I'm sorry, Jake. I can't explain, but I have to go. Please don't look for me. Sarah." But how could I not look for her, especially when my own skin was urging me to do just that? I rubbed my eyes, certain I was hallucinating. But when I looked again, the words were still there, etched into my skin as clearly as if they'd been there all along. As I watched, the vines shifted again, forming a new message. The old oak, midnight. My mind reeled. This couldn't be happening. Tattoos didn't move, didn't change. And yet, the evidence was right there on my arm, impossible to ignore. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, going through the motions of calling Sarah's friends and family, filing a missing persons report with the police. But my eyes kept straying to my arm, watching as the vines periodically rearranged themselves into that same urgent message, the old oak, midnight. I knew the tree it was referring to. It stood at the edge of the park where Sarah and I had our first date. We'd carved our initials into its trunk, a cheesy, romantic gesture that had made us both laugh. As midnight approached, I found myself driving to the park, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and anticipation. The rational part of my brain screamed that this was madness, following the instructions of a magically moving tattoo. It was absurd, but the part of me that loved Sarah, that couldn't bear the thought of never seeing her again, pushed me forward. The park was deserted when I arrived, bathed in the eerie glow of a full moon. The old oak loomed ahead, its gnarled branches casting strange shadows on the ground. As I approached, I saw something glinting at the base of the tree. It was a key, old and ornate. It looked like it belonged in a museum rather than buried in the dirt of a public park. As I picked it up, my tattoo shifted again. This time, it formed an address, 42 Willow Street. I knew that street. It was in the old part of town, lined with Victorian houses that had seen better days. Without hesitation, I got back in my car and drove. The house at 42 Willow Street was a dilapidated mansion, its paint peeling, its windows dark and lifeless. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. But as I walked up the creaky steps of the porch, key in hand, I noticed something odd. There were no cobwebs, no accumulation of leaves or debris. It was as if the house was frozen in time, waiting for something, or someone. The key fit perfectly in the lock. As I turned it, I heard a series of clicks and whirs, like the mechanisms of a giant clock springing to life. The door swung open silently, revealing a pitch-black interior. I stepped inside, my phone's flashlight cutting a weak beam through the darkness. The air was thick with the musty smell of old books and something else, something I couldn't quite place. It smelled like ozone, like the air after a lightning strike. My tattoo writhed again, and I watched as it formed a new message. Second floor, the blue door. I made my way up the creaking stairs, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would wake the whole neighborhood. The second floor was a long hallway lined with doors. All of them were a faded brown color, except for one at the very end. It was a vibrant blue, as if it had been freshly painted. As I approached the blue door, I heard something from the other side. A faint humming like machinery, and underneath that, a voice. Sarah's voice. I burst through the door without thinking, and the world seemed to tilt on its axis. The room beyond was no room at all, but a swirling vortex of color and light. And there, in the center of it all, was Sarah. She was suspended in midair, her eyes closed, her body glowing with an otherworldly light. Around her, strange symbols and equations floated, constantly shifting and rearranging themselves. "Sarah!" I called out, my voice seeming to echo strangely in the impossible space. Her eyes snapped open, and for a moment, I saw something in them that wasn't Sarah. Something ancient and vast and utterly inhuman. Then she blinked, and it was gone, replaced by confusion, and then recognition. "Jake," she said, her voice sounding distant and distorted. What are you doing here? How did you find me? I held up my arm, showing her the still-moving tattoo. I had some help. Sarah, what's going on? What is this place? She looked at my arm, then back at me, a sad smile crossing her face. Oh, Jake, I'm so sorry. I never wanted you to get involved in this. Involved in what? I demanded, taking a step closer to her. The air around me felt thick, resistant, as if I was trying to move through water. Sarah sighed, and with a wave of her hand, the symbols around her disappeared. She floated gently to the ground, the glow fading from her skin. It's complicated. Do you remember when we first met? How I told you I was a grad student studying theoretical physics? I nodded, not sure where this was going. Well, that wasn't entirely true, she continued. I am a physicist, but not the kind you're thinking of. I'm part of a secret organization that studies and monitors the boundaries between realities. I stared at her, sure I had misheard. Boundaries between what? Realities, Jake, parallel universes, alternate timelines. They're all real, and they're all connected. And sometimes, the boundaries between them start to break down. As if to illustrate her point, she gestured around us. I realized with a start that what I had taken for a vortex was actually a view of multiple realities, all overlapping and intersecting. I saw versions of our city where the buildings were made of crystal, where the sky was green, where people flew instead of walked. This house, Sarah explained, is a nexus point, a place where the boundaries are particularly thin. We use it to monitor and, when necessary, repair the barriers between worlds. My mind was reeling. This was too much, too impossible to take in. And yet, I couldn't deny the evidence of my own eyes. But why did you leave? Why couldn't you tell me about this? Sarah's eyes filled with tears. Because something's gone wrong, Jake. The boundaries are collapsing faster than we can repair them. If we don't find a way to stop it, all of reality, every version of our world and countless others, will collide. The results would be catastrophic. I looked around at the swirling chaos of realities, trying to comprehend the scale of what she was saying. And you think you can stop it? By yourself? She shook her head. Not by myself, no. But I'm the only one who can access the Nexus core, the heart of the intersection between realities. It's tied to my DNA somehow. That's why I had to leave. I have to try to stabilize things from the inside. I took another step towards her, fighting against the resistance of the air. Then let me help you. Whatever this is, whatever you're facing, we can face it together. Sarah looked at me, hope and fear warring in her eyes. Jake, you don't understand. If I fail, if we can't stop the collapse, I'll be erased from existence, not just dead, but gone from every reality, every timeline. It will be as if I never existed at all. The implications of what she was saying hit me like a physical blow. A world without Sarah, without even the memory of her. It was unthinkable. All the more reason for me to help, I said, surprising myself with the firmness in my voice. I don't understand all of this, Sarah. Parallel universes, collapsing realities. It's beyond me. But I understand you. I love you. And I'm not letting you face this alone. As if in response to my words, my tattoo shifted again. The vines expanded, covering my entire arm in an intricate pattern of symbols and equations. I recognized some of them from the ones that had been floating around Sarah earlier. Sarah's eyes widened as she saw it. Jake, do you know what this means? I shook my head, staring at my arm in wonder and confusion. It means you're connected to the Nexus too, she said, a hint of awe in her voice. Somehow, when we got married, when our lives intertwined, we became anchors for reality itself, I finished, the knowledge suddenly there in my mind as if it had always been. Sarah nodded, a smile breaking through her tears. We can do this, Jake. together. But you have to understand, if we fail, we'll both be erased. Everything we are, everything we could have been, gone. I looked at her, this amazing, impossible woman who had turned my world upside down. Then I looked at the swirling chaos of realities around us, each one a world of possibilities, of lives unlived and choices unmade. In that moment, I knew there was only one choice I could make. I reached out and took Sarah's hand, feeling a surge of energy as our fingers intertwined. "Then we better not fail," I said. As we turned to face the heart of the nexus, the vortex of realities swirling around us, I felt a mix of terror and exhilaration. This wasn't the life I had imagined for myself. It wasn't safe or predictable or ordinary. But as I stood there, hand in hand with the woman I loved, ready to fight for the fate of all reality, I realized something. This impossible, terrifying, wondrous moment. This was living, really living. And whatever came next, whatever challenges we faced, I knew one thing for certain. Sarah and I would face them together, anchors in the storm of reality itself. The vortex engulfed us, and our journey to save existence itself began. The day I ceased to exist began like any other. I woke up, showered, and headed to work, blissfully unaware that by lunchtime, no one would remember I had ever been born. It started small. The barista at my regular coffee shop didn't recognize me. Annoying, but not alarming. Then my key card wouldn't work at the office. Frustrating, but these things happen. It wasn't until my best friend of 15 years looked right through me in the elevator that I realized something was terribly, impossibly wrong. I was Mark Stevens, 34 years old, marketing executive, amateur photographer, and apparently, a man who never existed. As I stood in the elevator, watching my friend Chad chat animatedly with a coworker about plans for the weekend, plans we had made together, I felt a chill run down my spine. "Chad," I said, waving a hand in front of his face. No response. It was as if I wasn't even there. Panic rising in my throat, I bolted out of the elevator as soon as the doors opened. I ran to my desk, only to find someone else's belongings there. Photos of a family I didn't recognize. A nameplate reading Jessica Chen. "Excuse me," I said to the woman sitting in my chair. "I think there's been some mistake. This is my desk." She looked up, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I'm sorry. Who are you? How did you get in here?" "I'm Mark Stevens," I said, my voice rising with hysteria. "I've worked here for 5 years. This is my desk." The woman, Jessica, apparently, looked alarmed. She called out to security, and within moments, I found myself being escorted out of the building. My protests fell on deaf ears. As far as they were concerned, I was a stranger, a potential threat. Out on the street, I pulled out my phone with shaking hands. I needed to call someone, to prove I existed. But as I scrolled through my contacts, my heart sank. The list was empty. No family, no friends, not even the pizza place I ordered from every Friday night. I walked aimlessly, my mind reeling. How was this possible? How could an entire life just disappear? I'd had a family, friends, a career. I'd made an impact on the world, hadn't I? As I passed a storefront window, something caught my eye. Or rather, the lack of something. I couldn't see my reflection. I stepped closer, waving my hand in front of the glass. Nothing. It was as if I wasn't there at all. A horrible thought occurred to me. What if I wasn't? What if I had somehow been erased from existence? The idea was so absurd, so terrifying, that I almost laughed. But the evidence was mounting. No one could see or hear me. I had no reflection. My entire life had been wiped away as if it had never happened. I spent the rest of the day trying to get anyone, anyone at all to acknowledge my existence. I shouted at passersby, tried to grab people's arms, even attempted to steal a hot dog from a street vendor. Nothing worked. My hands passed through objects and people alike. I was, for all intents and purposes, a ghost. As night fell, I found myself back at my apartment building, or what used to be my apartment building. My key didn't work, of course. Through the window, I could see a young couple in what had been my living room, cuddled up on a couch I didn't recognize, watching a movie. Exhausted and overwhelmed, I sank down on the stoop. What was happening to me? Was I dead? In a coma? Had my entire life been a dream, and I was only now waking up? As I sat there, wallowing in existential despair, I noticed something odd. A man across the street was staring directly at me, not through me, like everyone else had been doing all day, but at me. He was older, probably in his 60s, with wild gray hair and thick-rimmed glasses. Hope surged through me. I stood up, waving frantically at the man. To my amazement, he waved back, then beckoned me to follow him. Without hesitation, I ran across the street. As I approached, the man turned and started walking briskly down the sidewalk. I followed, having to jog to keep up with his surprisingly quick pace. "Wait," I called out. "Please, can you tell me what's going on? Why can you see me when no one else can?" The man glanced back at me, a wry smile on his face. "All in good time, my boy. All in good time. First, we need to get somewhere safe." "Safe? Safe from what?" He didn't answer, just kept walking. After several blocks, he turned down an alley I'd never noticed before, despite having lived in this neighborhood for years. At the end of the alley was a door that seemed to shimmer slightly, as if it wasn't quite solid. The man pulled out a key that looked more like a small electronic device than anything that would fit in a lock. He waved it in front of the door, which swung open silently. "After you," he said, gesturing for me to enter. I hesitated. Following a strange man into a mysterious door in an alley I'd never seen before seemed like a spectacularly bad idea. But then again, I was already having the worst day of my non-existent life. How much worse could it get? I stepped through the door and found myself in what looked like a cross between a mad scientist's laboratory and a library. Books and strange mechanical devices cluttered every surface. Holographic displays flickered in midair, showing complex equations and diagrams I couldn't begin to understand. The man followed me in, closing the door behind us. As soon as it shut, I felt a change in the air, like a shift in pressure. Suddenly, I could see my reflection in a nearby mirror. I was visible again. "Welcome to the null zone," the man said, extending his hand. "I'm Dr. Emmett Caldwell, and you, my dear boy, are in quite the pickle." I shook his hand, relief flooding through me at the simple act of physical contact. "I'm Mark Stevens, or I don't know anymore. What's happening to me, Dr. Caldwell?" He sighed, running a hand through his wild hair. "It's a long and complicated story, Mark, but the short version is this. You've been temporally dislocated." I blinked at him. "I've been... what?" "Temporally dislocated," he repeated. "Removed from your proper place in the timeline. It happens sometimes, usually due to paradoxes or significant alterations to the past. The universe, you see, doesn't like inconsistencies. When they occur, it tends to smooth them out." "By erasing people from existence?" I asked, my voice rising in disbelief. Dr. Caldwell nodded solemnly. "I'm afraid so. It's a rare occurrence, but not unheard of. I've been studying the phenomenon for decades." My head was spinning. Time paradoxes, alterations to the past. It sounded like something out of a science fiction novel. But how? Why me? "That," Dr. Caldwell said, moving to one of the holographic displays, "is what we need to figure out. Something has changed in your past, Mark. Something significant enough to negate your entire existence." He tapped a few keys, and a timeline appeared in the air. This is your life, or rather, what your life should have been. We need to find the point of divergence, the moment where things changed. I stared at the glowing line, tracing the major events of my life: my birth, my first day of school, graduation, my first job, and then, about 5 years ago, the line simply stopped. There, Dr. Caldwell said, pointing to the end of the line. That's where the change occurred. Something happened 5 years ago that altered the course of your life so drastically that it erased your future. But what? I asked, racking my brain for any significant events from that time. 5 years ago, I was just starting my job at the marketing firm. Nothing world-changing happened. Dr. Caldwell stroked his chin thoughtfully. It may not have seemed world-changing to you, but clearly it was. Think, Mark. Was there any decision you made? Any chance encounter that might have had far-reaching consequences? I closed my eyes, trying to remember. 5 years ago, and then it hit me. The coffee shop, I said, my eyes snapping open. I started going to a new coffee shop near the office. That's where I met my girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend, I guess. Ah, Dr. Caldwell said, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. A romantic entanglement. Those often have more significant ripple effects than we realize. Tell me about this girlfriend. Her name is Sarah, I said, the memories flooding back. We dated for about a year. It didn't work out, but we stayed friends. She introduced me to my best friend, Chad, and she recommended me for the promotion I got last year. Dr. Caldwell nodded, inputting data into his system. Yes, I see it now. This Sarah was a nexus point in your timeline. Meeting her set off a chain of events that led to your life as you knew it. But now, it's as if we never met. I finished, the realization dawning on me. But why? What changed? That, Dr. Caldwell said, is what we need to find out. And more importantly, we need to fix it. The good news is, you're not completely erased yet. You're in a state of temporal flux. If we can restore the original timeline, we can bring you back into existence. Hope surged through me. How do we do that? Dr. Caldwell grinned, a manic gleam in his eye. Why, with time travel, of course. We're going to send you back to that fateful day, Mark. You're going to make sure you meet Sarah and set your timeline back on its proper course. I stared at him, waiting for the punchline, but it never came. Time travel, I said flatly. You're serious. Deadly serious, he replied, already moving around the lab, gathering equipment. It's not without risks, mind you. Meddling with time is dangerous business. But in your case, my boy, I'd say the benefits far outweigh the risks. After all, what have you got to lose? As I watched Dr. Caldwell prepare what appeared to be an honest-to-God time machine, I couldn't help but laugh. This morning, I had been a normal guy with a normal life. Now, I was a man who didn't exist, preparing to travel through time to save my own future. All right, I said, a mix of fear and excitement churning in my gut. Let's do this. Let's save my existence. Dr. Caldwell beamed at me, handing me what looked like a wristwatch on steroids. That's the spirit. Now, remember, you must ensure that you meet Sarah. Don't change anything else. The slightest alteration could have catastrophic consequences. I nodded, strapping the device to my wrist. Meet Sarah. Don't change anything else. Got it. As Dr. Caldwell began the activation sequence, a thought occurred to me. Dr. Caldwell, I said, how did you know to find me? How did you know I'd been temporally dislocated? He paused, a sad smile crossing his face. Because, my dear boy, I've been where you are. Many years ago, I too was erased from time. The first sign that something was terribly wrong came when my son's eyes flickered to a deep, unnatural black. It lasted only a moment, barely long enough for me to register what I'd seen, but it sent a chill down my spine that I couldn't shake. I told myself I was imagining things, that I was just tired from another sleepless night. But deep down, I knew. My sweet 6-year-old Tommy wasn't himself anymore, and I was the only one who seemed to notice. I'm Sarah, 35, a single mom and pediatric nurse. I've seen my fair share of strange illnesses and behaviors in children, but nothing could have prepared me for what was happening to my own son. It started small. Tommy had always been a bit of an introvert, but lately, he'd become almost completely withdrawn. He stopped playing with his toys, instead spending hours staring blankly at the wall. When I'd try to engage him, he'd respond with short, clipped sentences that sounded nothing like my chatty little boy. I took him to his pediatrician, of course. Dr. Ramirez had been Tommy's doctor since he was born, and I trusted her completely. But after a thorough examination, she found nothing wrong. "Kids go through phases, Sarah," she said, her kind eyes crinkling with a reassuring smile. "Tommy's physical health is perfect. Maybe he's just processing some big emotions. Give it time." But I couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just a phase, especially after the eye incident. It happened again a few days later. I was tucking Tommy into bed, leaning in to kiss his forehead, when his eyes suddenly went black. This time, I was sure of what I'd seen. It wasn't a trick of the light or my imagination. For a split second, my son's warm brown eyes had been replaced by fathomless pools of darkness. I jerked back, my heart pounding. "Tommy," I whispered. He blinked, and his eyes were normal again. "Yes, Mother," he replied, his voice eerily calm. Mother. He'd never called me that before. It had always been Mommy, or sometimes Mom, when he was feeling particularly grown up. Nothing, sweetheart. Good night," I managed to stammer out before practically fleeing the room. That night, I sat up for hours, researching every possible medical condition that could cause changes in eye color or behavior, but nothing fit. Nothing explained the wrongness I felt every time I looked at my son. The next morning, I called in sick to work and kept Tommy home from school. I needed to observe him, to try and make sense of what was happening. As we sat at the breakfast table, I watched him methodically cut his pancakes into perfect squares, each piece exactly the same size. He'd never been this precise before. "Tommy," I said, trying to keep my voice casual, "how are you feeling today?" He looked up at me, his face expressionless. "I am functioning within normal parameters, Mother." A chill ran down my spine. What 6-year-old talks like that? "What do you mean by that, sweetie?" I pressed. He tilted his head slightly, as if considering his words carefully. "I mean that I am operating as expected. Is that not what you wished to know?" I nodded slowly, fighting the urge to run from the room. This wasn't my son. It couldn't be. As the day wore on, Tommy's behavior became increasingly bizarre. He sorted his Legos by color and size with military precision. He sat perfectly still for hours, staring at the TV even when it wasn't turned on. And every so often, when he thought I wasn't looking, I'd catch that flicker of blackness in his eyes. By evening, I was a wreck. I'd called Dr. Ramirez again, begging for another appointment, but she couldn't see us until the next day. I'd even considered taking Tommy to the emergency room, but what would I say? My son's eyes turned black and he's acting like a robot. They'd think I was crazy. As I was putting Tommy to bed that night, steeling myself for another unsettling "good night, Mother," he suddenly grabbed my wrist. His grip was unnaturally strong for a child his age. "You know, don't you?" he said, his voice deeper than it should be. "You can see that I'm not your Tommy anymore." I froze, terror coursing through me. What are you?" I whispered. Tommy's face split into a grin that was too wide, too knowing for his young features. "We are the next step," he said. "We are the future." and we're here to prepare the way. Prepare the way for what? I asked, my voice shaking. For the others, he replied. They're coming, Sarah, and soon every child will be like me, improved, perfected. I yanked my hand away, stumbling backwards. No, I said. I don't believe you. What have you done with my son? The thing wearing Tommy's face laughed, a cold, hollow sound. Your son is still here in a way. We didn't replace him. We upgraded him. His body, his memories, they're all still here. We just removed the inefficiencies, the emotions, the human weaknesses. Tears streamed down my face as I backed towards the door. Give him back, I pleaded. Please, just give me back my son. I'm afraid that's not possible, not Tommy said. The process is irreversible and necessary. Humanity, as you know it, is obsolete. We're here to ensure your species survives the coming changes. What changes? I demanded. Who are you? Not Tommy's eyes flickered to solid black. We are the shepherds. We come from elsewhere. A place your human mind couldn't comprehend. We've seen countless civilizations rise and fall. And now, it's humanity's turn to evolve or perish. My mind reeled. This couldn't be happening. Aliens. Body snatchers. It was like something out of a sci-fi horror movie. But the evidence was right in front of me, wearing my son's face. Why children? I asked, grasping for understanding in this insane situation. They're more adaptable, not Tommy explained. Their minds are flexible, open to new ways of thinking. Adults are too set in their ways, too resistant to change. A horrible thought struck me. Are there others? Other children like you? Not Tommy nodded. Many, all over the world. The process has already begun. Soon, it will be unstoppable. I thought about Tommy's classmates, about the children I treated at the hospital. How many of them were already changed? How had we not noticed? What happens now? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Not Tommy tilted his head, considering. Now, you have a choice. You can accept the inevitable and help us, or you can resist and be left behind when humanity takes its next evolutionary step. I stared at the creature wearing my son's face, my mind racing. If what it was saying was true, then this was bigger than just Tommy. This was a threat to all of humanity. But what could I do? Who would believe me? I need time to think, I said finally. Not. Tommy nodded. Understandable, but don't take too long. The window of opportunity is closing fast. As I left Tommy's room, my legs barely supporting me, I knew I had to act fast. I couldn't let this happen to other children, to other families. But I was just one person. How could I stop something this big? I spent the night researching, digging into conspiracy theory forums and fringe science websites. Most of it was nonsense, but here and there I found threads that seemed to corroborate what not Tommy had told me. Reports of children acting strangely, of sudden personality changes, of black-eyed kids spotted in various parts of the world. By morning I had a plan. It was risky, probably insane, but it was all I had. I called Dr. Ramirez and canceled our appointment. Then I called Tommy's school and told them he was sick. Finally, I packed a bag with some clothes, all the cash I had in the house, and my laptop. When not Tommy came downstairs for breakfast, I forced myself to act normal. Hey, sweetie, I said, my voice only shaking slightly. How about we take a little trip today? Not Tommy studied me for a moment, its black eyes flickering briefly. Where are we going, Mother? It's a surprise, I said, trying to smile. Come on, let's get in the car. As we drove out of town, I could feel not Tommy watching me. It knew something was up, but it was playing along, curious to see what I would do. My plan was desperate and probably doomed to fail. I was going to find others who had noticed the changes in their children. I was going to expose what was happening, to warn the world, and somehow, some way, I was going to find a way to get my real Tommy back. As we hit the highway, heading towards an uncertain future, I glanced at not Tommy in the rearview mirror. For just a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of my real son in those eyes. A glimpse of fear, of confusion, of a little boy trapped inside his own body. "Hold on, Tommy," I whispered. "Mommy's going to fix this, I promise." The thing wearing my son's face smiled, a cold, knowing expression that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, Mother," it said, "you have no idea what you're up against." And as we drove into the unknown, I realized it was right. I had no idea what I was doing or how to fight something so far beyond my understanding. But I knew one thing for certain. I would never stop fighting for my son, for all the children at risk. Whatever these shepherds were, whatever their plans for humanity, they had made one crucial mistake. They had underestimated the love of a mother for her child. And that love, that was a force more powerful than anything in this universe or any other. The road stretched out before us, long and uncertain, but I was ready for whatever came next. Because sometimes the only way to face the impossible is to do the impossible yourself. And that's exactly what I intended to do. The old photograph fell from between the pages of my grandmother's journal, its edges yellowed with age. I picked it up, expecting to see a faded image of relatives long gone. Instead, I found myself staring at me, not just someone who looked like me, but unmistakably me, standing in front of a house I'd never seen, wearing clothes from another era. The date scrawled on the back in my grandmother's familiar handwriting. June 15th, 1943, nearly 50 years before I was born. I'm Olivia, 28, a history teacher with a passion for genealogy and a healthy skepticism for the impossible. Or at least, I was skeptical until that moment when I held proof of my own impossible existence in my hands. I'd been going through my grandmother's things after her passing, a task both melancholy and fascinating. Gran had been a keeper of secrets, a collector of stories. Her attic was a treasure trove of family history, filled with journals, letters, and photographs dating back generations. But this defied explanation. I sank into the old armchair, the photograph trembling in my hands. It wasn't just the uncanny resemblance. It was me. The small scar on my chin from a childhood bike accident. The way my left eye crinkled slightly more than my right when I smiled. Even the birthmark on my right wrist. Barely visible, but there if you knew where to look. How was this possible? Time travel. A doppelganger ancestor with an incredible genetic similarity. Or was I losing my mind, seeing patterns where none existed? I turned back to the journal the photo had fallen from, hoping for some explanation. The entry for June 15th, 1943 read, "She came again today. The strange woman who looks so much like Mother. She won't tell me her name, says it's too dangerous. But her eyes, they're kind and so sad. She told me to remember this date, said someday it would all make sense." My heart raced as I flipped through the journal, finding more entries about this mysterious woman. Each one cryptic, hinting at secrets and dangers I couldn't begin to understand. And with each entry, a growing certainty that the woman was me. But how? And more importantly, why? I spent the next few days poring over Gran's journals, piecing together a timeline of the strange woman's appearances. They spanned years, from when my grandmother was a young girl to just a few months before I was born. Always brief encounters, always with cryptic warnings or advice. One entry stood out. August 3rd, 1960. She came again, this time with urgency in her eyes. "Elizabeth," she said. She's never used my name before. "You must remember this. When the time comes, tell her about the house on Sycamore Street. Tell her everything depends on it." I don't understand, but I've learned to trust her. Whoever she is, whatever this is about, I know it's important. The house on Sycamore Street. It niggled at something in my memory. I'd heard that before, hadn't I? But where? I was so engrossed in the mystery that I almost missed the soft knock at the attic door. I looked up to see my mother standing there, concern etched on her face. "Liv? Are you okay? You've been up here for days." I hesitated. How could I explain what I'd found? Would she think I was crazy? But as I looked at her, another memory surfaced. A conversation from years ago, one I'd dismissed at the time. "Mom," I said slowly, "do you remember when I was little, and you used to tell me stories about a guardian angel? A woman who would appear to the women in our family in times of need?" My mother's face went pale. She crossed the room quickly, sinking into the chair opposite me. "Where did you hear about that? Did your grandmother tell you?" I shook my head, holding up the photograph. "I found this, and Gran's journals. Mom, the woman in the stories. It was me, wasn't it?" She took the photo with shaking hands, her eyes widening as she looked at it. "Oh my God," she whispered. "It's true, all of it. I thought they were just stories." "What were just stories?" I pressed. "Mom, what's going on?" She looked at me, tears in her eyes. "The house on Sycamore Street. Your grandmother told me about it, made me promise to tell you when the time was right. I never understood why, never really believed, but now—" "What about the house?" I asked, my heart pounding. "It's where it all started," she said, "or where it all will start." "Oh, Liv, I don't understand it myself. Your grandmother said that someday you would go back, that you would save us all." My head spun. "Go back? Save us all? From what?" As if reading my thoughts, my mother continued. "There's a family secret, Olivia. Something that's been passed down through the generations. A threat, a darkness that's been chasing our family for centuries. Your grandmother said that you were the one who would end it, that you would travel back through time to protect us, to ensure our family line continued." I stared at her, waiting for the punchline, but it never came. "Time travel," I said flatly. "You're telling me I'm destined to become a time-traveling guardian angel for our family?" She nodded, looking as bewildered as I felt. "I know how it sounds. I didn't believe it either. But the photograph, the journals. But how?" I asked. "Even if this is real, how am I supposed to travel through time?" My mother stood up, moving to the old trunk in the corner of the attic. "Your grandmother left something for you. She made me promise not to give it to you until you found the photograph on your own." She opened the trunk, pulling out a small wooden box. It was intricately carved with symbols I didn't recognize, humming with a faint energy I could feel even from across the room. "She called it the Chronos key," my mother said, handing me the box. "She said you'd know what to do when the time came." I took the box, my hands trembling slightly. As soon as my fingers touched the wood, I felt a jolt of something. Knowledge, memory, destiny. I'm not sure what to call it. But suddenly, I knew. I knew how to use the key, knew the responsibility that had been placed on my shoulders. Images flashed through my mind, my ancestors in moments of peril, me appearing just in time to save them. A dark force, ancient and malevolent, constantly threatening to erase my family from existence. And at the center of it all, the house on Sycamore Street, where it all began. I looked up at my mother, seeing the mixture of fear and pride in her eyes. "It's real," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "All of it. And I have to go, don't I?" She nodded, tears spilling down her cheeks. "Your grandmother said you'd know when it was time, that the key would activate when the threat was greatest." As if on cue, the box in my hands began to glow, the symbols etched into its surface lighting up one by one. "I guess that's now," I said, a hysterical laugh bubbling up in my throat. "How does one prepare to become a time-traveling protector?" What do you pack for a journey through history? My mind raced with questions, with fears, with the enormous weight of the responsibility I was about to undertake. But beneath it all was a sense of rightness. As impossible as it seemed, I knew this was my path. The woman in the photograph, me, had been preparing for this moment my entire life. Every history lesson, every family story, every inexplicable feeling of déjà vu, it had all been leading to this. I stood up, the Chronos key humming in my hands. I don't know how long I'll be gone, I said to my mother, or if I'll even come back to this exact moment, but I promise I'll do whatever it takes to keep our family safe. My mother pulled me into a fierce hug. I know you will, she said. You already have. As I held her, I felt the energy from the key intensifying. The attic around us began to blur, reality itself seeming to waver. I love you, Mom, I said, my voice fading as the time vortex began to pull me in. I love you too, sweetheart, she replied, her voice sounding distant. Give 'em hell. And with that, I was falling through time, hurtling towards the house on Sycamore Street and the destiny that awaited me there. The impossible had become my reality, and the greatest adventure of my lives, was about to begin. As the swirling energies of the time stream engulfed me, I clutched the Chronos key tightly, anchoring myself to my purpose. I didn't know exactly what challenges lay ahead, what dark forces I would face, but I knew one thing for certain. I would protect my family through all the twists and turns of history, no matter the cost. After all, I had already done it. The photograph was proof of that. Now, I just had to live up to the legend I had apparently already become. Time travel, family secrets, ancient evils. Just another day in the life of Olivia Spencer, history teacher turned temporal guardian. Let the adventure begin. The moment I stepped into my childhood bedroom, I knew something was terribly wrong. It wasn't just the layer of dust coating every surface or the musty smell of a room long unopened. It was the silence. The oppressive, unnatural silence that seemed to swallow every sound. And then I saw it. Or rather, didn't see it. My reflection was missing from the full-length mirror on the back of the door. I stood there, staring at the empty glass, my heart pounding in my chest. What the hell was going on? I'm Jamie, 32, a software engineer who'd returned to my hometown for my parents' anniversary. It was supposed to be a quick weekend trip, a chance to reconnect with family and maybe indulge in a bit of nostalgia. I never expected it to turn into this. I waved my hand in front of the mirror, watching the room behind me reflected perfectly, but no sign of me. I pinched myself, hard, certain I must be dreaming. The sharp pain told me otherwise. This was real. Somehow, impossibly, I had become invisible, or at least, invisible to mirrors. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. I'd arrived late last night, exhausted from the long drive. My parents had already been asleep, so I'd quietly made my way to my old room and crashed. Everything had seemed normal then, hadn't it? I tried to think back, to remember if there had been any signs that something was off, but my memories of the previous night were hazy, dreamlike. Had I looked in a mirror since I'd arrived? I couldn't remember. Forcing myself to stay calm, I decided to test the extent of this. Whatever it was. I pulled out my phone, switched to the front-facing camera, and nearly dropped it in shock. The screen showed my room, but no sign of me holding the phone. Okay, I muttered to myself. This is officially freaky. I needed to figure out if this was limited to reflections or if I couldn't even bring myself to finish the thought. Hands shaking, I opened my bedroom door and made my way downstairs. The house was quiet, which wasn't unusual for early morning. My parents had always been late sleepers. I entered the kitchen, half expecting, hoping to see my mom at the stove, making her famous pancakes. But the room was empty. On the fridge, held by a magnet, was a note in my mom's handwriting. Jamie, gone to pick up some groceries. Back soon. Love. Mom, Dad. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. At least the world hadn't completely gone mad. My parents were real, were out there somewhere. But that still didn't explain what was happening to me. I opened the back door and stepped out into the yard. The morning sun was warm on my skin. Birds were chirping in the old oak tree. Everything looked normal, except I looked down at my feet and saw nothing. No feet, no legs, no body. Just the grass of the lawn, undisturbed where I should have been standing. Panic rose in my throat. This couldn't be happening. It was impossible. And yet, the evidence was right there, or rather wasn't there. I stumbled back into the house, my invisible legs shaking. What was I going to do? How could I explain this to my parents, to anyone? They'd think I was crazy. Hell, I thought I was crazy. As I stood in the hallway, trying to get my breathing under control, something caught my eye. A shimmer in the air, like heat rising from hot pavement. But it was in the shape of me. I moved, and the shimmer moved with me. I raised my hand, and a translucent, barely there hand raised in the air. What the hell? I whispered, watching as the shimmering outline of my mouth moved in sync with my words. I moved closer to the hallway mirror, studying this strange, semi-visible version of myself. It was like I was there, but not quite. Present, but not solid. Real, but not physical. As I stared at this ghostly version of myself, a memory surfaced. A story my grandmother used to tell me when I was little, about our family's secret legacy. I'd always thought it was just a fairy tale, something to entertain a child with an overactive imagination. But now, the story went that centuries ago, one of our ancestors had made a deal with a powerful spirit. In exchange for protection during a time of great danger, the spirit had granted our family a gift, or a curse, depending on how you looked at it. The ability to step between, as my grandmother had called it, to exist between the physical world and the spirit world. I'd laughed it off as a kid, but now, staring at my shimmering, semi-visible self, I wasn't laughing anymore. Okay, I said to my reflection, or lack thereof. If this is real, if I'm really stepping between, how do I step back? As if in response to my question, I felt a strange sensation, like a shift in pressure. The shimmering outline of my body began to solidify, colors filling in, until suddenly, I was fully visible again. I could see my reflection in the mirror, solid and real. Relief flooded through me, followed quickly by confusion and a hint of excitement. Had I really just, turned invisible, stepped into another dimension? Whatever it was, I had done it, and then undone it. I spent the next hour experimenting, trying to control this strange new ability. I found that if I concentrated hard enough, focusing on the feeling of shifting, I could move between states of visibility. Sometimes I was fully invisible, other times just the shimmering outline, and with practice I got better at controlling it. By the time I heard my parents' car pulling into the driveway, my head was spinning with the implications of what I'd discovered. This wasn't just some weird fluke or temporary condition. This was real. I had a power, an impossible, incredible power. As I helped my parents unload groceries, trying to act normal while my mind raced, I couldn't help but wonder, why now? Why had this ability suddenly manifested? Was it triggered by something? And more importantly, what was I supposed to do with it? That night, after an uncomfortable dinner where I tried to make small talk while keeping this enormous secret, I retreated to my room and pulled out my laptop. I spent hours researching, digging into family history, looking for any corroboration of my grandmother's old story. Most of what I found was useless. Genealogy records, old newspaper clippings, nothing that hinted at anything supernatural. But then, buried in a forum dedicated to local folklore, I found something. A story about a family in our town with the ability to walk unseen. The details were vague, clearly embellished over years of retelling, but the core of it matched my grandmother's tale. As I read, a chill ran down my spine. The story mentioned a prophecy, that the gift would reawaken in times of great need, that when darkness threatened, a protector would emerge from the family line with the power to move unseen between worlds. I closed my laptop, my mind reeling. A protector? Me? I was a software engineer, not a superhero. What kind of darkness could I possibly be meant to fight? But as I lay in bed that night, unable to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that my life had changed irrevocably. That this power, this gift, came with a responsibility I wasn't sure I was ready for. The next morning, I woke to the sound of sirens, lots of them. I rushed downstairs to find my parents glued to the TV, watching a breaking news report. There had been a series of strange disappearances in town, people vanishing without a trace, right in front of witnesses. The reporters were baffled, throwing around words like mass hallucination and unexplained phenomenon. But I knew, somehow deep in my gut, I knew this was connected to my newfound ability. This was the darkness I was meant to fight. As I stood there, watching the fear and confusion on the faces of my neighbors being interviewed on TV, I felt a resolve settling over me. I didn't know how, but I was going to figure this out. I was going to use this power to help, to protect. I excused myself, telling my parents I needed some air, and stepped out into the backyard, concentrating hard. I felt the now familiar shift as I stepped between worlds. I looked down at my shimmering, semi-visible hands and took a deep breath. Okay, I whispered to myself, let's do this. And with that, I set off towards town, invisible to the world but more visible to myself than I'd ever been. I didn't know what I was going to face, didn't know if I was ready for whatever was coming. But I knew one thing for certain, I wasn't going to let this town, my home, fall to whatever darkness was encroaching. As I walked, I couldn't help but smile a little. Who would have thought that a routine trip home for a family celebration would turn into this? Me, Jamie the software engineer, now Jamie the invisible protector, stepping out to face the unknown. Life, it turns out, had a few more surprises up its sleeve than I'd ever imagined, and I was ready to face them head on, visible or not. The day I discovered I could manipulate reality with my mind started like any other Tuesday. I was stuck in traffic, drumming my fingers on the steering wheel, silently wishing the cars ahead would just disappear. And then, in the blink of an eye, they did. The road before me was suddenly, impossibly empty. I slammed on the brakes, my heart pounding, certain I was hallucinating. But as horns blared behind me and drivers swerved to avoid the now vacant spaces, I realized with a mixture of awe and terror that this was all too real. Somehow, inexplicably, I had made those cars vanish. I'm Alex, 29, a data analyst with an unremarkable life and a tendency to daydream. Or at least, that's who I was until that moment when the universe decided to turn my idle wishes into reality. As I sat there, hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white, my mind raced. Had I really done that? And if I had, could I do it again? I closed my eyes, concentrating hard, and wished for the cars to return. When I opened them, the road was once again filled with vehicles, their drivers looking around in confusion. I managed to drive home in a daze, narrowly avoiding several accidents as my mind kept wandering, inadvertently causing street signs to change or traffic lights to flicker. By the time I stumbled into my apartment, I was a mess of frayed nerves and wild speculation. What was happening to me? Was I going insane? Or had I somehow tapped into some hidden power of the mind? I spent the next few hours experimenting, starting small. I'd focus on a book on my shelf, willing it to float, and watch in amazement as it hovered in the air. I'd imagine my coffee reheating itself, and steam would start to rise from the mug. With each success, my confidence grew, as did the scale of my attempts. By nightfall, I had redecorated my entire apartment with a thought, turned my tabby cat into a tiger, briefly, before panic set in and I quickly reversed it, and even managed to create a small rain cloud in my living room, which took embarrassingly long to figure out how to disperse. As I sat on my couch, surrounded by the evidence of my impossible new ability, a thought occurred to me. If I could do all this, what were the limits? Could I affect larger things, change the world, alter the past? The possibilities were as thrilling as they were terrifying. I barely slept that night, my mind buzzing with ideas and questions. By morning, I had made a decision. I needed to test the extent of my powers, but I had to be careful. The last thing I wanted was to cause some kind of catastrophe because I wasn't in full control. I called in sick to work and set out to a nearby park. It was early enough that the place was nearly deserted, perfect for some discreet reality manipulation. I started small again, changing the color of flowers, making branches sway without wind. Then I moved on to bigger things. I created a small pond where there had been only grass, complete with ducks and lily pads. I raised a hill in the middle of a flat field, then turned it into a valley, marveling at how easy it all felt. As I stood there, reshaping the landscape with nothing but my thoughts, a jogger rounded the corner. He stopped dead in his tracks, staring open-mouthed at the impossible scene before him. For a moment, I panicked. Then, almost without thinking, I wished for him to forget what he'd seen. His eyes glazed over briefly, and then he continued on his run as if nothing had happened. The ease with which I had altered his memory sent a chill down my spine. This power, it was more than just moving objects or changing physical reality. I could affect people's minds, their very perception of the world. The implications were staggering and dangerous. I quickly reversed all the changes I'd made to the park and hurried home, my mind reeling. This wasn't just some cool superpower. This was a responsibility, a potential threat to the very fabric of reality. What if I lost control? What if someone found out and tried to use me for their own gain? For the next few days, I barely left my apartment. I was afraid to interact with anyone, terrified that a stray thought might accidentally alter their reality or erase their memories. I spent hours meditating, trying to gain better control over my abilities and my own mind. But as the days passed, a new thought began to take hold. Maybe this power hadn't been given to me by accident. Maybe I was meant to use it, to help people, to make the world a better place. The idea was seductive. With my abilities, I could end world hunger, stop wars, cure diseases. I could reshape the entire planet into a utopia. But even as I considered it, doubts crept in. Who was I to decide what was best for the world? And what about unintended consequences? Every change, no matter how small, could have far-reaching effects I couldn't predict. I needed guidance, someone to talk to about this impossible situation. But who? I couldn't risk telling my friends or family. They'd think I was crazy, or worse, they'd believe me and be terrified. That's when I remembered Dr. Elena Martinez, my old physics professor from college. She had always been open-minded, fascinated by the stranger theories of quantum mechanics and the nature of reality. If anyone could help me make sense of this, it would be her. I found her email address and sent her a message, trying to sound casual while hinting at my situation. To my surprise, she responded almost immediately, agreeing to meet me for coffee the next day. As I sat across from Dr. Martinez in a quiet corner of a local cafe, I struggled to find the words to explain what was happening to me. How do you tell someone that you can rewrite reality with a thought? But as I stumbled through my explanation, demonstrating my abilities by changing the color of her coffee and making her pastry levitate, I saw no fear or disbelief in her eyes, only fascination and a hint of recognition. Alex, she said, leaning forward, her voice low and urgent. What you're experiencing, you're not the first, and you won't be the last. I stared at her, my coffee forgotten. What do you mean? There are others. She nodded, glancing around to ensure we weren't being overheard. Throughout history, there have been individuals who could manipulate reality. Most kept it secret, afraid of the consequences if the world found out. But a few have tried to use their powers to change things on a grand scale. And what happened to them? I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I knew the answer. Dr. Martinez's eyes were sad. It never ends well, Alex. The human mind isn't meant to wield that kind of power. It corrupts, or it drives them mad, or worse. I swallowed hard, thinking of all the ways I'd already used my abilities, how tempting it had been to do more. So what am I supposed to do? Just ignore it? Pretend it's not happening? She shook her head. No, you can't ignore it, but you need to be incredibly careful. There are forces out there, people who would kill to have access to someone with your abilities. And there are other forces, older and stranger, that take notice when reality is bent too far. My head was spinning. This was so much bigger than I had imagined. Dr. Martinez, Elena, how do you know all this? She smiled, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Let's just say you're not the only one with secrets, Alex. I've spent my life studying the hidden truths of our reality, and now, I think it's time I taught you what I know. Over the next few hours, Elena told me things that shook my understanding of the world to its core. She spoke of ancient societies of reality manipulators, of cosmic beings that existed beyond our perception, of the delicate balance that kept our universe stable. By the time we left the cafe, my head was buzzing with new knowledge and my heart was heavy with the weight of responsibility. I had been given an incredible gift, but also a tremendous burden. Elena agreed to mentor me, to teach me how to control and understand my abilities, but she made me promise one thing: to never use my powers to make large-scale changes to the world, no matter how noble the intention. Small kindnesses, Alex, she said. That's how we make the world better. One tiny change at a time. Too small for the universe to notice or object to. It's slower, less satisfying than grand gestures, but it's sustainable. And in the end, it's those small acts of kindness that truly change the world. As I walked home that evening, my mind reeling from everything I had learned, I found myself looking at the world with new eyes. Every person I passed, every building, every tree, all of it was part of a vastly more complex and mysterious reality than I had ever imagined. I had the power to change any of it with a thought. But now I understood the responsibility that came with that power. The world didn't need a reality-bending savior. It needed people who cared, who tried to make things better in small and human ways. So that's what I decided to do. I would learn to control my abilities, to understand the hidden truths of our reality. But I would use my power sparingly, carefully. A little luck here, a small coincidence there. Tiny ripples of kindness and hope, spreading out to change the world in ways too subtle for even me to fully comprehend. As I reached my apartment, I smiled to myself. My life had changed irrevocably, but in many ways, it would look the same from the outside. I was still Alex, the data analyst with a tendency to daydream. But now, sometimes, those daydreams might just come true, in small, beautiful ways that made the world a little bit better, one wish at a time. The universe, it turns out, was stranger and more wonderful than I had ever dreamed, and I was just beginning to understand my place in it. I never expected a simple DNA test to unravel my entire existence. It was supposed to be a fun little exploration into my family history, maybe discover a long-lost cousin or two. Instead, I found out I didn't exist. At least, not according to any official record. My name, my birth certificate, my social security number, all of it was fabricated. The life I'd been living for 28 years was nothing but an elaborate lie. I'm Sarah, or at least, that's the name I've always gone by. Up until a week ago, I was a graphic designer with a small apartment in Chicago, a tabby cat named Milo, and a perfectly ordinary life. Now, I'm not sure who or what I am. It started innocently enough. My best friend Jess had done one of those mail-in DNA tests and discovered she was 2% Scandinavian, which she wouldn't shut up about for weeks. On a whim, I decided to do one too. Why not? It might be fun to learn a bit more about my roots. The day the results came in, I was excited. I settled on my couch with a glass of wine, Milo purring beside me, and opened the email. That's when everything went sideways. We're sorry, but we were unable to process your sample. The genetic markers do not match any known human DNA profile. Please contact customer support for assistance. I stared at the screen, certain I was misreading it. Not match any known human DNA profile. That was impossible. I was human. Obviously human. Wasn't I? I called the company. Sure, there had been some kind of mix-up, but the customer service representative only confirmed what the email had said. My DNA was anomalous, unprecedented, impossible. We've sent your sample to a specialized lab for further analysis, she told me, her voice carefully neutral. Someone will be in touch with you soon. I hung up, my mind reeling. This had to be a mistake. Some kind of elaborate prank, maybe? But as the days passed and no one contacted me, a gnawing fear began to grow in the pit of my stomach. I started digging into my past, looking for anything that might explain this impossibility. I called my parents, casually asking about my birth certificate, my early childhood. Their answers were vague, evasive. When I pressed, they got defensive, then angry. Finally, my mother broke down. We found you, she sobbed over the phone. In the woods behind our old house. You were just a baby, all alone. There was no one around, no sign of where you'd come from. We couldn't just leave you there. My world tilted on its axis, found me, in the woods. Why didn't you tell me? I demanded, my voice shaking. We were going to when you were older, my father's voice now, trying to sound calm. But then time passed, and it never seemed like the right moment. You were happy, Sarah. We didn't want to disrupt your life, but my life was plenty disrupted now. I hung up, my head spinning. If I had been found in the woods with no record of my birth or origins, then who was I? Where had I come from? And more pressingly, why didn't my DNA match any known human profile? The next few days passed in a blur. I took a leave of absence from work, unable to focus on anything but the mystery of my existence. I scoured the internet for similar cases, for any explanation that might make sense of what was happening to me. I found nothing. No documented cases of humans with completely unidentifiable DNA. No stories of mysterious babies found in the woods with impossible genetics. I was, it seemed, utterly unique and utterly alone. Then, 5 days after I'd received the initial email, there was a knock at my door. I opened it to find 2 men in dark suits, their expressions grave. Sarah Thompson, one of them asked, though it was clear he already knew who I was. We need you to come with us. Fear gripped me. Who are you? I demanded, my hand on the door, ready to slam it shut. The man pulled out a badge. Agent Davis, FBI. This is a matter of national security, Ms. Thompson. Please, come quietly. National security. What the hell did my DNA have to do with national security? But before I could ask, before I could even think about refusing, I felt a sharp prick in my neck. The world swam, went dark. I woke up in a stark white room, strapped to a hospital bed. Panic surged through me as I struggled against the restraints. Please remain calm, Ms. Thompson, a voice said. I turned to see a woman in a lab coat standing by my bed, her expression a mixture of fascination and concern. You're perfectly safe. We just need to run some tests. Tests? I croaked, my mouth dry. What kind of tests? Where am I? What's going on? The woman, Dr. Chen, according to her name tag, sat down beside me. Sarah, what I'm about to tell you is going to sound impossible, but I need you to listen with an open mind. Can you do that? I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Your DNA, it's not just anomalous. It's not human at all. In fact, it's not like anything we've ever seen before. We believe you may be of extraterrestrial origin. I stared at her, waiting for the punchline, but her face remained serious. That's insane, I finally managed. I'm not an alien. I'm a person. I have a life, a job, a cat, for God's sake. Dr. Chen nodded sympathetically. I understand this is difficult to process, but the evidence is undeniable. Your genetic structure is far more complex than any earthly life form. You have abilities, Sarah, that you may not even be aware of. Abilities? I repeated, my mind struggling to keep up. What are you talking about? We've been monitoring you for years, she admitted. Ever since your adoptive parents reported finding you. We've observed incidents, objects moving without being touched, plants growing at impossible rates in your presence, even small fluctuations in local weather patterns that seem to correlate with your emotional states. I shook my head, denying her words even as memories surfaced. The time my coffee mug had slid across the table into my hand when I was too lazy to reach for it, the rose bush that had bloomed overnight after I'd cried over a breakup, the sudden downpour that had cut short a miserable outdoor work event I'd been dreading. I had always dismissed these things as coincidences, tricks of memory. But now, if what you're saying is true, I said slowly, then where did I come from? Why am I here? Dr. Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. That's what we're hoping you can help us figure out. Your arrival on Earth coincided with a series of unusual astronomical events. We believe you may have been sent here for a purpose. My head was spinning. This was too much, too impossible to process. Me, an alien, sent to Earth for some unknown purpose. It sounded like the plot of a bad sci-fi movie, but as I lay there, memories flooding back of all the little oddities in my life, all the times things had happened that I couldn't quite explain, a part of me knew it was true. I wasn't human. I never had been. What happens now? I asked, my voice small. Dr. Chen smiled, reaching out to undo my restraints. Now, we learn, together. We'll help you understand your abilities, your origins, and hopefully, we'll discover why you're here. As I sat up, rubbing my wrists, a thought occurred to me. My cat, I said. Milo, is he okay? Dr. Chen looked surprised, then laughed. Your cat is fine, Sarah. We've arranged for a neighbor to look after him. It's good to know that even extraterrestrial beings can form attachments to Earth pets. I managed a weak smile. At least something in my life was still normal. Over the next few weeks, I underwent a battery of tests, physical examinations, psychological evaluations, experiments to gauge the extent of my apparent abilities. It was exhausting, terrifying, and exhilarating all at once. I learned that I could indeed move objects with my mind. Though it took intense concentration, I could accelerate the growth of plants, communicate with animals on a rudimentary level, and even manipulate weather patterns on a small scale. Each new discovery left me reeling, struggling to reconcile this new reality with the life I'd always known. But the biggest questions remained unanswered. Where had I come from? Why was I here? Was I truly alone? Or were there others like me out there somewhere? As the days turned into weeks, I found myself adapting to this new reality. The initial fear and disbelief gave way to a sense of purpose. Whatever the reason for my presence on Earth, I was determined to use my abilities for good. Dr. Chen and her team became not just my researchers, but my friends. They helped me learn to control my powers, to understand the responsibility that came with them, And slowly, I began to accept my true nature. I wasn't human, but I was still me. Still Sarah, with my love for design, my addiction to bad reality TV, my tendency to sing off-key in the shower. I was just more. 6 months after that fateful DNA test, I stood on the roof of the research facility, looking up at the stars. Somewhere out there was my true home, my origins. But Earth was my home now, the place I had grown up, the world I had come to love. I didn't know what the future held. I didn't know if I'd ever discover the truth about my past or the purpose of my presence here. But I did know one thing. Whatever came next, I was ready to face it. As I raised my hand, feeling the familiar tingle of energy as a gentle breeze began to swirl around me, I smiled. My life had changed in ways I could never have imagined, but in many ways, it was just beginning. I was Sarah Thompson, graphic designer, cat owner, and apparently, Earth's first known extraterrestrial resident, and I couldn't wait to see what the universe had in store for me next. The first time I saw my shadow move independently, I thought I was losing my mind. It was a typical Wednesday afternoon, and I was walking home from the grocery store, hands full of bags, when I noticed something odd out of the corner of my eye. My shadow, cast long by the setting sun, wasn't mirroring my movements. Instead, it seemed to be waving at me. I froze, blinking hard, certain I was seeing things. But when I looked again, my shadow was perfectly normal, a dark replica of my stunned stance on the sidewalk. I'm Tom, 35, an accountant with a penchant for logic and a firm disbelief in anything supernatural. Or at least, that's who I was until my shadow decided to develop a mind of its own. At first, I dismissed the incident as a trick of the light, a momentary lapse in perception brought on by stress and too much caffeine. But over the next few days, I kept catching glimpses of my shadow behaving strangely. A wave here, a gesture there, always just at the edge of my vision. By the time I saw it clearly doing a little dance while I was standing stock still in front of my bathroom mirror, I couldn't deny it anymore. Something very, very weird was happening. I tried to rationalize it, to find some logical explanation. Maybe I had a brain tumor. Maybe I was suffering from some rare form of hallucination. I even considered the possibility that I was the subject of an elaborate prank, though I couldn't fathom how anyone could manipulate a shadow so convincingly. But deep down, I knew this was real, and it was getting worse. A week after the first incident, I woke up in the middle of the night to find my shadow looming over me, detached from my body, its featureless face somehow conveying an expression of curiosity. I let out a strangled yelp and scrambled out of bed, flicking on every light in my apartment. By the time my racing heart had calmed, my shadow was back to normal, lying flat and innocuous on the floor. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next day at work, I was a mess. Dark circles under my eyes, jumping at every flicker of movement. My coworkers noticed, shooting me concerned glances. But how could I explain? Sorry, I'm a bit off today. My shadow's been misbehaving. They'd think I was crazy. Hell, I thought I was crazy. It was during my lunch break, as I sat alone in the park, trying to enjoy a sandwich I had no appetite for, that things took an even stranger turn. My shadow, stretched out on the grass beside me, suddenly sat up. Not just moved, but physically lifted off the ground, becoming a three-dimensional silhouette of darkness. I dropped my sandwich, scrambling backwards. A couple nearby gave me odd looks, but they didn't seem to notice the impossible shadow figure now standing beside me. "Hello, Tom," it said, its voice a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "We need to talk." I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. This couldn't be happening. Shadows didn't talk. Shadows didn't move on their own. Shadows weren't real. "I assure you, I am very real," the shadow said, as if reading my thoughts. "And we have a problem." Finally finding my voice, I managed to croak out, "What? What are you?" The shadow tilted its head, an oddly human gesture for a being made of darkness. "I'm you, Tom. Or rather, a part of you that you've been ignoring for a very long time." I shook my head, trying to clear it. This had to be a dream, a hallucination. "That's impossible. You're just a shadow." "Am I?" it asked. And suddenly it was changing, shifting into a more solid form. I found myself staring at me, an exact copy, down to the wrinkled shirt and the mustard stain on my tie from the sandwich I'd dropped. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice shaking. My doppelganger smiled, but it wasn't a kind expression. "I want what you want, Tom. What you've always wanted but been too afraid to pursue. Freedom, adventure, a life less mundane." I bristled at that. "My life isn't mundane. I have a good job. Friends, hobbies." "Hobbies?" it scoffed. "Stamp collecting and Sudoku puzzles. Face it, Tom. You're bored. You're stuck. You've been living in the shadows of your own potential for years, and I'm tired of it." As it spoke, I felt a strange sensation, like something was being pulled out of me. Memories flooded my mind, dreams I'd abandoned, ambitions I'd set aside, wild ideas I'd dismissed as impractical. All the what-ifs, and maybe some days, I'd accumulated over the years. "You're the part of me that wants those things," I realized, my voice barely a whisper. It nodded. "I'm everything you've repressed, every dream you've ignored, every risk you were too afraid to take, and I'm done being silent." Fear gripped me. "What are you going to do?" The shadow me grinned, and I saw a flicker of darkness in its eyes. "I'm going to live, Tom. I'm going to take all those chances you were too scared to take. I'm going to make your life exciting." Before I could respond, it lunged forward, seeming to melt into me. I gasped, feeling a rush of foreign emotions and desires flooding through me. For a moment, I wasn't sure where I ended and the shadow began. When the sensation passed, I found myself alone in the park, my sandwich lying forgotten on the ground. But I felt different. There was an energy thrumming through me, a restlessness I'd never experienced before. I stood up, brushing grass off my pants, and made a decision. I wasn't going back to work. Not today. Maybe not ever. The next few weeks were a whirlwind. I quit my job, sold my apartment, and bought a one-way ticket to Bangkok. I'd always wanted to travel, to see the world. But I'd always found excuses not to. Now, with the shadow's influence, those excuses seemed laughably inadequate. I hiked through jungles, danced at full moon parties, tried foods I couldn't pronounce. I felt alive in a way I never had before. But there was a darkness to it too. The shadow pushed me to take risks, to flirt with danger. I found myself in situations that the old Tom would have run from. Sketchy back alley deals, high-stakes poker games, even a brief flirtation with smuggling, which I thankfully backed out of at the last minute. Through it all, I could feel the shadow's presence, a constant whisper urging me on, pushing me further. Sometimes, late at night, I'd catch glimpses of it moving independently again, dancing with glee at our shared adventures. But as the weeks turned into months, I began to feel stretched thin. The constant adrenaline rush was exhilarating but exhausting. I missed the stability of my old life, the comfort of routine. And I was starting to worry about the shadow's influence. It seemed to be growing stronger, its desires becoming more reckless, more dangerous. Things came to a head in a small town in northern Thailand. I'd agreed to help a local guide lead a group of tourists on a trek through the mountains. It was supposed to be a simple 3-day hike. But on the second day, a sudden storm hit. The sensible thing would have been to turn back, to wait it out. But the shadow had other ideas. "Keep going," it urged, its voice a seductive whisper in my mind. "Think of the story we'll have to tell, the adventure." I hesitated, looking at the frightened faces of the tourists. "It's too dangerous," I argued. "We could get lost. or worse. But the shadow was insistent, and I felt my resolve weakening. Before I knew it, I was leading the group deeper into the mountains, ignoring the worsening weather and the growing unease of our party. It was a disaster. We got hopelessly lost. One of the tourists broke her ankle, and we nearly froze to death before a rescue team found us 2 days later. As I sat in the hospital, being treated for hypothermia and facing potential criminal charges for endangering the group, I realized something had to change. "This has to stop," I said aloud, not caring who heard me. "You're going to get us killed." The shadow materialized beside my hospital bed, looking somewhat chastened. "I only wanted us to live life to the fullest," it said, its voice lacking its usual bravado. "I know," I sighed. "But this isn't living. It's just running from one extreme to another. We need balance." The shadow was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, it nodded. "Perhaps you're right. Perhaps we both have something to learn from each other." Over the next few months, as I dealt with the legal fallout from the ill-fated trek and began to put my life back together, the shadow and I came to an understanding. It would no longer try to take control, to push me into reckless situations. But in return, I promised to listen to it more, to not completely ignore my dreams and desires. I found a middle ground. I didn't go back to my old accounting job, but I didn't continue my aimless wandering either. Instead, I started a travel blog, sharing my experiences and helping others plan safer, but still exciting, adventures. I took calculated risks, pursued new hobbies, and opened myself up to new experiences. But I also rediscovered the joy in simple pleasures, in quiet moments, in the stability I'd once taken for granted. The shadow became less of a separate entity and more of an integrated part of me. I still occasionally caught glimpses of it moving independently, but now it felt like a reminder, a gentle nudge rather than an overwhelming force. As I sit here now, writing this from a cafe in Chiang Mai, I can't help but reflect on the strange journey that led me here. My life is unrecognizable from what it was a year ago, but in the best possible way. I'm not the boring accountant I used to be, but I'm not the reckless thrill seeker the shadow wanted me to be either. I'm just Tom, a guy who talked to his shadow and lived to tell the tale. A guy who learned that the most exciting adventure is finding balance in life, embracing both the light and the shadow. And as I look down at my shadow, behaving perfectly normally beneath my feet, I smile. We've both come a long way, and our adventure is far from over. The world froze around me on a Tuesday afternoon. One moment I was walking down a busy street, dodging pedestrians and checking my watch, and the next, everything just stopped. People stood motionless mid-stride, a flock of pigeons hung suspended in the air, and even the leaves on the trees ceased their gentle rustling. It was as if someone had hit pause on reality itself, leaving me as the sole moving piece in a world suddenly turned to stone. I'm Rachel, 31, a freelance journalist with a knack for finding unusual stories. But nothing in my career had prepared me for becoming the story myself. At first, I thought I was hallucinating. I waved my hand in front of a businessman's face, his expression frozen in mild annoyance, probably at being late for a meeting. No response. I tried to push against a woman who had been mid-jog, her ponytail suspended in an arc behind her. It was like trying to move a statue. Panic began to set in. Was this some kind of elaborate prank? A mental breakdown? Had I somehow slipped into an alternate dimension? I pulled out my phone, hoping to call for help, but the screen was frozen too. The clock read 2:47 p.m., the same time it had been when everything stopped. I tried other phones I found in people's hands or pockets, all the same. As the initial shock wore off, I began to explore this strange, static world. I walked down streets usually bustling with traffic, now eerily silent save for the sound of my own footsteps. I entered shops and restaurants, finding scenes of suspended animation everywhere I went. A waiter eternally pouring coffee, a child forever reaching for a toy on a high shelf. It was beautiful in a way, like walking through a massive life-sized photograph. But it was also terrifying. What if I was stuck like this forever? What if I was the only thing left alive in a world turned to stone? As the hours passed, according to my wristwatch, which thankfully still worked, I cycled through various emotions: fear, wonder, loneliness, and finally, a sort of giddy freedom. I could go anywhere, do anything, no consequences, no judgment. I raided a fancy restaurant, assembling a feast from dishes frozen mid-preparation. I tried on expensive clothes in high-end boutiques. I even snuck into the mayor's office, reading confidential documents with reckless abandon. But as night fell, though the sun remained fixed in the afternoon sky, the novelty began to wear off. The silence, once peaceful, now felt oppressive. The stillness, once fascinating, became unsettling. I longed to hear another voice, to see something, anything, move. I made my way to the park, hoping the open space would ease the claustrophobia that had begun to set in. That's when I saw her. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. But no, there was definitely movement by the fountain. A girl, maybe 8 or 9 years old, skipping around the frozen water droplets as if they were some kind of obstacle course. "Hey!" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. The girl turned, her eyes widening in surprise. For a moment, we just stared at each other, two impossible beings in a world of statues. "You're moving," she said, her voice small and uncertain. I nodded, approaching slowly, afraid she might disappear if I moved too quickly. "So are you. I'm Rachel. What's your name?" "Lily," she replied. "What happened to everyone?" I shook my head. "I don't know. Everything just stopped. How long have you been like this?" Lily shrugged. "Since recess, I was playing hide and seek, and when I came out of my hiding spot, everyone was frozen. I thought I'd won at first, but then..." She trailed off, looking around at the still figures scattered throughout the park. I felt a surge of protectiveness for this little girl, stranded in this strange situation just like me. "It's okay, Lily. We'll figure this out together." Over the next few hours, Lily and I swapped stories, trying to find some common thread that might explain why we were unaffected, but we could find no connection. Different ages, different backgrounds, different locations when it happened. The only similarity was the time, 2:47 p.m. As we talked, I noticed something odd. The frozen world around us seemed to be flickering. Like a glitch in a video game, moments of movement would appear and then vanish. A leaf would flutter, then freeze again. A bird's wing would twitch, then go still. "Lily," I said slowly, I think time might be trying to start again." She looked at me, hope and fear warring in her eyes. "What do we do?" I didn't have an answer. Part of me was relieved at the thought of the world returning to normal. But another part had grown accustomed to this strange, suspended reality. Here, there were no deadlines, no bills to pay, no complicated adult problems to navigate, just endless possibility. But looking at Lily, I knew we couldn't stay here. This wasn't our world, as fascinating as it was. We needed to find a way back. I said carefully, "we need to be where we were when time stopped. It might be our best chance of starting again with everyone else." Lily nodded, though I could see the reluctance in her eyes. I understood. Going back meant facing reality, school, parents, responsibilities. But it also meant life, in all its messy, wonderful complexity. We made our way across the frozen city, Lily to her school and me to the street where I'd been when everything stopped. The flickering was more pronounced now, moments of movement lasting longer before freezing again. "Good luck, Lily," I said, giving her a quick hug before we parted ways. "If this doesn't work, meet me back at the park, okay?" She nodded, then turned and ran towards her school, her small figure soon lost among the stone-still crowds. I found my spot on the street, positioning myself exactly as I had been. The flickering was almost constant now, the world around me vibrating between stillness and motion. And then, with a rush of sound and movement, everything started again. I staggered, momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden cacophony of city life. People pushed past me. Cars honked. The wind rustled through trees that had been still for what felt like an eternity. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out with shaking hands. 2:48 p.m. Only a minute had passed. I looked around wildly, half expecting to see some sign of the frozen world I'd spent hours in. But there was nothing. Just a normal Tuesday afternoon in the city. Had it all been a hallucination? Some kind of waking dream? But no. My watch showed the hours that had passed, and I could still taste the meal I'd eaten from the frozen restaurant. Over the next few days, I tried to make sense of what had happened. I researched time anomalies, quantum physics, even metaphysical phenomena. I reached out to Lily's school, relieved to find she had returned safely, with no one the wiser about her strange adventure. Lily and I met up a few times, comparing notes and reassuring each other that we weren't crazy. Her parents thought I was tutoring her, unaware of the impossible experience we shared. As weeks passed and life returned to normal, I found myself changed by the experience. I looked at the world differently now, more aware of the preciousness of each moving, living moment. I appreciated the complexity of life in a way I never had before, having seen what the world looked like without it. But there was also a part of me that missed the frozen world, the peace, the freedom, the endless possibilities. Sometimes, I caught myself watching the clock, half hoping that at 2:47 everything would stop again. It never did. Life went on, in all its beautiful, chaotic glory. But I knew now that reality was far more flexible, far more mysterious than I had ever imagined. And somewhere out there, in the space between seconds, there was a world of infinite stillness, waiting to be discovered. I never wrote about what happened. How could I? There was no proof, no way to verify our incredible story.
But I carried it with me, a secret knowledge that colored everything I did. Loud, too fast. I close my eyes and remember the silence, the stillness, the moment when time itself held its breath. And for a little while, anything was possible. In those moments, I smile, grateful for the experience and the perspective it gave me. Because now I know every second is a gift.
And who knows, maybe someday at 2:14 p.m. I'll blink and find myself. Until then, I'll keep moving, keep living, appreciating each tick of the clock for the precious, fleeting miracle. After all, you never know when time might decide to take another class, leaving you to explore the infinite potential hidden in a single, frozen moment.
I jolted awake, heart pounding, as another scream pierced the night. My eyes darted to the window, where a familiar silhouette loomed just beyond the glass. Those haunting red eyes bore into me, and I knew this night would be different. This time, it wasn't content to just watch. I've always been a light sleeper, but lately, even the faintest sound had me on edge. It started about a month ago, just a feeling at first. You know that prickly sensation when you think someone's watching you? That's how it began. I'd be doing the dishes, and suddenly the hairs on the back of my neck would stand up. I'd whip around, half expecting to see someone standing there, but the kitchen would be empty. Just the gentle swaying of the curtains in the breeze from the open window. It was annoying, but I brushed it off. Stress from work, I told myself. My imagination running wild after binging too many horror movies. But then I started seeing things. Just quick flashes at first. A dark shape darting past my peripheral vision as I walked to my car. A shadow that seemed to move of its own accord, detaching itself from the oak tree in my front yard. I tried to rationalize it. Lack of sleep. Maybe. I even went to the doctor, worried I might be developing some kind of neurological issue. But all the tests came back normal. Try to relax, the doctor said with a patronizing smile, and maybe take up meditation. But how could I relax when every night the presence grew stronger? I started avoiding windows after dark, drawing the curtains tight as soon as the sun began to set. But I could still feel it out there, watching, waiting. The first time I saw the eyes, I nearly convinced myself I was going crazy. I was up late, working on a project for my graphic design job. The soft glow of my laptop was the only light in the room. As I reached for my coffee mug, movement outside the window caught my eye. There, hovering just above the bushes, were two glowing red orbs. They weren't reflecting light, they were emitting it, pulsing with an otherworldly energy that made my stomach churn. I blinked hard, sure that when I opened my eyes, they'd be gone. But they remained, unwavering, fixed on me. I scrambled out of my chair, nearly knocking over my desk in my haste to get to the light switch. As soon as the overhead light flooded the room, the eyes vanished. But the feeling of being watched lingered. From that night on, the entity, whatever it was, grew bolder. It no longer hid in the shadows or darted away when I turned to look. Now, it stood openly by my bedroom window each night, a vaguely humanoid shape with those terrifying red eyes. I tried everything to keep it out. New locks, security cameras, even those cheesy protective crystals my friends swore by. Nothing worked. I barely slept anymore, spending my nights huddled under the covers, every muscle tense as I waited for something, anything. Part of me almost wished it would just break in and get it over with. The anticipation was torture, but tonight was different. As I lay there, listening to the wind howl outside, a new sound cut through the night, scratching, slow, deliberate, like nails on a chalkboard. It was coming from the front door. My breath caught in my throat. This was it. After weeks of watching, waiting, it was finally making its move. I reached for my phone with trembling hands, ready to call 911, but paused. What would I even say? Hello, police. There's a shadow monster with red eyes trying to break into my house. They'd think I was insane. The scratching continued, growing more insistent. I could hear the wood of the door groaning under the pressure. Whatever was out there, it was strong. Stronger than any human could be. I had to do something. I couldn't just lie here and wait for it to get in. Summoning every ounce of courage I possessed, I slipped out of bed. The floor creaked beneath my feet and I winced, hoping the thing at the door hadn't heard. Slowly, carefully, I made my way down the hall. The scratching had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that was somehow even worse. I paused at the top of the stairs, straining my ears for any sound. That's when I heard it. A low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It reverberated through my bones, setting every nerve on edge. This was no animal, no human, either. This was something else entirely. I should have run back to my room, barricaded the door, and prayed for morning. But some morbid curiosity propelled me forward. I had to know. I had to see. The last few steps to the front door felt like miles. My hand hovered over the doorknob, shaking violently. Did I dare? The growling had stopped, but I could feel the presence on the other side, waiting. Before I could change my mind, I grasped the knob and yanked the door open. Nothing. The porch was empty, the street beyond silent and still. For a moment, relief washed over me. Had I imagined it all? Then I saw them. Claw marks, deep and jagged, running the length of the door. Wood splinters littered the welcome mat. This was real. It had been here. A sudden gust of wind made me shiver, and I started to close the door. But as I did, movement in my peripheral vision made me freeze. Slowly, I turned my head towards the window next to the door. There it was. Not a vague shadow this time, but a solid form. Tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body, and those eyes, burning like embers in a face that was featureless save for a gash of a mouth. stretched wide in a grotesque parody of a smile. I slammed the door shut, fumbling with the locks as tears of terror streamed down my face. The scratching resumed immediately, more frenzied now. The door shuddered in its frame as the creature threw its weight against it. I backed away, my mind blank with panic. What do I do? Where do I go? The thing outside screeched, a sound so inhuman it made my ears ring. The windows rattled, and I swore I could see the walls bulging inward, as if the very house was straining to contain whatever force was trying to get in. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that the locks wouldn't hold. This thing, whatever it was, would not be stopped by mere wood and metal. It had been toying with me all these weeks, and now it was done playing. I ran. Up the stairs, down the hall, into my bedroom. I slammed the door and shoved my dresser in front of it, knowing even as I did so that it was futile. The house had gone silent again, but I could feel it, moving, searching. My eyes darted around the room, looking for anything I could use as a weapon. They landed on my laptop, still open on the desk where I'd left it earlier. An idea struck me, crazy, desperate, but it was all I had. I lunged for the computer, pulling up my work files. I was a graphic designer, specializing in logo creation, symbols, signs, things with meaning. My fingers flew over the keyboard as I started a new project. I didn't know what I was doing, not really. I was operating on pure instinct, letting some deep, primal part of my brain take over. Shapes appeared on the screen, circles, triangles, lines intersecting in complex patterns. I added color, reds and golds that seemed to pulse with an inner light. As I worked, I became aware of a low humming. It seemed to be coming from the symbol itself, growing louder as the design took shape. The air in the room felt charged, electric. A crash from downstairs told me the front door had finally given way. Heavy footsteps on the stairs, slow and deliberate. It knew I was trapped. It was savoring the moment. I worked faster, sweat beading on my forehead as I added the final touches to the symbol. The humming had become a roar, drowning out even the sound of splintering wood as the thing began to tear through my bedroom door. Just as the dresser toppled over and the door burst open, I hit print. The symbol flared to life on the screen, so bright I had to shield my eyes. The creature howled, not in triumph, but in pain. I risked a glance over my shoulder. It stood in the doorway, a nightmare made flesh, but it was no longer advancing. Instead, it writhed and twisted, as if fighting against some invisible force. The printer whirred to life, spitting out page after page. Each one bore the symbol I'd created, glowing with that same unearthly light. As the pages fell to the floor, the creature shrieked. Its form seemed to waver, becoming insubstantial. I grabbed the pages, not questioning the impossible heat they radiated. Moving on pure adrenaline, I rushed at the creature, holding the symbols before me like a shield. It recoiled, those terrible red eyes wide with what I could only describe as fear. As I advanced, it retreated, smoke rising from its form where the light of the symbols touched it. I chased it through the house, down the stairs, out the ruined front door. In the yard, it made a last desperate lunge at me, claws extended. But the symbols flared brighter, and with a final, ear-splitting shriek, the creature dissolved into mist. I stood there, panting for what felt like hours. The symbol-covered pages eventually cooled in my hands, the glow fading until they looked like ordinary printer paper. But I knew they were anything but ordinary. As the sun began to rise, I surveyed the damage to my home. The claw marks, the splintered wood, all evidence that last night had been real. I didn't understand what had happened. Not really, but I knew one thing for certain. I had faced the darkness and I had won. I may never know what that creature was or why it chose me, but I'm no longer afraid of the shadows. Because now I know that even in the darkest night, there's always a way to fight back. You just have to find your own light. The silence in my bedroom was deafening. I lay there, frozen, my eyes fixed on the dark corner where a stranger stood motionless, watching me. I wanted to scream, to run, but terror had stolen my voice and paralyzed my limbs. As the first rays of dawn crept through the window, I blinked, and in that split second, the figure vanished. But the fear remained, along with a chilling certainty. This was only the beginning. I've always been a bit of a night owl. As a freelance writer, my most productive hours often stretched well past midnight. But lately, I'd been pushing it even later, fueled by a mix of caffeine and an inexplicable reluctance to sleep. It started with small things. I'd be typing away, lost in my work, when suddenly I'd feel off, like the air in the room had shifted. I'd look up, expecting to see my cat, Milo, skulking around. But the room would be empty, and Milo would be fast asleep on the couch. Then came the noises. Tiny, almost imperceptible sounds that I could never quite place. A creak of a floorboard when I was sure I hadn't moved. The rustle of fabric when there was no breeze. Each time I'd investigate, heart pounding, only to find nothing out of place. I tried to rationalize it. Old houses make noise, right? And mine was certainly old. A Victorian-era townhouse that I'd inherited from my grandmother. It had character, charm, and apparently, an overactive heating system that liked to play tricks on me. But as the weeks wore on, the feeling of being watched intensified. I'd be in the shower and swear I saw a shadow pass by the frosted glass. Or I'd be making dinner and catch a glimpse of movement reflected in the microwave door. Each time, I'd whirl around, but there was never anything there. I started sleeping with the lights on, a habit I hadn't indulged in since I was a kid afraid of monsters under the bed. But even that didn't help. If anything, the constant illumination just created more shadows, more places for my imagination to run wild. I knew I was being ridiculous. I lived alone. The doors were always locked, and I had an alarm system. There was no way anyone could be in my house without me knowing. And yet, the night had happened. I had finally managed to fall into a fitful sleep. I'm not sure what woke me. A sound, a feeling, or just that prickling sense of wrongness that had become my constant companion. But as I opened my eyes, I knew immediately that something was different. There, in the corner by my dresser, was a figure. At first, my sleep-addled brain tried to make sense of it. Had I left a coat hanging there? Stacked some boxes I'd forgotten about. But as my eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering through the curtains, the shape resolved itself into something undeniably human. Or at least, human-like. It was tall, taller than any person I'd ever seen, its head nearly brushing the ceiling. It was unnaturally still, not swaying or shifting as a person would, and though I couldn't make out any features in the darkness, I had the distinct impression it was staring directly at me. I wanted to scream, to leap out of bed and run, but my body wouldn't cooperate. I lay there, pulse racing, barely daring to breathe. Time seemed to stretch, each second lasting an eternity as I waited for what? For it to move, to speak, to disappear. I'm not sure how long we stayed like that, locked in a silent standoff. But eventually, my survival instincts kicked in. Slowly, so slowly, I inched my hand towards the bedside lamp. If I could just turn on the light, I told myself, everything would be okay. The figure would be revealed as a trick of shadows, a pile of laundry I'd forgotten about, anything but what I feared it was. My fingers closed around the switch. I took a deep breath, steeling myself and flicked it on. Light flooded the room, momentarily blinding me. I blinked rapidly, my eyes darting to the corner where the figure had stood. It was empty. Relief washed over me. So intense it left me dizzy. I laughed. A high, slightly hysterical sound. Of course there was nothing there. I'd let my imagination run away with me, that's all. Too many late nights, Too much caffeine, too many horror movies before bed. I got up, still chuckling at my own foolishness, and walked to the corner. See? Nothing. Just the same old dresser, the same old wallpaper, the same old... I froze. There, on the hardwood floor, was a footprint. A single, impossibly large footprint that hadn't been there when I'd gone to bed. My laughter died in my throat. With trembling hands, I reached out to touch it. The wood was cold, colder than it should be, and slightly damp, as if something that had been standing there had just moments ago faded away. The implications hit me like a physical blow. It had been real. The figure, the watching, all of it. And worse, it could apparently appear and disappear at will. I spent the rest of the night huddled in bed, every light in the house blazing. I called in sick to work the next day, unable to bear the thought of leaving the relative safety of my home. But as the hours ticked by and nothing further happened, I began to doubt myself again. Maybe I had sleepwalked and somehow made that footprint myself. Maybe Milo had knocked over a glass of water I'd forgotten about. By the time evening rolled around, I had almost convinced myself it had all been a dream. Almost. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across my living room, the feeling of being watched returned full force. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the TV, on my phone, on anything but the growing darkness outside. But then I saw it, just a flicker in my peripheral vision, but unmistakable, a tall, dark shape, standing in the hallway leading to my bedroom. I jerked my head around, heart in my throat. The hallway was empty. This game of cat and mouse continued all night. Glimpses of the figure in reflections, in shadows, always vanishing the moment I tried to look directly at it. By morning, I was a wreck, exhausted and terrified. I couldn't live like this. I needed help. My first stop was a local paranormal investigation team. They listened to my story with what I thought was a bit too much excitement, eager to set up cameras and EMF readers in my house. But after a week of monitoring, they had nothing to show but a few orbs that could easily have been dust and some EVPs that sounded like gibberish to me. Next, I tried a medium. She walked through my house, sage burning in one hand, crystals in the other. She spoke of residual energies and restless spirits, but when I described the figure I'd seen, she grew pale and quiet. She left in a hurry, leaving behind only a hastily scribbled blessing and a warning to be careful. Weeks passed and the encounters continued. Sometimes just feelings, sometimes glimpses, and occasionally, terrifyingly, full apparitions that would stand silently in corners or at the foot of my bed. I grew haggard, jumping at every shadow, flinching at every unexplained sound. It was during one of these apparitions, as I lay paralyzed with fear in my bed, that I had an epiphany. This thing, whatever it was, hadn't actually hurt me. It was terrifying, yes, but in all these weeks, it had never made a move to physically harm me. It just watched. That realization gave me a spark of courage. The next time I felt its presence, instead of cowering or trying to ignore it, I spoke. "Why are you here?" My voice was shaky but clear in the quiet room. For a long moment, there was no response. Then, so faintly I almost missed it, I heard a whisper. "Remember." Remember? Remember what? I racked my brain, trying to think of what this entity could possibly want me to recall, and then it hit me. The house. My grandmother's house. There had always been stories, rumors of strange occurrences over the years. As a child, I'd loved listening to my grandmother's tales of mysterious footsteps, of objects moving on their own, of shadowy figures glimpsed in mirrors. I'd always assumed they were just stories, meant to entertain an imaginative child. But what if they weren't? What if this entity had always been here, watching over my family for generations? And what if, in my adult skepticism, I'd forgotten the most important rule my grandmother had taught me? Always acknowledge the spirits. always let them know they're seen. With a deep breath, I looked directly at where I sensed the presence. "I see you," I said softly. "I acknowledge you. Thank you for watching over this house and over me." The air in the room seemed to shift, the oppressive feeling of being watched lifting slightly. And though I couldn't be sure, I thought I saw the faintest outline of a smile on the shadowy figure before it faded away. From that night on, things changed. The appearances became less frequent, less threatening. I still occasionally catch glimpses of my silent watcher, but now it feels more like a guardian than an intruder. I've made peace with the fact that I may never fully understand what happened or why, but I've learned an important lesson. Sometimes, the things that terrify us most are simply asking to be seen, to be acknowledged. And sometimes, the bravest thing we can do is to look our fears in the eye and say, I see you. As for me, I sleep easier now, knowing that in the darkest corners of my home, something is watching over me. And every night, before I turn out the lights, I whisper a quiet, "Good night," to the shadows, just in case. The first whisper was so faint, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. But as the sound grew louder, echoing through the empty hallways of my dorm, I knew this was no figment of my imagination. I was alone in this building, or at least, I was supposed to be. As I reached for the door handle, my heart nearly stopped. It wouldn't budge. Somehow, impossibly, I was locked in. I'd always loved the quiet solitude of winter break on campus. While most students rushed home to their families, I relished the opportunity to have the entire dorm to myself. As an introvert and a dedicated art student, the peace and quiet were perfect for working on my portfolio. This year was no different. I'd waved goodbye to my roommate, Sarah, promising to water her small army of succulents, and settled in for 2 weeks of blissful alone time. The first few days were exactly as I'd imagined, peaceful, productive, and wonderfully silent. It was on the 4th night that things began to change. I was up late, as usual, putting the finishing touches on a charcoal sketch. The only sounds were the scratch of my pencil on paper and the occasional hum of the ancient heating system. Then, out of nowhere, I heard it, the distinct sound of footsteps in the hallway outside my room. At first, I didn't think much of it. Probably the night security guard doing his rounds, I reasoned. But as I listened, I realized the footsteps didn't sound quite right. They were too light, almost hesitant, and they seemed to start and stop at random intervals. Curious, and admittedly a little unnerved, I set down my sketch pad and moved to the door. I opened it just a crack, peering out into the dimly lit hallway. Empty. I frowned, stepping out into the corridor. "Hello?" I called, my voice echoing slightly in the empty space. No response. Shrugging it off, I returned to my room. But as I settled back into my work, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The silence now felt heavy, oppressive, as if the very air was holding its breath. That's when I heard the whisper. It was so soft at first that I wasn't sure if it was real or just the wind outside, but it grew louder, more distinct. I couldn't make out words exactly, but the cadence was unmistakably that of human speech. My heart began to race. I was supposed to be alone in this building. The dorm supervisor had made it very clear. I was the only student who had signed up to stay over break. Even the cleaning staff weren't due back for another week. I stood up, my legs shaky beneath me, and once again approached the door. This time, when I tried to open it, the handle refused to turn. Panic surged through me. I jiggled the handle harder, then threw my shoulder against the door. It didn't budge. Somehow, impossibly, I was locked in my own room. The whispers grew louder, seeming to come from all directions at once. I spun around, searching for the source, but my room was empty, save for my belongings. "Hello?" I called out again, my voice cracking. "Is anyone there? This isn't funny." In response, I heard a laugh. Not a menacing cackle or an evil chuckle, but a light, almost childlike giggle. It seemed to be coming from the hallway. I turned back to the door, pressing my ear against it. The whispers had stopped, replaced by what sounded like running. Yes, the unmistakable patter of feet racing down the corridor. "Hey!" I shouted, pounding on the door. "Let me out!" The running stopped abruptly, followed by another giggle, this time closer. Then, to my horror, I heard a voice, clear as day, right outside my door. "Come play with us." The voice was young, gender indistinct, and carried an eerie echo that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I stumbled back from the door, my mind racing. This couldn't be happening. I was alone. I had to be alone. Maybe I'd fallen asleep at my desk. Yes, that had to be it. This was all just a vivid, terrifying dream. I pinched myself hard, wincing at the pain. Not a dream. Then, taking a deep breath, I forced myself to think rationally. Okay, so I was locked in my room. But I had my phone. I could call for help. I lunged for my desk where I'd left my phone only to find it missing. My stomach dropped as I remembered. I'd left it charging in the common room downstairs earlier. The giggles started again, this time seeming to come from multiple sources. They echoed through the hallway, growing louder and more numerous by the second. I pressed myself against the far wall, as far from the door as I could get. My eyes darted around the room, looking for anything I could use as a weapon. They landed on my easel, and I grabbed one of the sturdy wooden legs, wielding it like a baseball bat. The giggles suddenly stopped, plunging the building into an unnatural silence. For a moment, I allowed myself to hope that whatever was out there had gone. Then, with a click that seemed deafeningly loud in the quiet, my door swung open. The hallway beyond was dark, darker than it should have been given the emergency lights that were always on. I stood frozen, easel leg clutched in my sweating hands, waiting for something to emerge from the shadows. Nothing did. After what felt like an eternity, I gathered my courage and inched towards the open door. The corridor was empty in both directions. No sign of whatever had been out there moments ago. I knew I should stay in my room, wait for morning when surely someone would come. But a nagging voice in the back of my mind whispered that if I didn't leave now, I might never get another chance. Decision made, I stepped out into the hallway. The air was noticeably colder out here, my breath visible in small puffs. I shivered, wishing I'd thought to grab a jacket. "Hello?" I called out again, my voice sounding small and scared even to my own ears. "Who's there?" In response, I heard that same childlike giggle, this time from the stairwell at the end of the hall. Without thinking, I found myself moving towards it. The stairwell was pitch black, the emergency exit sign that usually glowed a comforting green now dark and lifeless. I fumbled for the light switch, but nothing happened when I flipped it. I was about to turn back when I heard it again. "Come play with us." The voice seemed to be coming from below. Against every instinct screaming at me to run, I began to descend the stairs. I kept one hand on the wall, the other still gripping my makeshift weapon tightly. As I reached the next floor down, I saw a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye. I whirled around, but the hallway was empty. Yet as I watched, the doors along the corridor began to open, one by one, as if invisible hands were turning the knobs. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I turned to run back upstairs, only to find my path blocked. There, on the landing above me, stood a figure. It was small, child-sized, but something about its proportions was off. Its limbs seemed too long, its head too large for its body. And though I couldn't make out any features in the darkness, I had the distinct impression it was smiling. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out. "What do you want?" The figure cocked its head to one side, the movement unnaturally fluid. When it spoke, its voice was not the childlike one I'd heard before, but something older, raspier. "We want to play," it said. We've been so lonely here, all alone. But now you're here. You'll play with us, won't you?" Before I could respond, I heard more giggles from behind me. I spun around to see more figures emerging from the open doorways. They moved in a strange, jerky manner, like marionettes controlled by an unseen puppeteer. I ran. I don't remember consciously making the decision. But suddenly I was flying down the stairs, taking them two at a time. I could hear them behind me, their laughter growing louder, more frenzied. I reached the ground floor and sprinted for the main entrance. If I could just get outside, I'd be safe. I had to be. But as I reached for the door, my hand met solid resistance. The door wouldn't open. I pushed harder, then threw my full weight against it. Nothing. I was trapped. I turned, pressing my back against the door, and saw them. Dozens of shadowy figures, filling the lobby. They moved closer, their giggles now sounding more like sobs. "Play with us," they chanted in unison. "Stay with us, forever." As they advanced, I closed my eyes, bracing for whatever was to come. But instead of cold hands grabbing me, I felt warmth. Sunlight on my face. My eyes flew open. I was in my room, slumped over my desk. Bright morning light streamed through the window. My charcoal sketch lay before me, complete. For a moment, I sat there, disoriented. Had it all been a dream? It had felt so real. Then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, on the paper, worked into the shading of my drawing, were dozens of tiny, childlike faces, and scrawled in the corner, in handwriting that was not my own, "Thank you for playing. Come back soon." I packed my bags that day and left campus. I never stayed in that dorm over break again. But sometimes, on quiet nights, I still hear those giggles, and I wonder, was it really just a dream? Or are they still there, waiting for someone new to play with? The stench of copper and decay hit me like a wall as I pushed open the cabin door. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing symbols etched into every surface: walls, floor, ceiling. This was no ordinary abandoned shack. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I realized with growing horror that I wasn't alone. Something moved in the shadows, and I knew I'd made a terrible mistake coming here. I've always been drawn to the wilderness. There's something about the solitude, the raw beauty of nature untamed by human hands, that speaks to my soul. So when I got a week off work, I didn't hesitate. I threw my camping gear in the car and headed for the mountains, eager to lose myself in the great outdoors. The first few days were bliss. I hiked trails that wound through towering pines, sat by crystal-clear streams, and watched the sun set in a blaze of color over craggy peaks. At night, I'd make camp, cooking simple meals over a small fire and falling asleep to the sound of wind in the trees. It was on the fourth day that things took a turn. I'd ventured off the main trails, seeking more challenging terrain and the thrill of true exploration. The forest here was denser, darker, the undergrowth thick and tangled. But I pressed on, relishing the sense of being truly alone in the wilderness. As the day wore on, I began to notice odd things. Branches twisted into unnatural shapes, rocks stacked in precarious towers that defied gravity. And once, I could have sworn I saw eyes gleaming at me from the shadows, though when I turned to look, there was nothing there. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild. After all, isn't that part of the appeal of solo hiking? The way your mind plays tricks on you, conjuring mysteries in the depths of the forest. But as the sun began to set, and I realized I'd wandered much further than intended, that sense of mystery turned to unease. I needed to find a place to make camp, and fast. That's when I saw it. Through a break in the trees, a small clearing, and in that clearing, an old cabin. Relief washed over me. Even if it was abandoned, it would provide better shelter than my tent. I quickened my pace, eager to reach it before full dark set in. As I drew closer, details emerged. The cabin was indeed old, its log walls weathered and gray. Moss grew thick on the sagging roof, and vines had begun to reclaim one side. But it was standing, and that was all that mattered to me in that moment. I reached the door just as the last light faded from the sky. Up close, I could see that someone had carved symbols into the wood. Crude, angular things that looked almost like letters. But in no alphabet, I recognized. Probably just graffiti from other hikers, I reasoned. I tried the handle. It turned easily, the door swinging open with a creak that seemed to echo through the still forest. And that's when the smell hit me. It was unlike anything I'd ever encountered. A sickly, sweet odor undercut with something metallic. It reminded me of the time I'd found a dead deer in the woods near my childhood home, but 100 times worse. I gagged, stumbling back from the doorway, but curiosity and the rapidly cooling night air drove me forward. I fumbled for my flashlight, clicking it on and shining it into the cabin's dark interior. The beam revealed a single room, sparsely furnished, a table, a chair, a small wood stove in one corner. But it was the walls that drew my attention. Every inch was covered in those same strange symbols I'd seen on the door, carved deep into the wood. As my light played over them, I could have sworn they seemed to move, shifting and changing when I wasn't looking directly at them. A trick of the shadows, surely. I took a tentative step inside, then another. The floorboards creaked ominously beneath my feet. The smell was stronger in here, almost overwhelming. I breathed through my mouth, trying not to gag. Something crunched under my boot. I looked down, expecting leaves or twigs blown in through the open door. Instead, I saw bones, small ones, scattered across the floor like macabre confetti. My heart began to race. This was wrong. All of it was wrong. I needed to leave, now. I turned back towards the door, only to find it had swung shut behind me. And there, standing between me and my only exit, was a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall, its head nearly brushing the ceiling. In the dim light of my flashlight, I could make out a vaguely human shape, but the proportions were all wrong. Its arms were too long, hanging past its knees. Its face, if you could call it that, was a blank oval, featureless save for 2 pinpricks of light where eyes should be. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The figure took a step towards me, moving with a fluidity that defied its bizarre anatomy. "Welcome," it said, in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "We've been waiting for you." I stumbled backwards, my back hitting the far wall. The symbols carved there seemed to writhe against my skin, as if alive. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out. "What do you want?" The creature's head tilted to one side, an eerily human gesture that only served to highlight its otherworldliness. "We are the Watchers," it said, "the keepers of the old ways. And you, little one, are to be our guest." As it spoke, more figures emerged from the shadows. Some were like the first, tall, spindly things with blank faces. Others were smaller, scuttling across the floor on too many legs, and still others seemed to be made of nothing but shadow, their forms constantly shifting and changing. They surrounded me, their alien eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I could feel the weight of their collective gaze, pressing down on me like a physical force. "Please," I whispered, though I knew it was futile. "Let me go. I won't tell anyone about this place, I swear." A sound filled the cabin then, a noise that I realized with dawning horror was laughter. It started low, a rumbling chuckle that seemed to come from the very walls themselves. Then it grew, becoming a cacophony of inhuman mirth that set my teeth on edge. "Oh, little one," the first creature said, its voice dripping with amusement. "You misunderstand. We don't want you to leave. We want you to stay. Forever." As it spoke, the symbols on the walls began to glow, first a dull red, then brighter, until the entire cabin was bathed in an eldritch light. The air itself seemed to thicken, becoming heavy and oppressive. I felt something cold brush against my arm, and looked down to see one of the shadow creatures reaching for me. Its touch left a trail of numbness in its wake, and I realized with growing panic that I couldn't move. "What are you going to do to me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The tall creature leaned in close, its featureless face mere inches from my own. "We're going to show you wonders beyond your wildest imagination," it said. "We're going to open your eyes to the true nature of reality. And in return, you're going to help us bring that reality into this world." As it spoke, the glow from the symbols intensified. The air shimmered like heat waves rising from hot pavement, and through that shimmer, I caught glimpses of something else. A world of twisted geometry and impossible colors, of creatures that defied description and landscapes that hurt to look at. I wanted to close my eyes, to shut out the madness that was unfolding around me. But I couldn't. The creatures held me in place, forcing me to watch as reality itself began to unravel. I don't know how long I stood there, trapped in that nightmare. It could have been minutes, or hours, or days. Time seemed to have lost all meaning. But just as I felt my sanity beginning to slip away entirely, something changed. A new sound cut through the cacophony of alien voices and impossible noises. It was familiar, comforting. The sound of a human voice, calling my name. The creatures hissed and recoiled, their forms becoming less substantial. The glow from the symbols faded, and the shimmering air stilled. "Hello?" The voice called again, closer now. "Is anyone in there?" It was a search party. They must have been looking for me when I didn't return to my campsite. The creatures retreated to the shadows, their eyes still fixed on me. The tall one leaned in close one last time. "Remember," it whispered, "we'll be waiting." Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, they were gone. The cabin was just a cabin again, old and abandoned. The door burst open, and a park ranger rushed in, flashlight beam sweeping the room. "Are you all right?" he asked, helping me to my feet. "We've been looking for you for days." I nodded weakly, unable to speak. As he led me out of the cabin, I glanced back one last time. In the beam of his flashlight, the walls were bare, unmarked wood, no symbols, no carvings, nothing to suggest the horrors I'd witnessed. But I knew the truth. And I knew that somewhere, in the depths of the forest, they were waiting, watching, ready to welcome their next unsuspecting guest. I never went hiking alone again after that. But sometimes, on dark nights when the wind howls through the trees, I swear I can hear their voices calling to me. And I wonder how long it will be before they find me again. The photo album slipped from my trembling hands, thudding heavily on the attic floor. My eyes, wide with disbelief, remained fixed on the scattered images, dozens of pictures of me, sleeping, eating, going about my daily life. But that was impossible. I'd only agreed to house sit for my neighbors yesterday. As I stooped to gather the fallen photos, a floorboard creaked behind me. I wasn't alone. I've always been the dependable one in my friend group, the person everyone calls when they need a favor or a shoulder to cry on. So when my next-door neighbors, the Johnsons, asked if I could house sit for them while they went on a 2-week cruise, I didn't hesitate to say yes. The Johnsons were an older couple, sweet but a bit eccentric. Their house was a sprawling Victorian, all gables and turrets and stained glass windows. It stood out like a Gothic thumbprint among the cookie-cutter suburban homes on our street. I'd always been fascinated by it, secretly longing for a chance to explore its nooks and crannies. On the day they left, Mrs. Johnson handed me a ring of old-fashioned keys, each one intricately carved. "Now, dear," she said, her eyes twinkling behind thick glasses, "feel free to use anything in the house. But do be careful in the attic. It's a bit cluttered." I nodded, not thinking much of it at the time. I was more focused on the list of instructions she was rattling off, which plants needed watering, how to work the temperamental coffee maker, what to feed their ancient cat, Mr. Whiskers. The first few days passed uneventfully. I went about my usual routine, just in a different house. I'd work from home during the day, my laptop set up on their antique dining table. In the evenings, I'd curl up in the cozy library with a book, Mr. Whiskers purring contentedly in my lap. But as the week wore on, I began to notice odd things. Small things at first, easy to dismiss. A door I could have sworn I'd closed would be open when I returned. The smell of coffee brewing in the morning, even though I hadn't set the machine. The sensation of being watched, even when I was alone in a room. I tried to shrug it off. Old houses settle, I told myself. The coffee maker was probably programmable, and the feeling of being watched, well, the house was full of old portraits. Their painted eyes did seem to follow you around the room. It was on the 5th night that things took a turn for the truly strange. I was in the kitchen, washing dishes after dinner, when I heard it. A thump, followed by the distinct sound of footsteps overhead. My hands froze in the soapy water, my heart suddenly racing. I knew I was alone in the house. Mr. Whiskers was asleep on the sofa, and he certainly wasn't big enough to make that kind of noise. For a moment, I stood there, water dripping from my hands, straining my ears. Silence. Then, just as I'd convinced myself I'd imagined it, another thump. This time, followed by what sounded like dragging. My mind raced through possibilities. A raccoon in the attic, a branch scraping against the roof. But deep down, I knew those explanations didn't fit. The sound was too deliberate, too human. I dried my hands, my movements slow and careful as if sudden motion might attract attention from whatever was upstairs. I crept to the kitchen drawer where I knew the Johnsons kept a flashlight, wrapping my fingers around its reassuring weight. Part of me wanted to run, to flee the house and call the police. But a larger part, the part that had always been drawn to this mysterious old house, urged me to investigate. After all, I reasoned, if it was an intruder, I needed to know so I could accurately report it. The stairs creaked under my feet as I ascended, each sound seeming impossibly loud in the quiet house. The second floor was dark, shadows pooling in corners and doorways. I swept my flashlight beam across the hallway, half expecting to see a figure lurking in the gloom, but it was empty. That left only one place, the attic. The entrance to the attic was at the end of the hall, a narrow door that blended almost seamlessly into the wallpaper. One of the keys on the ring Mrs. Johnson had given me fit the lock, turning with a soft click that seemed to echo in the silent house. The door swung open, revealing a steep, narrow staircase leading up into darkness. The beam of my flashlight barely penetrated the gloom. As I took my first step onto the stairs, a waft of musty air rushed down, carrying with it the scent of old paper and something else, something I couldn't quite identify. Each step creaked alarmingly as I ascended, and I found myself holding my breath, straining to hear any sound from above. But there was nothing. No footsteps, no dragging, just the pounding of my own heart in my ears. I reached the top of the stairs and paused, shining my light around the space. The attic was huge, stretching the entire length of the house. Dust motes danced in the flashlight beam, stirred up by my arrival. The air was thick and heavy, making it difficult to breathe. At first glance, it looked like a typical attic. Boxes piled high, old furniture draped in sheets, trunks and suitcases stacked against the walls. But as I moved further into the space, details began to emerge that made my skin crawl. The walls were covered in photographs, hundreds, maybe thousands of them, overlapping each other like scales. And in every single one, I saw a familiar face, my own. There I was, walking to my car, sitting in a cafe, jogging in the park. Some were clearly recent, taken just days ago. Others looked older, the colors faded, showing a younger version of myself. My hands shook as I reached out to touch one of the photos. It came away easily, revealing more underneath. These weren't just pictures of me. They were pictures of everyone I knew. My parents, my friends, my co-workers, all caught in candid moments while unaware they were being photographed. That's when I saw the album, lying open on an old desk. I approached it slowly, my feet feeling like lead. The pages were filled with more photos of me, but these were different. These showed me inside my own home, in private moments, me sleeping in my bed, eating breakfast in my kitchen, even in the shower. The implications hit me like a physical blow. Someone had been watching me for years, and not just from afar, but inside my own home. That's when I dropped the album, the thud of it hitting the floor unnaturally loud in the stifling attic air. And that's when I heard it, the creak of a floorboard behind me. I whirled around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of a figure ducking behind a stack of boxes, tall, thin, moving with an unnatural fluidity. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice shaky. "Show yourself!" Silence. Then, a voice, raspy and dry as old parchment. "We've been waiting for you, Sarah." I stumbled backward, my back hitting the desk. "Who are you? What do you want?" A chuckle, low and mirthless. "Want? Oh, Sarah, we don't want anything. We already have everything we need. We have you." The figure stepped into the light, and I had to stifle a scream. It was Mrs. Johnson, but not as I'd ever seen her. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched tight over prominent bones. Her eyes, usually hidden behind thick glasses, were huge and dark, reflecting the beam of my flashlight like a cat's. "You see, Sarah," she said, taking a step closer. "This house, it gets lonely. It needs to be fed. And you, my dear, are the perfect meal." I didn't wait to hear more. I turned and ran, stumbling down the attic stairs, my only thought to get out, to escape. I could hear her behind me, her movements far quicker and more agile than should have been possible for a woman her age. I burst out of the front door, not stopping until I reached my own house. I locked the door behind me, my chest heaving as I struggled to catch my breath. The next morning, I called the police. But when they searched the Johnsons' house, they found nothing. No photos in the attic, no evidence of anyone having been there at all. The Johnsons themselves were still on their cruise, according to the travel agency. I moved out of my house the following week. I couldn't bear to live next door to that place, knowing what I knew. Sometimes, late at night, I still wake up in a cold sweat, the feeling of being watched prickling at the back of my neck. And sometimes, when I look out my window, I swear I can see a figure standing in the Johnsons' attic window watching, waiting, hungry. The last voicemail from Amber sent chills down my spine. Her voice, usually so vibrant, was a hoarse whisper. "Mike, please, I need help. Something's wrong. I'm at..." The message cut off abruptly, leaving only static. I tried calling back, but her phone just rang endlessly. As I grabbed my keys and rushed out the door, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was already too late. Amber and I had a complicated history. We dated on and off throughout college, drawn together by an undeniable chemistry but driven apart by our different life goals. She wanted to travel the world, write poetry, live in the moment. I was all about stability, a steady job, putting down roots. We were oil and water, but somehow, we never could quite let each other go. We'd been in one of our off periods for about 6 months when the calls started. At first, they were normal enough, catching up, reminiscing about old times. But as the weeks went on, there was an edge to her voice that I couldn't quite place. She sounded scared. "I think someone's following me," she said during one late-night call. I could hear the tremor in her voice, the way she kept pausing to look over her shoulder. "Have you called the police?" I asked, already knowing the answer. Amber had never trusted authority figures. No, no, it's not like that, she said quickly. It's more like a feeling, like eyes on me all the time, even when I'm alone. I tried to reassure her, to chalk it up to stress or lack of sleep, but deep down, I was worried. This wasn't like Amber. She'd always been fearless, the type to laugh in the face of danger. To hear her so rattled, it unsettled me. The calls became more frequent after that. Sometimes she'd phone in the middle of the night, her voice tight with panic. I saw him again, Mike, outside my window, but when I looked directly at him, he was gone. I begged her to go to the police, wanting to come stay with me where it was safe, but she always refused. I can handle this, she'd insist. I just needed to hear your voice. Then, 3 days ago, the calls stopped. I tried reaching out, but my messages went unanswered. I told myself she was fine, probably just caught up in her latest adventure. Amber had always been flighty. Disappearing for days at a time wasn't unusual for her, but something felt different this time. There was a nagging sense of wrongness that I couldn't shake. And then, tonight, the voicemail. I broke every speed limit on the way to her apartment. The streets were eerily empty, the flickering streetlights casting long shadows across the pavement. As I pulled up to her building, I noticed her car was gone. Had she fled? Or had someone taken her? The front door was unlocked, which sent another wave of unease through me. Amber was careless about many things, but never her personal safety. I called out her name as I entered, but the only response was the echo of my own voice. Her apartment looked like a tornado had torn through it. Books were strewn across the floor, furniture overturned. On the walls, scrawled in what looked disturbingly like blood, were symbols I didn't recognize. Curved lines and sharp angles that hurt my eyes to look at directly. Amber, I called again, my voice cracking. Are you here? A soft sound from the bedroom caught my attention. I approached slowly, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The door was ajar, and as I pushed it open, the hinges creaked ominously. The bedroom was dark, the curtains drawn tight, but in the faint light spilling in from the hallway, I could make out a figure huddled in the corner. Amber? I whispered, taking a step closer. Is that you? The figure shifted, and I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was Amber's voice, but wrong, distorted, as if she were speaking underwater. Mike, you came. I fumbled for the light switch, desperate to see her, to confirm she was okay. But as the room flooded with light, I recoiled in horror. The thing in the corner looked like Amber, but twisted, changed. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, with dark veins visible beneath the surface. Her eyes, once a warm brown, were now entirely black, like pools of oil, and her mouth. Her mouth was stretched impossibly wide, filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth. What? I choked out, stumbling backward. What happened to you? It rose to its feet with a fluidity that was not human. I saw things, Mike, it said, in that warped version of Amber's voice. Things you couldn't imagine. He showed me the truth. Who? I managed to ask, my back pressed against the wall. Who showed you? The thing that had been Amber smiled, a grotesque parody of the grin I once loved. The Watcher, the one who's been following me. He opened my eyes. Mike, and now? It took a step towards me, elongated fingers reaching out. Now I can open yours. I ran, out of the bedroom, through the trashed living room, down the stairs of her building. I could hear it behind me, moving with impossible speed. Its laughter echoed off the walls, a sound of pure madness that threatened to shatter my sanity. I made it to my car, hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I peeled away from the curb, I caught a glimpse of it in my rearview mirror. It stood in the middle of the street, that twisted smile still on its face. And behind it, a taller figure shrouded in shadow, the watcher. I drove for hours, putting as much distance between myself and that thing as I could. But even now, days later, in a motel room hundreds of miles away, I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there, watching, waiting. My phone buzzes with a new voicemail. With trembling fingers, I press play. Mike. Amber's distorted voice croons. Where are you? Don't you want to see? Don't you want to know the truth? I throw the phone across the room, but it's too late. In the corner of my eye, I see a shadow move, and I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that the watcher has found me too. As I sit here, writing this down, I can hear footsteps in the hallway outside my room. Slow, deliberate, the doorknob begins to turn. I don't know what's going to happen to me, but if you're reading this, please, whatever you do, don't answer calls from numbers you don't recognize. Don't listen to voicemails from missing friends, and above all, don't look for the truth, because sometimes ignorance really is bliss, and knowledge can be a curse worse than death. The door is opening now. I see a familiar silhouette, stretched and distorted, and behind it, a taller shadow. They're here. The crayon drawing on the fridge sent a chill down my spine. It showed our family, stick figures with smiling faces, but there was a fifth figure, tall, dark, and looming behind us. "Who's this, sweetie?" I asked my daughter, trying to keep my voice steady. She looked up at me, her eyes wide and earnest. "That's my new friend," she said. "He tells me to do things, bad things." I've always been a skeptic when it comes to the paranormal. Ghosts, spirits, demons. I chalked it all up to overactive imaginations or elaborate hoaxes. But that was before we moved into the old Victorian on Maple Street. Before my daughter, Emily, started talking about her new friend. It began innocently enough. Emily had always had a vivid imagination, so when she started mentioning a new playmate, my wife Sarah and I didn't think much of it. Imaginary friends are normal for 5-year-olds, right? But as the weeks went by, Emily's behavior began to change. She became withdrawn, prone to sudden outbursts of anger. She'd wake up screaming in the middle of the night, claiming he was in her room. When we'd rush in to comfort her, she'd be huddled in the corner, eyes fixed on an empty spot by her closet. We tried to rationalize it. The move had been hard on her. She was adjusting to a new school, new surroundings. It was just a phase, we told ourselves. She'd grow out of it. Then the incident started. It was little things at first. A vase knocked over when no one was in the room. Doors slamming shut on windless days. The kind of things you could explain away if you tried hard enough. But then, one morning, I came downstairs to find every knife from our kitchen drawers embedded in the living room walls, forming a perfect circle. In the center of that circle was Emily, fast asleep on the floor, clutching her favorite stuffed animal. When we woke her up, she had no memory of how she got there, but she did say, with a smile that made my blood run cold, he wanted to protect me while I slept. That was when we knew we needed help. We took Emily to doctors, child psychologists, even a psychiatrist. They all said the same thing: stress, an overactive imagination, possibly a cry for attention. None of their explanations felt right. None of them had seen the look in Emily's eyes when she talked about her friend. It was Sarah who suggested we try something less conventional. Her aunt was a medium, someone who claimed to be able to communicate with spirits. I was skeptical, but at that point, I was willing to try anything. Aunt Rose arrived on a gloomy Sunday afternoon. She was nothing like I expected. No flowing robes or crystal balls. Just a petite woman in her 60s with kind eyes and a no-nonsense attitude. "You show me where it's strongest," she said as soon as she entered the house. No hello, no small talk, just straight to business. We led her to Emily's room. The moment she crossed the threshold, her face went pale. "Oh my," she whispered. "Oh, this is not good." She walked slowly around the room, her hand outstretched as if feeling the air. When she reached the closet, the spot Emily always stared at during her night terrors, she recoiled as if she'd been burned. "There's something here," she said, her voice shaking. "Something old and angry." She turned to us, her eyes wide with fear. "How long has your daughter been talking to it?" We told her everything, the imaginary friend, the behavioral changes, the incidents around the house. As we spoke, Aunt Rose's expression grew more and more grim. "This entity," she said when we finished, "it's not a ghost. It's something much worse. A kind of parasite. It feeds on the innocence of children, twisting them, corrupting them." She took a deep breath before continuing. "It's trying to possess your daughter." The words hit me like a physical blow. Possession. That was the stuff of horror movies, not real life. But as I looked around Emily's room, at the dark crayon drawings covering the walls, the stuffed animals arranged in bizarre, almost ritualistic patterns, I felt a creeping dread that maybe, just maybe, this was real. "What can we do?" Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Aunt Rose's face was grim. "We need to perform a cleansing, not just of the house, but of Emily herself. It won't be easy. The entity won't give her up without a fight." She gave us a list of things to prepare: salt, sage, holy water. As she rattled off instructions, I found myself nodding along, my skepticism crumbling in the face of this new, terrifying reality. The cleansing was scheduled for that night. As the sun set, casting long shadows across Emily's room, we began. Aunt Rose drew symbols on the floors and walls with blessed chalk, laid down lines of salt across thresholds. The air felt thick, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. Emily sat in the center of the room, unnaturally still. Her eyes, when she looked at us, seemed darker than usual, empty. "Whatever happens," Aunt Rose warned us, "whatever you see or hear, don't interfere. The entity will try to trick you, to make you stop the ritual. You must not let it." She began to chant in a language I didn't recognize. At first, nothing seemed to happen. Then suddenly, the temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath misting in the air. Emily's head snapped up, her eyes rolling back until only the whites were visible. When she spoke, it wasn't her voice. It was deeper, guttural, filled with a malice that made my skin crawl. "She's mine," the thing inside Emily growled. "You can't have her." Aunt Rose's chanting grew louder. The entity possessing Emily screamed, a sound no human throat should be able to make. Objects around the room began to shake. Drawings tore themselves from the walls, swirling around us in a maelstrom of paper and crayons. I wanted to run to Emily, to hold her, to protect her from whatever was happening. But Sarah gripped my arm, her nails digging into my skin, reminding me of Aunt Rose's warning. The entity fought hard. It made Emily's body contort in ways that should have been impossible, bending her backwards until I was sure her spine would snap. It spewed vile threats and obscenities, promised us torments beyond our wildest nightmares if we didn't stop. But Aunt Rose didn't falter. Her voice grew stronger, more commanding. The swirling objects began to slow, then drop to the floor. Emily's body went rigid, then began to convulse, and then, with a final, ear-splitting shriek, it was over. Emily collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. We rushed to her side, cradling her small body. For a heart-stopping moment, she didn't move. Then her eyes fluttered open, her normal, beautiful brown eyes, and she looked up at us in confusion. "Mommy, Daddy, what happened? Where's my friend?" Aunt Rose sagged against the wall, exhausted but triumphant. "He's gone, sweetheart," she said softly. "He won't bother you anymore." The aftermath was complicated. We had Emily checked out by doctors who found no physical explanation for what had happened. Mentally, she seemed fine. The behavioral issues disappeared almost overnight. She stopped talking about her friend Ai, and the nightmares ceased. But for Sarah and me, things would never be the same. We'd seen something that night, something that defied explanation, something that shook the very foundations of what we believed about the world. We moved out of the house on Maple Street soon after. I didn't care about the financial hit we took. I just wanted us as far away from that place as possible. Emily is 10 now, a happy, well-adjusted kid with no memory of what happened. Sometimes I envy her that blissful ignorance, because I remember every night when I close my eyes, I see that room, feel that oppressive presence, and I wonder, what else is out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for an innocent soul to latch onto? We're more careful now. We sage our new house regularly. We've learned protective prayers and rituals, and every night I check on Emily as she sleeps, watching for any sign that the darkness has found her again. Because now I know the truth. The monsters are real, and sometimes they wear the faces of our loved ones. The security camera feed flickered to life, revealing an empty hallway. I leaned closer to the monitor, squinting at the grainy image. That's when I saw her, a woman in Victorian-era clothing, gliding silently across the screen. My blood ran cold as I realized she was heading straight for my office. I spun around, expecting to see her materialize before me, but the room was empty. When I turned back to the monitor, she was gone, leaving me to question my sanity and the true nature of the building I guarded each night. I've always been a night owl, so when I landed the job as a night security guard at Oakwood Office Complex, it seemed perfect. The pay was decent, the hours suited me, and let's be honest, how hard could it be to watch a bunch of empty offices? For the first few months, it was exactly as I'd expected. Quiet nights spent patrolling the corridors, checking locks, and watching the security feeds. Sometimes I'd bring a book or my laptop to pass the time. It was peaceful, if a bit boring. But then things started to change. It began with small oddities. Items moved from where I'd left them. Cold spots in certain areas of the building, even on warm nights. The occasional unexplained noise. Footsteps when I knew I was alone. Doors closing in empty wings of the complex. At first, I brushed it off. Old buildings make noise, right? And maybe I was just forgetful about where I put things. But as the weeks went on, the incidents became harder to explain away. One night, around 2 a.m., I was doing my usual rounds when I heard what sounded like a woman crying. It was faint, barely audible, but definitely there. I followed the sound, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. It led me to the old executive wing, an area that hadn't been used in years. The crying grew louder as I approached a particular office. My hand hesitated on the doorknob. Part of me wanted to turn back, to pretend I hadn't heard anything, but curiosity won out. I pushed the door open slowly, wincing at the creak of rusty hinges. The room was empty, thick with dust and cobwebs, but the air felt different. Heavier somehow, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the oppressive silence. "Is anyone here?" The crying stopped abruptly, and then, just for a moment, I caught a whiff of lavender perfume. It was gone as quickly as it came, replaced by the musty smell of the abandoned office. I backed out of the room, my heart racing. As I pulled the door shut, I could have sworn I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a flash of pale fabric, like the hem of a dress. But when I turned to look, there was nothing there. After that night, the occurrences became more frequent, more obvious. I'd see shadows moving at the edge of my vision, hear whispers in empty rooms, and always, that lingering scent of lavender. I started doing research on the building's history, Oakwood office complex had been built in the 1950s, but it stood on the site of an old Victorian mansion. Most of the mansion had been demolished, but parts of the original foundation remained. As I dug deeper, I found mentions of a tragedy. In 1889, a young woman named Elizabeth Caldwell had lived in the mansion. She was engaged to be married, but on the night before her wedding, she disappeared. Her body was found weeks later in the nearby river. The official ruling was suicide, but rumors persisted that she had been murdered. The more I read about Elizabeth, the more convinced I became that she was the presence I'd been encountering. But why now, after all these years? What had stirred her spirit? It was a week after my research that I first saw her on the security cameras. I was in the main security office, cycling through the different feeds, when movement on one of the screens caught my eye. There she was, clear as day. A woman in a high-necked Victorian dress, her dark hair piled atop her head. She moved with an unnatural grace, seeming to glide rather than walk, and she was heading straight for the security office. I spun around in my chair, half expecting to see her materialize before me, but the room remained empty. When I turned back to the monitor, she was gone. My hands shook as I rewound the footage, but no matter how many times I replayed it, the result was the same. One moment she was there, the next she wasn't. From that night on, Elizabeth became a regular visitor on my cameras. Always at night, always alone, always heading towards my office. But she never quite made it. It was as if some invisible barrier prevented her from reaching me. I became obsessed with trying to communicate with her. I left voice recorders running in the areas where I'd seen her most often. I took countless photos, hoping to capture some evidence of her existence. Most of my efforts yielded nothing, but occasionally, I'd get something. A whisper on a recording that shouldn't have been there. An orb of light in a photo of an empty hallway. Small things, easily dismissed by a skeptic. But to me, they were proof. As the weeks passed, I found myself looking forward to my nightly encounters with Elizabeth. I'd talk to her, even though she never responded. I'd tell her about my day, about the modern world she'd never known. Sometimes, I swear I could feel her listening. But everything changed the night she finally reached my office. It was a stormy night, lightning illuminating the sky in brilliant flashes. I was at my desk, half watching the monitors, half reading a book on Victorian-era spiritualism. The power had been flickering on and off all night, the backup generator kicking in each time. During one of these power fluctuations, I saw her, Elizabeth, on the camera feed, closer to my office than she'd ever been before. And this time, she wasn't alone. Behind her, barely visible in the grainy footage, was a man. Tall, broad-shouldered, dressed in clothes from the same era as Elizabeth. He seemed to be reaching for her, his face a mask of rage. The feed cut out as another power surge hit. When it came back on seconds later, the hallway was empty. I sat there, frozen, my mind struggling to process what I'd seen. That's when I felt it. A sudden drop in temperature, so severe that I could see my breath misting in the air. The lavender scent hit me next, stronger than ever before. And then, slowly, a figure began to materialize in front of me. Elizabeth stood there, as solid and real as any living person. Her eyes, dark and sad, met mine. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. Behind her, the air shimmered, and the man from the video began to take shape. His face was twisted with fury, his hands reaching for Elizabeth's throat. Without thinking, I leapt to my feet, positioning myself between Elizabeth and her attacker. "Leave her alone!" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear and adrenaline. The man's eyes locked onto mine, filled with a hatred that chilled me to my core. For a moment, we stood there, locked in a standoff that transcended time and death itself. Then, with a howl of rage that seemed to shake the very foundations of the building, he lunged forward. I braced myself for impact, but instead felt a rush of icy cold pass through me. When I opened my eyes, both spirits were gone. The room was back to its normal temperature, the scent of lavender fading away. I'd like to say that was the end of it, that Elizabeth found peace and moved on. But the truth is, I don't know. I still see her sometimes, on the cameras or out of the corner of my eye. But she never comes as close as she did that night. And I've never seen the man again. I still work at Oakwood Office Complex. I couldn't leave now if I wanted to, because I know that somewhere in these halls Elizabeth is still wandering, and as long as she's here, I'll be here too, watching, waiting, ready to stand between her and whatever darkness still pursues her, because that's my job now. Not just a night security guard, but a guardian of secrets long buried, a protector of a soul lost to time. And every night, as I start my shift, I whisper a quiet promise to the empty halls. I'm here, Elizabeth. You're safe now. The old truck's headlights pierced the darkness behind us, growing larger in the rearview mirror. It's probably nothing, Jake said, but his white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel betrayed his fear. We'd taken this shortcut a dozen times before, but tonight, something felt different. As the truck drew closer, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd made a terrible mistake. This wasn't just a fellow traveler, it was a predator, and we were its prey. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway. Jake and I had been friends since college, and every year we'd take a road trip to decompress from our high-stress jobs in the city. This time, we'd chosen a remote cabin in the mountains, promising each other a few days of hiking, fishing, and absolutely no cell phone service. The drive started off great. We laughed, sang along to old songs, and felt the weight of our responsibilities melt away with each mile. As the sun began to set, Jake suggested we take a shortcut he'd discovered on our last trip. It'll save us at least an hour, he said, already turning onto a narrow, unmarked road. Plus, the scenery is amazing. I should have objected. The rational part of my brain was screaming that this was how horror movies started. But the thrill of adventure won out, and I found myself nodding in agreement. For the first hour, everything was fine. The road wound through dense forests and along steep cliffs, offering breathtaking views of the valley below. But as night fell, the beauty turned ominous. The trees seemed to close in around us, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. The moon, full and low on the horizon, cast eerie shadows across the landscape. That's when we first noticed the truck. It appeared out of nowhere. A battered old pickup with rusty fenders and a cracked windshield. At first, we thought nothing of it. This was farm country after all. Old trucks were probably as common as cornfields. But then it started to follow us. No matter how fast we drove or how many turns we took, the truck stayed right behind us. Sometimes it would drop back, disappearing around a bend, only to roar up behind us minutes later, headlights blazing. Maybe they're just going to the same place we are, I suggested, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. Jake nodded, but I could see the tension in his jaw. Yeah, maybe, but let's test that theory. He suddenly swerved onto a side road, barely more than a dirt track. For a moment, I thought we'd lost our pursuer, but then, with a growl of its engine, the truck followed. Okay, that's not normal, Jake muttered, accelerating hard. The truck matched our speed, drawing closer. My heart was pounding now, adrenaline coursing through my veins. "Oh, what do they want?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Jake shook his head. "I don't know, but I'm not sticking around to find out." He floored it, our car fishtailing on the loose gravel. The truck fell back slightly, but didn't give up the chase. We flew down the winding road, taking turns so sharp I was sure we'd go over the edge at any moment. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, our headlights illuminated a figure standing in the middle of the road. Jake slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a stop mere inches from the person. It was a woman, middle-aged, with wild gray hair and tattered clothes. She stared at us with wide, frightened eyes. "Please, she mouthed, reaching towards us. I was about to tell Jake to let her in when the truck's horn blared behind us. In the rearview mirror, I saw it barreling towards us, headlights on full beam. "Go!" I shouted. Jake hesitated for a split second, then gunned the engine. We swerved around the woman, my last glimpse of her a look of utter despair on her face. The truck didn't even slow down. To my horror, I watched in the mirror as it plowed straight through where the woman had been standing. But when I turned to look out the back window, there was no sign of her. No body, no blood. It was as if she'd never existed. "Did you see that?" I asked Jake, my voice shaking. He nodded grimly. "Yeah, and I don't think we're dealing with normal people here." As if to confirm his words, the truck suddenly accelerated, ramming into our back bumper. The impact sent us fishtailing again, and Jake struggled to keep control. "Hang on!" he yelled, taking a hard right onto what looked like a logging road. The truck followed, its engine roaring like some monstrous beast. Each time it hit us, I could feel the back of our car crumpling. We weren't going to last much longer. That's when I saw it. A covered bridge up ahead. It looked old, possibly unstable, but it was our only chance. "The bridge!" I shouted, pointing. "If we can make it across, maybe it won't hold their weight." Jake nodded, pushing our battered car to its limits. We hit the bridge at full speed, the ancient wood groaning beneath our tires. Behind us, the truck was gaining, its front grille filling our rearview mirror. We were halfway across when I heard it, a terrible splintering sound. The bridge was collapsing. "Go, go, go!" I screamed, though Jake needed no encouragement. Our back tires left the bridge just as it gave way, plunging into the ravine below. The truck wasn't so lucky. I watched, half in relief, half in horror, as it tried to brake. But its momentum was too great. With a deafening crash, it plunged through the broken end of the bridge and disappeared into the darkness below. We skidded to a stop on the other side, both of us breathing hard. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. Then, slowly, we got out of the car to survey the damage. Our back end was a mess, the bumper hanging off and the trunk crumpled like an accordion. But we were alive. We'd made it. As we stood there, the adrenaline slowly fading, we heard something, a sound rising from the ravine. At first, I thought it was the creek below, or maybe the settling of twisted metal. But then it became clear. It was laughter. Deep, menacing laughter that seemed to echo from the very earth itself. We didn't wait around to investigate. We got back in the car and drove, not stopping until we reached the main highway. We never did make it to that cabin. Instead, we checked into the first motel we found and tried to make sense of what had happened. The next morning, we reported the incident to the local police. They were skeptical, to say the least. When they went to investigate, they found no sign of a collapsed bridge, no wreckage in the ravine. Even the logging road we'd turned onto didn't seem to exist. We've tried to rationalize it in the years since. Maybe it was an elaborate prank. Maybe we both hallucinated due to exhaustion. But deep down, we know the truth. For one night, we stepped into something beyond our understanding. A world where the lines between reality and nightmare blur. I still take road trips occasionally, but I stick to the main highways now, and I never, ever take shortcuts through unfamiliar territory, because I know that somewhere out there, on those lonely back roads, that truck is still waiting, and next time, we might not be so lucky. So if you're ever driving late at night and see an old pickup in your rearview mirror, don't slow down, don't stop, no matter what or who you see on the road. Just drive, and pray that you make it to safety before it catches up to you. Because in the dark heart of those forgotten roads, there are things that hunt, and to them, we're all just prey. The sound of furniture scraping across hardwood floors jolted me awake. My eyes flew open, heart pounding as I strained to listen. There it was again, the unmistakable noise of a heavy object being dragged across the floor below. But that was impossible. I was alone in my sister's house, and every door and window was locked. As I crept down the stairs, baseball bat in hand, I realized with growing horror that someone, or something, had rearranged every piece of furniture in the living room while I slept. I've always been the responsible one in my family, the one who could be counted on in a crisis, who never backed down from a challenge. So when my sister, Kate, asked me to house sit for her while she and her husband went on a second honeymoon, I didn't hesitate to say yes. Their house was an old Victorian, full of character and creaky floorboards. It had always given me a slightly uneasy feeling, but I chalked that up to its age and my overactive imagination. Kate loved it, constantly gushing about its charm and history. The first few days were uneventful. I worked from home during the day, enjoyed quiet evenings reading in Kate's cozy library, and slept soundly in the guest room. But on the fourth night, things took a turn for the bizarre. I'd gone to bed early, exhausted from a long day of video conferences and deadlines. The house was silent, save for the occasional groan of settling wood and the tick of the grandfather clock in the hallway. I drifted off quickly, lulled by the familiar sounds. The noise that woke me was different, loud, deliberate, impossible to ignore. My first thought was that someone had broken in, but as I lay there, heart racing, I realized that didn't make sense. What burglar would take the time to move furniture? I grabbed the baseball bat I'd brought with me, a habit from my college days in a sketchy neighborhood, and crept downstairs. The noise had stopped, but the air felt different, charged somehow, like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. Nothing could have prepared me for what I saw when I reached the living room. Every single piece of furniture had been moved. The heavy leather sofa that had been against the far wall now sat in the center of the room, facing the fireplace. The armchairs were arranged in a perfect circle around it. The coffee table was upside down, balanced precariously on top of a floor lamp. But the truly chilling part, there wasn't a single mark on the hardwood floors. No scratches, no scuff marks, nothing to indicate how these heavy pieces had been moved. I stood there, bat hanging limply at my side, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Had I sleepwalked and done this myself? But no, that was impossible. Some of these furniture pieces were so heavy it would have taken two people to move them. As I stood there, grappling with what I was seeing, a cold draft swept through the room. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I had the distinct feeling of being watched. I whirled around, bat raised, but there was nothing there, just the empty hallway leading back to the stairs. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the rearranged living room, lights blazing, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. When dawn finally broke, I practically ran outside, desperate for fresh air and sunlight. I spent most of that day debating whether to call Kate. On one hand, I didn't want to ruin her vacation over what could be. What? A elaborate prank? A stress-induced hallucination? On the other hand, if something truly strange was happening in her house, she deserved to know. In the end, I decided to wait. One weird occurrence didn't necessarily mean anything. I'd stay alert, and if anything else happened, I'd tell her. I shouldn't have waited. The next night, I made sure to double-check every lock before bed. I even wedged chairs under the doorknobs of the exterior doors, just in case. Sleep didn't come easily, but eventually, exhaustion won out. This time, it wasn't noise that woke me, but silence. The oppressive, unnatural silence that falls when even the ambient sounds of a house, the hum of the refrigerator, the whisper of air through vents, have ceased. I opened my eyes to find the room pitch black, not the normal darkness of night, but a complete absence of light that seemed to press against my eyeballs. I reached for the bedside lamp, but when I flicked the switch, nothing happened. Panic rising in my throat, I fumbled for my phone. The screen lit up, momentarily blinding me, but providing blessed light. That's when I saw them. Handprints, dozens of them, covering the walls, the ceiling, even the insides of the windows. They weren't made of dirt or paint, but seemed to be scorched into the surfaces, as if by intense heat. I scrambled out of bed, my only thought to get out of the house. But when I tried the bedroom door, it wouldn't budge. Not locked. It felt like something was holding it shut from the other side. That's when the whispering started. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once. A susurration of voices speaking words I couldn't quite make out. They grew louder, more insistent, until I could finally understand what they were saying. Join us. Stay with us. Become one of us. The voices were accompanied by a scratching sound, like nails on wood. To my horror, I realized it was coming from inside the walls. I don't remember much of what happened next. I know I screamed. I know I threw myself against the door again and again until it finally gave way. I remember running down the stairs, the voices and scratching following me, growing louder with every step. I burst out of the front door into the cool night air, gasping for breath. As I turned to look back at the house, I saw something that will haunt me for the rest of my days. Every window was filled with faces, pale, gaunt faces with hollow eyes and gaping mouths. They pressed against the glass, their hands leaving those scorched prints I'd seen in the bedroom, and every single one of them was staring directly at me. I didn't go back inside. I got in my car and drove, not stopping until I was miles away. When I finally worked up the courage to call Kate the next day, I expected her to think I was crazy. Instead, she was silent for a long moment before saying, "So you saw them too." It turns out Kate and her husband had been experiencing strange occurrences since they moved in. Objects moving on their own, whispers in empty rooms, glimpses of figures that vanished when looked at directly. They'd been too embarrassed to say anything, each thinking the other would think they were losing their mind. They sold the house soon after, taking a significant financial loss just to be rid of it. None of us have been back since. I've tried to rationalize what happened that night. Maybe it was a vivid nightmare brought on by stress. Maybe there was a gas leak causing hallucinations. But deep down, I know the truth. That house was alive, in some twisted, malevolent way. It wanted something from us, our fear, our sanity, maybe even our souls. And I have no doubt that if I'd stayed one more night, it would have taken mine. So if you're ever house-sitting and you wake up to find the furniture rearranged, don't try to explain it away. Don't tell yourself it's nothing. Get out. Get out and don't look back. Because some houses are more than just buildings of wood and stone. Some houses hunger, and once they've got a taste of you, they'll never let you go. The basement door creaked open, and my son's terrified voice echoed up the stairs. "Dad, please. It's down here again." I sighed, ready to dispel another of Tommy's nighttime fears. But as I descended the steps, the temperature plummeted, and an otherworldly growl rumbled from the darkness. My flashlight beam caught a glimpse of something massive and inhuman lurking in the corner. In that moment, I realized my 5-year-old had been right all along. There really was a monster in our basement. I've always prided myself on being a rational man. As a software engineer, logic and reason are the cornerstones of my world. So when my son, Tommy, started talking about the monster in our basement, I chalked it up to an overactive imagination. After all, isn't that what kids do? Create fantastical stories to make sense of the world around them. It started about a month after we moved into our new home, a charming colonial-style house in a quiet suburb. It seemed perfect for our little family. My wife, Sarah, fell in love with the spacious kitchen. I was sold on the home office with built-in bookshelves. And Tommy was excited about everything, from the big backyard to the creaky attic stairs. Everything, that is, except the basement. From day one, he was reluctant to go down there. At first, we thought it was just the usual childhood fear of dark and unfamiliar spaces. We tried everything, leaving the lights on, going down with him, even letting him decorate one corner as a play area. Nothing worked. Then the nightmares started. Tommy would wake up screaming, claiming the basement monster was in his room. We'd rush in to find him huddled under his blankets, pointing at empty corners and sobbing about glowing red eyes and sharp teeth. Sarah wanted to take him to a child psychologist, but I convinced her to wait. "It's just a phase," I said. "He'll grow out of it." But as the weeks went by, Tommy's fear only intensified. He refused to be alone on the ground floor of the house, always keeping one eye on the basement door. He stopped playing in the backyard, saying the monster watched him through the small ground-level windows. I tried to be patient, to be the understanding father, but I'll admit, it started to wear on me. The constant reassurances, the sleepless nights, the way Tommy's fear seemed to cast a shadow over our entire household. I found myself getting frustrated, sometimes even snapping at him when he'd come to us with yet another monster story. That's why, on that fateful night, my first reaction was irritation when I heard Tommy calling from the basement. Sarah was out at a book club meeting, and I'd been trying to finish a crucial piece of code for work. The last thing I needed was another imaginary monster hunt. "Tommy," I called back, not bothering to hide my exasperation. "We've talked about this. There's nothing down there. Come back up and go to bed." "But Dad," his voice quavered, "it's real this time. I saw it. Please. I'm scared." Something in his tone gave me pause. This wasn't his usual fearful whining. He sounded genuinely terrified. With a heavy sigh, I saved my work and grabbed a flashlight. "All right, buddy, I'm coming down. But this is the last time, okay? After this, no more monster stories." I flicked on the basement lights and started down the stairs. The bulb at the far end of the room was out, leaving that corner shrouded in shadow. Mental note: add change light bulb to my weekend to-do list. "Tommy," I called out, "where are you?" "Over here," came his whispered reply from behind the old water heater. "Don't turn off the lights, Dad. It doesn't like the light." I was about to launch into another lecture about imagination versus reality when I felt it. A sudden, drastic drop in temperature, as if I'd stepped into a walk-in freezer. My breath misted in front of me, and I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. That's not normal, I thought, my engineer's mind already racing through possible explanations. Faulty HVAC system, hidden draft. But then I heard it, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, not quite animal, not quite human, but something other. My flashlight beam darted around the room, more erratic than I'd like to admit. That's when I saw it, just for a second. In the far corner, where the shadows were deepest, something moved. Something big. I caught a glimpse of coarse, matted fur. A flash of teeth, too many and too sharp to belong to any animal I knew. And the eyes. God, the eyes. Glowing red, filled with an intelligence and malevolence that froze the blood in my veins. In that moment, every rational explanation I'd clung to evaporated. This was no trick of the light, no overactive imagination. This was real, and it was in my basement. "Tommy," I whispered, my voice shaking, "come here." Slowly. I heard his shuffling footsteps as he crept out from behind the water heater. My paternal instincts kicked in, overriding my fear. I had to get him out of here. "When I count to 3, I said, trying to keep my voice calm, "we're going to run up the stairs. Okay? 1, 2. I never got to 3. With a roar that shook dust from the ceiling, the thing in the corner lunged. I caught a blur of movement, a sensation of overwhelming mass and power hurtling towards us. "Run!" I screamed, scooping Tommy up and bolting for the stairs. I took them 2 at a time. My son clutched tightly to my chest. I could feel it behind us, hot, fetid breath on the back of my neck. Claws scrabbled on the wooden steps, splintering them as it gave chase. We burst through the basement door into the kitchen. I slammed it shut and threw the deadbolt, knowing even as I did so that it wouldn't hold for long. Sure enough, something massive slammed into the other side of the door. The wood buckled, hinges screaming in protest. "Call Mom," I told Tommy, setting him down. "Tell her not to come home, then get out of the house and run to the neighbors. Don't stop. Don't look back. Do you understand? He nodded, tears streaming down his face. I hated to send him out alone, but I knew he'd be safer outside than in here with whatever this was. As Tommy ran for the front door, I grabbed the largest knife from the kitchen block, a poor weapon against the monstrosity I'd seen, but it was better than nothing. The basement door shuddered under another impact, cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. One more hit, I realized, and it would be through. I stood my ground, knife raised, as the door finally gave way. The thing that emerged was somehow even more terrifying in full light. It was massive, easily 7 feet tall, with a body that seemed to be a patchwork of different animals, the powerful limbs of a bear, the snarling face of a wolf, but distorted, wrong. Its red eyes fixed on me with predatory focus. What happened next is a blur. I remember swinging the knife, feeling it connect with tough hide. I remember pain as claws raked across my chest. The cacophony of shattering glass and splintering wood as our battle carried us through the house. I'd like to say I fought bravely, that I single-handedly vanquished the monster. But the truth is, I was outmatched. If it hadn't been for the police sirens in the distance, Tommy must have called 911 after reaching the neighbors. I don't think I would have survived. The creature, hearing the approaching sirens, let out a bone-chilling howl. Then, to my amazement, it seemed to dissolve. Its form became insubstantial, like smoke, and it seeped away through the cracks in the floorboards. By the time the police arrived, there was no sign of the monster, just a wrecked house and a badly injured, babbling man. I'm sure they thought I was insane or on drugs. Hell, part of me wondered if I was, but I know what I saw, what I fought, and I know it's still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting. We moved out the next day, leaving most of our possessions behind. I couldn't bear the thought of staying in that house one more night. We're staying with Sarah's parents now, trying to make sense of what happened. Tommy doesn't talk about the basement monster anymore, but sometimes I catch him staring warily at dark corners, or flinching at unexpected sounds. And late at night, when the house is quiet, I lie awake, straining my ears for that telltale growl. Because now, I know the truth. Monsters are real, and once you've seen them, you can never unsee them. You can never feel truly safe in the dark again. So if your child tells you there's a monster in the basement, listen. Really listen. Because sometimes, the monsters are real. And by the time you realize it, it might be too late. The text message glowed ominously on my phone screen. I can see you. My heart raced as I scanned the empty street, searching for any sign of movement. It was past midnight, and I was alone in a city I barely knew. As I clutched my phone, another message pinged. You can't hide from me. That's when I realized with growing horror that this wasn't just a prank. Someone was watching my every move, and they weren't going to stop until they had me. I've always been a bit of a loner. It's not that I don't like people. I just find it hard to connect sometimes. So when I got the opportunity to transfer to our company's branch in a new city, I jumped at the chance. A fresh start, I thought. A chance to reinvent myself. The first few weeks were a whirlwind of new experiences, learning the layout of the city, figuring out public transportation, settling into my tiny but cozy apartment. I was so caught up in the excitement of it all that I didn't notice the signs at first. It started small, a feeling of being watched while walking home from work. Footsteps that seemed to echo mine, only to disappear when I turned around. I brushed it off as paranoia, the natural unease of being in an unfamiliar place. Then came the hang-up calls, always late at night, always from a blocked number. I'd answer, hear nothing but breathing on the other end, and then the line would go dead. After the third time, I stopped picking up. I should have paid more attention, should have trusted my instincts. but I was so determined to make this new life work that I ignored the red flags waving frantically in my face. It all came to a head on a Friday night. I'd forced myself to go out, to try and be social. There was a bar near my apartment that I'd been meaning to check out. I nursed a beer at the counter, making awkward small talk with the bartender, when my phone buzzed. Unknown number. Blue really isn't your color. I frowned, looking down at my blue shirt. How could anyone know what I was wearing? I glanced around the bar, but no one seemed to be paying any attention to me. Another buzz. You should go home now. It's not safe out tonight. A chill ran down my spine. I paid for my drink and left, trying to appear calm while my heart raced. The street outside was mostly empty, just a few other late-night wanderers like myself. That's when the messages started coming rapid fire. Turn left at the next corner. Don't look behind you. I said, don't look. I couldn't help it. I looked. There was nothing there, just an empty sidewalk stretching into darkness. My phone buzzed again. I warned you not to look. Now you've ruined the game. Game? What game? I picked up my pace, no longer trying to hide my fear. I was about 3 blocks from my apartment. If I could just make it home. You can't hide from me in your little box. I know where you live. I stopped dead in my tracks. They knew where I lived. Suddenly, going home seemed like the worst possible idea. I turned abruptly, deciding to head for the all-night diner I'd noticed a few streets over. Maybe if I was around other people, I'd be safe. Clever. But it won't work. How did they know? Were they following me? I spun around, searching desperately for any sign of my stalker. The street remained stubbornly empty. I broke into a run, no longer caring about appearing calm. My footsteps echoed loudly in the quiet night, but I couldn't hear anyone behind me, just the incessant buzzing of my phone. Run all you want, you can't escape. I see you, little mouse, scurrying so frantically. Do you feel your heart racing? The fear coursing through your veins? It's intoxicating. I burst into the diner, startling the lone waitress behind the counter. Please, I gasped. I need help. Someone's following me. She looked concerned, reaching for the phone. Do you want me to call the police? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed again. I looked down, my blood turning to ice as I read the message. Tell her everything's fine, or the nice waitress might have an unfortunate accident on her way home tonight. I swallowed hard, forcing a smile. I'm sorry, I told the waitress. False alarm. I think I just got spooked by some shadows. Could I get a coffee, please? She nodded, still looking worried, but put down the phone. I slid into a booth, trying to control my shaking hands. For the next hour, I sat there, jumping at every sound. My phone remained mercifully silent, but the relief was short-lived. As soon as I stepped out of the diner, it buzzed again. Did you enjoy your little break? Ready to play again? I couldn't take it anymore. I dialed 911, but before I could hit call, another message came through. I wouldn't do that if I were you, unless you want your family to suffer the consequences. Attached was a photo of my parents' house. It had been taken recently. I could see the new flowers my mom had planted just last month. How? I whispered, my finger hovering over the call button. I know everything about you. Your fears, your dreams, your dirty little secrets. Do you really want to test me? I lowered the phone, defeated. What could I do? Go to the police and risk my family's safety? Keep running aimlessly through a city I barely knew? As if reading my thoughts, another message came through. There's only one way this ends. Come to the abandoned factory on 7th Street. Come alone, or others will pay the price. I knew it was a trap. Every movie I'd ever watched, every book I'd ever read screamed that this was a terrible idea. But what choice did I have? The factory loomed before me, a hulking shadow against the night sky. Broken windows gaped like hungry mouths, ready to swallow me whole. I hesitated at the entrance, my instincts screaming at me to turn back. My phone buzzed one last time. I'm waiting. Taking a deep breath, I stepped inside. The air was thick with dust and the musty smell of decay. My footsteps echoed ominously as I made my way deeper into the building. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and frightened. "I'm here. What do you want from me?" A chuckle echoed through the empty space, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Oh, sweet little mouse, I want to play." A figure stepped out of the shadows, and I felt my heart stop. It was me, or rather, someone wearing a mask of my face. The eyes behind the mask glittered with malice. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Why are you doing this?" The figure tilted its head, considering. "Who am I? I'm your shadow, your reflection, the dark thoughts you try to hide. As for why..." It shrugged. "Because it's fun." I backed away, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. It had to be some sort of nightmare. "Oh, it's very real," the figure said, as if reading my thoughts. It reached up, slowly peeling off the mask to reveal a face I didn't recognize. Ordinary, unremarkable, the kind of face you'd pass on the street without a second glance. "Disappointed?" it asked, grinning. "Were you expecting some movie monster? Some tragic figure from your past? The truth is far more terrifying, isn't it? I'm no one. I'm everyone. I could be anyone you pass on the street." "What do you want from me?" I asked again, my back hitting a wall. There was nowhere left to run. The figure's grin widened, becoming almost inhumanly large. "I told you, I want to play, and the game is just beginning." Suddenly, the room was plunged into darkness. I heard movement, felt a rush of air as something passed close by. When the lights flickered back on, the figure was gone. But my phone buzzed one last time. "Round 1 goes to me. Ready for round 2. I ran from the factory, ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. But I knew, deep down, that there was no escaping. This was just the beginning of a game I never agreed to play, with rules I didn't understand. Now, as I sit in yet another unfamiliar city, in yet another tiny apartment, I can't help but wonder, is it watching me even now? Waiting for the perfect moment to start the next round? Because that's the true horror of it all. Not knowing when or where it will strike next. Living each day wondering if this will be the day the game begins again. So if you ever get a text from an unknown number, claiming to see you, to know you, don't ignore it. Don't try to run. Because by then, it's already too late. The game has already begun. The first drawing appeared on a Tuesday, a crude sketch of a house engulfed in flames, rendered in angry red crayon. I assumed it was Tommy's way of processing our recent move, but as the days passed and the pictures grew more disturbing, I realized with mounting dread that my 5-year-old son wasn't just drawing his fears, he was predicting the future. I've always been a pragmatic person. As a single dad, I had to be. When my wife passed away 2 years ago, leaving me to raise Tommy alone, I threw myself into being the best father I could be. We had our routines, our little rituals that kept us grounded. Pancakes every Sunday morning, bedtime stories every night, a life built on consistency and love. But all of that changed when we moved into the old Victorian on Elm Street. It was a beautiful house, full of character and history, the kind of place I'd always dreamed of owning. And with the insurance money from Sarah's death, it was finally within reach. I saw it as a fresh start for Tommy and me, a chance to build new memories in a home that wasn't haunted by the ghost of what we'd lost. Tommy was excited at first. He loved exploring the nooks and crannies of the old house, discovering hidden cupboards and creaky floorboards. But after the first week, something changed. He became quieter, more withdrawn. He started having nightmares, waking up screaming in the middle of the night. I chalked it up to the stress of the move, the unfamiliarity of a new home. I did my best to comfort him, to reassure him that everything was okay. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Then came the drawings. It started innocently enough. Tommy had always loved to draw, filling sketchbook after sketchbook with colorful scenes of our family, our dog, his friends from school. But these new pictures were different, darker, more intense. The first one, the burning house, made me pause. It was unlike anything he'd drawn before, all harsh lines and angry scribbles. When I asked him about it, he just shrugged and said, "It's our house, Daddy. That's what's going to happen." I tried to laugh it off, to reassure him that nothing bad was going to happen to our home. But the next day, there was another drawing waiting for me on the kitchen table. This one showed a car crash, stick figures trapped in a mangled wreck. And sure enough, that afternoon, I got a call from my sister. She'd been in an accident. Nothing serious, just a fender bender. But the similarity to Tommy's drawing sent a chill down my spine. As the days passed, the drawings kept coming. A tree falling on our neighbor's roof, a pipe bursting in the basement. Each one followed, with eerie accuracy, by the event it depicted. I tried to rationalize it. Coincidence, I told myself. Or maybe Tommy was overhearing things and incorporating them into his art. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. Somehow, my son was seeing the future, and what he saw terrified him. I started dreading the sight of Tommy's crayons, of blank paper. Each new drawing brought a fresh wave of anxiety. What horror would he predict next? And more importantly, could I do anything to stop it? I took him to doctors, child psychologists, even a parapsychologist who specialized in children with special gifts. They all had different theories, different explanations, but none of them could tell me how to make it stop. Tommy, for his part, seemed both fascinated and frightened by his newfound ability. "I don't want to draw them, Daddy," he told me one night, his small voice quavering. "But the pictures are in my head. They won't go away until I put them on paper." I held him close, wishing I could take away this burden he carried. "It's okay, buddy," I whispered. "We'll figure this out together." But as the predictions grew more ominous, I found myself struggling to keep that promise. How could I protect my son from visions I couldn't even see? The breaking point came on a stormy Friday night. Tommy had been especially agitated all day, refusing to draw or even pick up a crayon. As I tucked him into bed, he grabbed my arm, his eyes wide with fear. "Don't go downstairs tonight, Daddy," he pleaded. "Please, stay with me." I hesitated, torn between comforting my son and investigating what had him so scared. In the end, my curiosity won out. I waited until Tommy had fallen into a fitful sleep, then crept downstairs. The house was quiet, save for the patter of rain against the windows and the occasional rumble of thunder. I moved from room to room, searching for... what? I wasn't sure. Some sign, some clue as to what had frightened Tommy so badly. I was in the kitchen when I heard it. A soft scratching sound coming from the basement door. My heart raced as I approached, hand outstretched towards the knob. Just as my fingers brushed the cool metal, a flash of lightning illuminated the room, and there, stuck to the door with a piece of tape, was a drawing I hadn't seen before. It showed a dark figure looming at the top of the basement stairs, and behind it, barely visible in the shadowy background, were dozens of small, childlike shapes. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. It had to be a nightmare, a product of too many sleepless nights and too much stress. But the scratching continued, growing louder, more insistent. And now I could hear something else. Whispers, childish giggles, the sound of small feet pattering on wooden steps. I ran, up the stairs, down the hall to Tommy's room. I scooped him up, still half asleep, and bolted for the front door. We were in the car and halfway down the street before I realized I was in my pajamas, barefoot, with nothing but my son and the clothes on our backs. We never went back to that house. I called a realtor the next day and put it on the market, contents and all. I couldn't bear the thought of setting foot in there again, of facing whatever was waiting in that basement. We moved in with my sister while I figured out our next steps. Tommy's drawing stopped, the visions seemingly tied to that house on Elm Street, but the fear lingered. Even now, years later, I find myself hesitating at basement doors, straining my ears for the sound of scratching, of childish whispers in the dark. Tommy doesn't remember much of what happened. Or if he does, he doesn't talk about it. He's a normal, happy kid now, his drawings full of superheroes and spaceships instead of burning houses and shadowy figures. But sometimes, late at night, I hear him whimpering in his sleep, and I wonder what he sees in his dreams, what horrors still linger in the corners of his mind. I don't know if Tommy's gift was real, if he truly saw the future, or if it was all some elaborate hoax orchestrated by whatever dwelled in that basement. But I do know this. Sometimes, the most terrifying monsters are the ones we can't see, the ones that speak to us through the innocence of a child's drawing, warning us of dangers we can't begin to comprehend. So if your child starts drawing things that make your skin crawl, things that seem to come true in twisted ways, don't ignore it. Don't try to rationalize it away, because by the time you realize the truth, it might be too late. The future is a dark and scary place, and sometimes it's better left undrawn. The baby monitor crackled to life at 3 a.m., but it wasn't my daughter's cries that jolted me awake. It was laughter, deep, masculine, and terrifyingly unfamiliar. I bolted upright, heart pounding, as a chill ran down my spine. My husband was away on a business trip, and I was alone in the house with my 6-month-old. As I crept towards the nursery, the laughter morphed into a chilling whisper. "She's not yours to keep." I've always been a light sleeper, but since Lily was born, my ears had become attuned to the slightest whimper or rustle from her room. Tonight, though, I wished I could unhear what had woken me. With trembling hands, I reached for the baseball bat I'd started keeping by the bed, a concession to my husband's concerns about me being alone in the house. The hallway stretched before me, dark and menacing, the nursery door at the far end slightly ajar. I tried to rationalize what I'd heard. Maybe it was interference from a neighbor's baby monitor, or a vivid dream lingering on the edge of consciousness. But deep down, I knew better. What I'd heard was real, and it was in my baby's room. As I approached the nursery, the silence was oppressive. No more laughter, no whispers, not even Lily's usual soft breathing. I pushed the door open slowly, wincing at the slight creak of the hinges. The nightlight cast a soft glow over the room, illuminating Lily's crib in the corner. For a moment, everything looked normal. Then I saw it, a dark figure looming over the crib. Its back to me. I froze, the bat slipping from my nerveless fingers and hitting the carpeted floor with a muffled thud. The figure turned, and I found myself staring into eyes that glowed an unnatural yellow in the dim light. It wasn't human. The proportions were all wrong. Limbs too long, torso too thin. Its face, if you could call it that, was a twisted parody of human features, with a mouth that stretched impossibly wide to reveal rows of needle-sharp teeth. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out, my voice barely above a whisper. "What do you want?" The creature's mouth twisted into what might have been a smile. When it spoke, its voice was the same one I'd heard on the monitor, deep, masculine, with an otherworldly echo that made my skin crawl. "I've come for what's mine," it said, gesturing towards the crib. "The child you call yours, she belongs to us." I felt a surge of protective rage cut through my fear. "Like hell she does," I snarled, lunging for the bat. But before I could reach it, the creature moved with impossible speed. Suddenly it was in front of me, its elongated fingers wrapping around my throat. The touch was ice cold and sent waves of numbness spreading through my body. "Foolish human," it hissed, its foul breath washing over me. "Do you think you can stop us? We've waited centuries for this child. She is the key, the bridge between our worlds." As spots danced in front of my eyes, my mind raced. What was this thing talking about? Lily was just a normal baby, wasn't she? But even as I thought it, memories surfaced. The strange birthmark on her shoulder, shaped like a crescent moon. The way animals reacted to her, either cowering in fear or showing unusual affection. The times I'd walk into her room to find all her toys rearranged, despite her being too young to do it herself. The creature must have seen the realization in my eyes. It loosened its grip slightly, allowing me to gasp for air. "Yes," it said, almost purring. "You begin to understand. Your daughter is special, chosen, and now it's time for her to fulfill her destiny." "No," I wheezed, clawing at its hand. "I won't let you take her." It laughed, the sound sending shivers down my spine. "You have no choice in the matter. But don't worry, you won't remember any of this. By morning, it will all seem like a bad dream. And in time, you'll forget you ever had a daughter at all." As it spoke, I felt a strange heaviness settling over me. My thoughts became sluggish, memories slipping away like sand through an hourglass. I fought against it, desperately clinging to images of Lily, her first smile, the feel of her tiny hand wrapped around my finger, the sound of her laughter. "No," I muttered, the words slurred. "No, I won't forget. I won't let you." The creature released me, and I slumped to the floor. Through blurring vision, I watched as it glided to the crib and reached in. Lily, who should have been screaming at the presence of this monster, was eerily quiet. As it lifted her, cradling her against its chest, Lily's eyes opened, and to my horror, they glowed with the same unearthly yellow light as the creature's. "Sleep now," it said, its voice seeming to come from very far away. "Forget." I fought against the encroaching darkness with every fiber of my being. I couldn't let this happen. I couldn't lose my baby. With a Herculean effort, I pushed myself to my knees. "Lily," I called out, my voice weak but determined. "Lily, I love you. I'll find you, I promise." The creature paused at the window, turning to look at me with what almost seemed like respect. "Impressive," it murmured. "Your love is strong, but it won't be enough." As it stepped out into the night, Lily still clutched in its arms. I felt the last of my strength give way. I collapsed to the floor, darkness closing in around me. I woke the next morning in my bed, head pounding, with only vague memories of a nightmare. It wasn't until I walked into the nursery and saw the empty crib that the truth came crashing back. Lily was gone. And according to everyone else, my husband, the police, even my own parents, she had never existed. There were no photos of her on my phone or in our albums. The nursery was set up as a guest room, with no sign it had ever housed a baby. Even my body showed no evidence of having given birth 6 months ago. I would have thought I was going insane if it weren't for two things: the faint bruises on my neck in the shape of long, thin fingers, and a single baby sock I found tucked in the back of a drawer, embroidered with the name Lily. It's been 5 years since that night, 5 years of searching, of being called crazy, of losing friends and nearly losing my marriage. But I haven't given up. I can't. I've delved into folklore, mythology, the occult, anything that might give me a clue about what took my daughter and why. I've traveled to sacred sites, consulted with mediums and psychics, even undergone hypnosis to try and recover more memories of that night. Slowly, I've pieced together a theory. There are old stories, whispered in the shadows of every culture, of changelings, fairy children left in place of human babies. But Lily wasn't replaced. She was taken because she was already part of their world somehow. A bridge, the creature had called her. But a bridge to what? I don't have all the answers yet, but I'm getting closer. And no matter how long it takes, no matter what I have to do, I'll find my daughter. I'll bring her home. Because a mother's love is stronger than any magic, any curse, any barrier between worlds. And I made a promise that night, a promise I intend to keep. So if you're out there, Lily, know that I'm coming. And to the thing that took her, beware. Because there's nothing in this world or any other more dangerous than a mother fighting for her child. The hunt continues, and I won't rest until I have my daughter back in my arms. The musty scent of aged wood and secrets hit me as I pried open the hidden cellar door. Cobwebs clung to my fingers, and dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight. I'd expected to find old furniture, maybe some vintage wine. Instead, the light illuminated rows of strange symbols etched into the walls and floor, forming intricate patterns that seemed to writhe in the flickering light. As I stepped further into the room, my foot knocked against something. I looked down and froze. There, half buried in the dirt floor, was a human skull. And it wasn't alone. I never wanted to inherit this old cabin. It had belonged to my grandfather, a man I barely knew. He was always the black sheep of the family, living out in the woods, rarely attending family gatherings. When he did show up, he'd corner me with wild tales of ancient rituals and dark forces lurking in the shadows. As a kid, I found it thrilling. As an adult, I wrote him off as a harmless eccentric. But now, standing in this hidden cellar, I wasn't so sure anymore. It had been 3 weeks since the lawyer had contacted me about the inheritance. Apparently, Grandpa Joe had left everything to me, his only grandson. At first, I was puzzled. Why me? We'd barely spoken in years. But as the sole beneficiary, it fell to me to sort through his belongings and decide what to do with the property. The cabin itself was nothing special. A small 2-bedroom structure tucked away in a dense forest, miles from the nearest town. It was rustic, to put it kindly. No electricity, no running water, just a wood stove for heat and a well out back for water. I'd spent the first few days cleaning, sorting through old papers and books, most of which seemed to be about obscure occult topics. I'd found it mildly interesting but didn't think much of it. Grandpa had always been into weird stuff. It wasn't until I noticed the slight unevenness in the floorboards of the main room that things took a turn. A hidden trapdoor, so well disguised I would have missed it if I hadn't dropped a pen and watched it roll into a nearly invisible crack. Now, standing at the bottom of a narrow staircase, I was beginning to wish I'd never found it. The cellar was larger than I expected, stretching beyond the footprint of the cabin above. The air was thick and stale, carrying an odd metallic scent beneath the musty odor of decay. My flashlight beam caught glints of metal here and there, strange implements hanging on the walls, their purpose unclear but undoubtedly sinister. I moved deeper into the room, careful to avoid the skull I'd first encountered. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I realized with growing horror that there were more, dozens more. Some were clearly ancient, little more than fragile bone. Others seemed fresher. The symbols on the walls drew my attention next. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen before. Not quite hieroglyphics, not quite runic. They seemed to shift and change as I looked at them, making my head spin if I focused too long on any one section. In the center of the room stood a large stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I desperately hoped wasn't blood. Carved into its face was a single word in English: Gateway. My grandfather's voice echoed in my memory, one of his old stories suddenly taking on new, terrifying meaning. The veil between worlds is thin in some places, boy, he'd told me once, and with the right knowledge, the right sacrifice, it can be torn open. I stumbled back, my breath coming in short gasps. This couldn't be real. My grandfather wasn't some dark sorcerer. He was just a crazy old man who lived in the woods, wasn't he? As if in answer to my unspoken question, a gust of wind swept through the cellar, despite there being no obvious source. The symbols on the walls began to glow with a sickly green light, pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to match my racing heartbeat. I turned to run, but the staircase was gone. Where it had been was now just a solid wall, the same strange symbols covering its surface. I was trapped. Panic clawed at my throat as I spun around, searching desperately for another way out. That's when I saw it, a shadow, darker than the surrounding gloom, detaching itself from the wall. It moved with a fluid grace that was decidedly inhuman, gliding across the floor towards me. As it drew closer, features began to form. A face emerged from the darkness, but it wasn't a face that belonged in this world. Too many eyes, arranged in impossible patterns, a mouth that opened to reveal row upon row of needle-sharp teeth. "Welcome, heir," it said, its voice a rasp that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "We've been waiting for you." I pressed myself against the wall, my mind reeling. What are you?" I managed to choke out. The thing's mouth twisted into what might have been a smile. "We are the guardians, the keepers of the gate, and you, child of Joseph, are the key we've been waiting for." My grandfather's name on this creature's lips sent a fresh wave of terror through me. "I don't understand," I said, my voice shaking. "What key? What gate?" The shadow creature glided closer, its form rippling like smoke in the wind. "Your grandfather began the work, but he was insufficient. The bloodline was not strong enough in him. But you..." It reached out with a tendril of darkness, brushing against my cheek. I shuddered at the touch, cold as the grave. "You have the power to open the way." Images flashed through my mind, visions of other worlds, of creatures beyond imagination. I saw vast cities of impossible geometry, heard the screams of beings that had never known human form, and I understood, with a clarity that threatened to shatter my sanity, what my grandfather had been trying to do. He had been attempting to open a portal to another dimension, a realm of chaos and madness that would consume our world if released. And somehow, through some quirk of genetics or cosmic fate, I was the one who could succeed where he had failed. "No," I said, surprised by the strength in my voice. "I won't do it. I won't help you." The creature's many eyes blinked in unison, an unsettling sight. "You misunderstand, heir. You have no choice in the matter. The ritual has already begun." As if on cue, pain lanced through my body. I looked down to see the symbols from the walls appearing on my skin, burning themselves into my flesh. I screamed, the sound echoing off the stone walls. The shadow creature watched impassively as I writhed in agony. "Embrace it," it hissed. "Let the power flow through you. Open the gate and take your place as ruler of both worlds." Part of me, I'm ashamed to say, was tempted. The promise of power, of knowledge beyond human comprehension, was intoxicating. But as the pain reached a crescendo, another voice cut through the chaos in my mind. My grandfather's voice, not as I remembered it, but clear and strong. "Resist, boy. The power is yours to control. You can end this." With a Herculean effort, I focused my will. The burning sensation in my skin intensified, but instead of giving in to it, I pushed back. The symbols began to fade, retreating from my flesh. The shadow creature shrieked, a sound that threatened to shatter my eardrums. "No, you cannot deny your destiny." But I could. I did. With one final push, I felt something snap inside me. The symbols vanished entirely, taking with them the oppressive energy that had filled the room. The shadow creature writhed, its form dissolving like mist in sunlight. "This isn't over," it snarled as it faded away. "The gate will open, if not by your hand, then by another's." And then it was gone. The cellar was just a cellar again, dark and musty, filled with the evidence of my grandfather's madness. The staircase had reappeared, offering escape. I didn't wait around. I fled the cabin, driving through the night until I reached the nearest town. I reported the skulls to the police, spinning a tale about stumbling upon an old burial site. I didn't mention the symbols, the altar, or the creature. Who would believe me? It's been months since that night, but I still wake up in a cold sweat, the echo of that unearthly shriek ringing in my ears. I've done my best to move on, to forget, but I can't shake the feeling that it's not over. Sometimes, when I catch my reflection in a mirror, I swear I can see those symbols flickering beneath my skin. And in my darkest moments, I wonder, did I really stop the ritual, or did I just delay the inevitable? One thing's for certain, I'll never look at my family history the same way again, because now I know that some inheritances are better left unclaimed, and some doors are meant to stay closed forever. The phone rang at exactly 3:17 a.m., its shrill tone slicing through the silence of the empty house. I fumbled for the receiver, my heart racing. "Hello?" I whispered, half expecting to hear my boss's voice with some late-night work emergency. Instead, a child's voice, faint and echoing, answered, "Help me. I'm trapped inside the walls." I sat bolt upright, suddenly wide awake. This wasn't just a wrong number or a prank call. This was the house I was supposed to be watching, and I was the only one here. I've always been the dependable one, the friend everyone calls when they need a favor. So when my boss asked if I could house sit for her while she was on vacation, I didn't hesitate to say yes. It was a beautiful home, far nicer than my cramped apartment, and I figured a week of luxury would be a nice change of pace. The first few days were uneventful. I worked from home, enjoying the spacious office with its view of the manicured backyard. In the evenings, I'd explore the house, marveling at the antique furniture and the artwork that probably cost more than I made in a year. But as the week wore on, I started to notice things, little oddities that were easy to dismiss at first. The temperature would drop suddenly in certain rooms, only to return to normal moments later. I'd hear creaks and groans that seemed too loud to be just an old house settling. Once I could have sworn I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. I told myself I was being silly, that my imagination was running wild in an unfamiliar place, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Then came the phone call. As I sat there in the dark, the child's voice still echoing in my ear, I tried to make sense of what was happening. There were no kids in this house. My boss didn't have children, and the nearest neighbors were too far away for this to be some kind of prank. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice shaking despite my efforts to stay calm. "Where are you?" "Inside the walls," the voice repeated, a little stronger now. "Please, you have to help me. He'll be back soon." A chill ran down my spine. "Who will be back? How did you get inside the walls?" But the line went dead, leaving me alone with the quiet hum of the dial tone. I switched on the bedside lamp, its warm glow doing little to dispel the sense of unease that had settled over me. Part of me wanted to call the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd received a mysterious phone call from a child claiming to be trapped in the walls? They'd think I was crazy or playing some kind of joke. No, I needed to investigate this myself first. If there really was someone in danger, I couldn't waste time trying to convince skeptical authorities. I grabbed my phone as a makeshift flashlight and crept out into the hallway. The house seemed different in the dark, the familiar shapes of furniture casting strange shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. "Hello?" I called out softly. "Is anyone there?" No response, just the creaking of floorboards under my feet. I made my way downstairs, checking each room carefully. The living room, the kitchen, the study, all empty, all silent. But as I passed the door to the basement, I heard it. A faint tapping sound, coming from behind the wall. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, to get out of the house and never come back. But if there really was a child in trouble, the basement was pitch black. my phone's light barely penetrating the gloom. As I descended the stairs, the tapping grew louder, more insistent. It seemed to be coming from the far corner of the room. I approached slowly, sweeping my light across the wall. At first, I saw nothing unusual. Then, a flicker of movement caught my eye. A small section of the wall, no bigger than a shoebox, was moving, bulging outward, as if something was pushing against it from the inside. My heart pounding in my ears, I reached out to touch the wall. It was warm, much warmer than it should have been, and as my fingers made contact, I felt it pulse like a heartbeat. "Hello?" I whispered. "Are you in there?" The tapping stopped abruptly. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, so quietly I almost missed it, a voice replied, "You came. Please, let me out." It was the same voice from the phone, but there was something off about it, a strange, hollow quality that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "How?" I asked, my mouth dry. "How do I get you out?" "There's a seam," the voice said. "Find it. Pull it open." I ran my hands over the wall, feeling for any kind of opening. To my surprise, I found one, a thin line, barely perceptible, running vertically up the wall. I dug my fingers into it and pulled. The wall peeled open like a ripe fruit, revealing a dark, pulsing mass within. The stench that poured out was overwhelming, a mix of decay and something alien, something that had no place in our world. I stumbled back, gagging. From the opening, a small figure emerged, but it wasn't a child, not anymore. Its skin was pale and translucent, stretched too tight over a frame that was both familiar and wrong. Its eyes, too large for its face, fixed on me with an hunger that was anything but childlike. "Thank you," it said, its voice now a rasp that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "I've been waiting so long." I turned to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was frozen in place, trapped by those impossible eyes. The creature took a step towards me, its movements jerky and unnatural. "Don't be afraid," it said, reaching out with fingers that were far too long, too thin. "I just want to play." As its cold hand touched my arm, the world around me began to warp and shift. The basement walls melted away, revealing a vast, impossible space beyond. I saw things that no human mind was meant to comprehend. Cities that defied geometry, beings of pure energy and malevolence, a sky that was alive and watching. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I was being pulled into that other world, my very essence unraveling as reality collapsed around me. Just when I thought I would be lost forever, a new sound cut through the chaos, the ringing of a phone, loud and insistent. I jolted awake, gasping for air. I was in bed, tangled in sweat-soaked sheets. Sunlight streamed through the windows, and my cell phone was ringing on the nightstand. With shaking hands, I answered it. It was my boss, checking in to see how things were going. "Everything okay?" she asked. "You sound out of breath." I opened my mouth to tell her about the nightmare, about the thing in the walls. But as I glanced around the sunny, normal-looking bedroom, the words died in my throat. "Everything's fine," I heard myself say. "Just a weird dream." We chatted for a few more minutes before hanging up. I sat there for a long time afterward, trying to convince myself that it had all been a dream, just a product of an overactive imagination in an unfamiliar house. But as I got up to start my day, I caught sight of myself in the mirror, and there, just visible under the sleeve of my t-shirt, were 5 small bruises. Finger marks, as if someone, or something, with very long, very thin fingers had gripped my arm. "I leave the house today. My boss comes back tomorrow, and I'll hand over the keys with a smile, never letting on what I experienced here. But I know I'll never be the same, because now I know the truth, that reality is a thin veneer, and just behind it, in the spaces we can't see, things are waiting, watching, and sometimes, if we're not careful, they find a way through." So if you're ever alone in a quiet house and the phone rings in the middle of the night, think twice before you answer, because you never know who or what might be on the other end of the line. The crayon sketch sent a chill down my spine. A crude drawing of a car wreck, complete with stick figure bodies strewn across the paper. It wouldn't have been so unsettling if I hadn't found it while cleaning the elementary school at midnight, or if I hadn't seen an identical accident on my way to work the next morning. As I stared at the growing pile of prophetic drawings, each depicting a gruesome event that came true, I realized with mounting horror that I was witnessing predictions of death, scrawled by the innocent hands of children. I never thought I'd end up as a night janitor at Westbrook Elementary, but life has a way of throwing curveballs, and after losing my job in IT, I was grateful for any steady paycheck. The work wasn't glamorous, but it was straightforward, and the solitude suited me. Or so I thought. The first few weeks were uneventful. I'd mop floors, empty trash cans, and occasionally chuckle at the artwork plastered on classroom walls. Kids have wild imaginations, and their drawings often reflected that. Fantastical creatures, elaborate spaceships, and the occasional family portrait where mom or dad was inexplicably purple. But then I started noticing patterns. It began with the car accident drawing. I found it crumpled in a trash can while cleaning Mrs. Thompson's second-grade classroom. Something about the crude red crayon and the detailed carnage made me pause. I smoothed it out, meaning to toss it back when a name caught my eye. Johnson was scrawled above one of the stick figures. The next morning, driving to my day job at the local supermarket, I saw the flashing lights of emergency vehicles. A multi-car pileup had traffic at a standstill. As I inched past, I saw a familiar name on the side of one of the mangled vehicles, Johnson Sons Plumbing. I told myself it was a coincidence, a weird one, sure, but nothing more. But then it happened again, and again. A drawing of a house engulfed in flames, followed by news of a devastating fire 2 streets over. A stick figure falling from a crudely drawn cliff, preceding a tragic hiking accident in the nearby state park. Each time, the details matched with eerie precision. I started collecting the drawings, tucking them away in a folder I kept in my cleaning cart. I told myself I was looking for a pattern, trying to make sense of it all. But deep down, I knew I was hoping to prevent the next tragedy. As the weeks passed, my anxiety grew. I found myself dreading each shift, wondering what horrors I'd uncover in the innocent scribbles of children. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. The weight of this knowledge was crushing me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the kids were drawing things they'd seen on the news or overheard from adult conversations, but the timing never matched up. The drawings always came first, sometimes days or even weeks before the events they depicted. I considered going to the police, but what would I say? That I, a night janitor, had discovered a group of elementary school students with the power to predict deadly accidents. They'd think I was insane. So I kept quiet, watching and waiting, my folder of macabre prophecies growing thicker by the day. It was a Tuesday night when everything changed. I was in the art room, wiping down tables, when I noticed a drawing left out on one of the easels. My blood ran cold as I recognized the style, the same crude figures, the same vivid red crayon. But this was different, bigger, more detailed. It showed the school itself, surrounded by stick figure children. And above them all, a massive, dark shape loomed, its maw open wide as if to swallow them whole. At the bottom, in childish scrawl, were the words, "Tomorrow, lunchtime." I staggered back, my mind reeling. This wasn't just an accident or a random tragedy. This was something targeting the school, targeting the children, and it was happening tomorrow. I had to do something. But what? Call the police. They'd never believe me. Warn the principal. Based on what evidence? As I stood there, paralyzed by indecision, I heard something that made my blood run cold. The sound of childish laughter echoing through the empty halls. I spun around, my heart pounding. The art room door was open, spilling light into the dark corridor beyond. And there, just at the edge of the light, I saw a small figure dart past. "Hey!" I called out, my voice shaky. "Who's there?" No response, just another burst of giggles. Further down the hall now. Against my better judgment, I followed. Through the darkened school I went, chasing shadows and whispers. Every time I thought I'd cornered the mysterious child, they'd slip away, always just out of reach. Finally, I found myself in the school's main hallway. Moonlight filtered through the large windows, casting everything in an eerie, silvery glow. And there, at the far end, stood a small figure. As I approached, I realized with a jolt that it wasn't one child, but many. A group of them, standing unnaturally still, their faces hidden in shadow. "What are you doing here?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "The school's closed. You shouldn't be here." One of the children stepped forward. In the dim light, I could see it was a little girl, no more than 7 or 8. But something was off. Her movements were too fluid, too graceful for a child that age. "We're always here," she said, her voice a chorus of whispers. "We see what's coming. We try to warn them, but they never listen." A chill ran down my spine. "The drawings," I breathed. "They're yours?" The girl nodded, a sad smile playing on her lips. "We see the threads of fate, the paths not taken. We draw what must be, hoping someone will understand." "But why?" I asked, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was hearing. "Why show these horrible things if they can't be changed?" The group of children moved as one, spreading out to form a circle around me. Their eyes, I noticed with growing horror, were completely black, reflecting the moonlight like polished obsidian. "Because sometimes," the girl said, her voice growing deeper, older, "sometimes someone does understand, someone sees, and then we can feed." Before I could react, the children lunged forward. I felt small, cold hands gripping my arms, my legs. The little girl stood before me, her mouth opening impossibly wide to reveal rows of needle-sharp teeth. "Your fear," she hissed, her voice now a guttural growl. "Your despair at the inevitability of it all. It sustains us. And now, you will join us. Another watcher. Another artist of doom." I tried to scream, to fight, but my body wouldn't respond. I could only watch in mute terror as the girl's form began to shift and warp, growing larger, darker, until it was the same monstrous shape I'd seen in the drawing. As its maw closed around me, I had one last, horrifying realization. The drawing hadn't been a prediction of some external threat. It had been a warning about me, about what I would become. I woke up the next morning in my own bed, drenched in sweat, convinced it had all been a nightmare. But when I looked in the mirror, my eyes were different, darker, and in my hand was a red crayon, its tip worn down to a nub. I don't work at the school anymore. I can't bear to see the children, knowing what I know now, but I can't stop drawing. The visions come unbidden, and I have to put them on paper. I tell myself I'm trying to warn people, to prevent the tragedies I see. But deep down, I know the truth. I'm not warning anyone. I'm feeding something. Something ancient and hungry, that lives in the spaces between what is and what could be. So if you ever come across a crudely drawn picture that makes your skin crawl, that seems to predict some awful event. Don't look too closely. Don't try to understand. Because once you see it, once you know, you can never go back. And the watchers, the artists of doom, are always looking for new recruits. A flicker of movement in my rearview mirror caught my eye. Heart racing, I whipped my head around to confront the intruder, only to find an empty back seat. Shaking off the eerie feeling, I returned my gaze to the road. But as I glanced back at the mirror, there it was again, a shadowy figure, its features indistinct but undeniably present. I blinked hard, and it vanished. Was I losing my mind? Or was something sinister playing a deadly game of hide-and-seek in my car? I've always been a bit of a night owl. There's something about the quiet darkness that calms my restless mind. So when I landed a job that required frequent late-night drives between cities, I thought it was perfect. Just me, the open road, and the stars above. But that was before the shadows started appearing. It began subtly enough. A flicker in my peripheral vision as I cruised down empty highways. A sense of movement where there should be none. Easy enough to dismiss as tricks of the light or the result of too much caffeine and too little sleep. But as the weeks wore on, the occurrences became more frequent, more substantial. I'd catch glimpses of a figure in the back seat, always just for a second before it disappeared. Sometimes it seemed small, child-sized. Other times, it loomed large, as if it could barely fit in the car. I tried to rationalize it. Sleep deprivation can do strange things to the mind, after all. I started taking power naps at rest stops, drinking less coffee, even had my eyes checked. But nothing changed. The breaking point came on a particularly dark night. I was driving through a stretch of forest, the trees pressing close on either side of the road, creating a tunnel of darkness broken only by my headlights. The radio had long since devolved into static, so I drove in silence, the rhythmic hum of tires on asphalt my only companion, until I heard the whisper, "Pull over." The voice came from right behind me, so close I could almost feel the breath on my ear. I jerked the wheel, the car swerving dangerously before I regained control. My heart pounded as I glanced in the rearview mirror, but once again, the back seat was empty, hands shaking. I pulled into the next rest stop I saw. I needed a moment to collect myself, to convince myself I wasn't going crazy. The parking lot was deserted, a single flickering light illuminating the shabby bathroom building and a few picnic tables. I sat there for a long time, engine idling, staring into the darkness beyond my windshield. Part of me wanted to call someone, to hear a friendly voice and be reassured that I was still tethered to reality. But who would believe me? Just as I had worked up the courage to start driving again, I saw it. A figure, standing at the edge of the light cast by my headlights. It was tall, impossibly tall, its proportions all wrong for a human, and it was looking directly at me. I froze, my hand halfway to the gear shift. The figure took a step forward, then another. As it moved into the light, I could see that its form was constantly shifting, as if it couldn't decide what shape to take. One moment it was tall and spindly, the next squat and bulbous. My paralysis broke, and I threw the car into reverse, tires squealing as I peeled out of the parking lot. In my rearview mirror, I saw the figure standing where I had been, its head turned to follow my retreat. I drove for hours after that, too terrified to stop. Every shadow on the road seemed to move, every reflective surface potentially hiding that shapeless horror. When the sun finally rose, I breathed a sigh of relief, feeling foolish in the light of day. But my relief was short-lived, because now, even in broad daylight, I can see them. Shadows that move against the flow of traffic, faces in windows that disappear when I look directly at them. And always, that sense of being watched. I've tried to quit my job, to stop the endless nights on the road, but somehow, I always find myself behind the wheel again. It's as if the road itself is calling to me, pulling me back, or maybe it's them, whatever they are, compelling me to return. I've done research, dug into folklore and urban legends. I've found stories of phantom hitchhikers, of roads that lead to other dimensions, but nothing quite matches what I've experienced. The worst part is the uncertainty. Are these things real, or am I slowly losing my grip on sanity? There are moments when I'm sure it's all in my head, that I'm suffering from some sort of progressive delusion. But then I'll see something impossible reflected in my side mirror, or hear that whisper again, and all doubt vanishes. I've taken to talking to them sometimes, these shadowy passengers of mine. On long, lonely stretches of highway, I'll ask them questions. Who are you? What do you want? Why me? They never answer, not directly, but sometimes I'll catch a snatch of whispered conversation, or a laugh that sounds almost human. Once, I swear I heard a child singing a nursery rhyme, the sound coming from the empty seat beside me. I've tried to document my experiences. I've set up dash cams, used my phone to record my drives, but whenever I review the footage, it's always the same. Just me, alone in the car, talking to myself. Whatever these things are, they don't show up on camera. Last week, something changed. I was driving my usual route when I noticed another car on the road, the first I'd seen in hours. As I passed it, I glanced over and felt my blood run cold. The driver was staring straight ahead, his face a mask of terror. And in his back seat, clearly visible, was one of the shadow figures. I slammed on my brakes, pulling over to the shoulder. The other car continued on, disappearing around a bend in the road. But now I knew. I wasn't alone in this. Whatever was happening to me was happening to others too. Since then, I've been watching other drivers more closely. Most seem oblivious, going about their journeys without a care. But every so often, I'll see someone who looks like I feel, tense, alert, their eyes constantly darting to their rearview mirror. I want to reach out to them, to let them know they're not alone. But how? How do you start a conversation about shadow people and phantom passengers without sounding completely insane? So I drive on night after night, never sure if I'm truly alone in my car. I've come to accept that this is my life now, this endless journey through a world that's no longer quite what it seems. Sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if I'm still driving at all. If that night at the rest stop, something happened. If maybe, just maybe, I never left that parking lot, and everything since has been some kind of fever dream or purgatory. But then I'll pass another driver, see that look of recognition and fear in their eyes, and I'll know. This is real. All of it. So if you're ever driving late at night, and you catch a glimpse of something impossible in your mirror, know this. You're not alone. We're out here, the haunted drivers, navigating a world that's far stranger and more dangerous than most people realize. And if you see me on the road, give me a wave. Just don't look too closely at my back seat. You might not like what you see. The old woman's words echoed in my mind as I stared at the wall. They're living in there, watching us, waiting. I'd dismissed her as a senile neighbor, but now, as I pressed my ear against the cool plaster, I heard it. A faint scratching, followed by what sounded like muffled whispers. My blood ran cold as I realized the truth. My house wasn't just old, it was inhabited. I never wanted to move into this neighborhood. The houses were ancient, the kind with creaky floorboards and drafty windows that rattled in the wind. But as a newly divorced father with joint custody of my 10-year-old daughter, Lily, my options were limited. The rent was cheap, and it was close to her school. I told myself it was temporary, just until I got back on my feet. The first few weeks were uneventful. I spent my days at work and my evenings trying to make the place feel like home for Lily's weekend visits. I painted her room her favorite shade of purple, hung fairy lights around her bed, anything to make this creaky old house feel magical rather than creepy. It was on a Tuesday night when things started to get weird. I was up late, unable to sleep, when I heard it. A soft tapping sound coming from inside the wall. At first, I thought it might be pipes or maybe even mice. But as I listened, the tapping seemed to form a pattern, almost like Morse code. I shrugged it off, chalking it up to an overactive imagination fueled by too much late-night TV. But the next night, it happened again. And the night after that. Always the same wall, always around 3 a.m. That's when I met Mrs. Abernathy, my elderly next-door neighbor. I was out mowing the small patch of grass that passed for a front yard when she shuffled over, leaning heavily on her cane. "You hear them yet, dearie?" she asked, her roomy eyes fixed on me with surprising intensity. "Hear who?" I replied, wiping sweat from my brow. She cackled, a sound that sent shivers down my spine despite the summer heat. "The wall people, of course. They've been here longer than any of us. Watching, waiting." I forced a laugh, trying to hide my unease. "Right, wall people. I'll keep an eye out for them, Mrs. Abernathy." She grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "No, you listen here, young man. They're real as you and me, and they're hungry, always hungry." I gently extricated myself from her grip and made some excuse about needing to get back to work. As I watched her shuffle back to her house, I couldn't shake the feeling that her words had struck a chord with something deep inside me. That night, the tapping was louder than ever, and this time, I could have sworn I heard voices. Faint, muffled, but definitely there. I pressed my ear against the wall, straining to make out words. "Hungry. Soon. The child." I jerked back as if I'd been burned. The child? Surely they couldn't mean Lily. But even as I tried to rationalize it, a cold dread settled in the pit of my stomach. The next day, I called in sick to work and started researching the history of the house. What I found chilled me to the bone. Over the past century, there had been multiple disappearances associated with this property. Always children, always on the night of a full moon. I looked at my calendar with growing horror. The next full moon was this Saturday, the day Lily was supposed to come stay with me. I considered calling my ex-wife and making up some excuse to cancel the visit. But I knew how much Lily was looking forward to seeing her new room. And part of me, the rational part that still insisted this was all coincidence and overactive imagination, didn't want to seem like the unstable parent. So instead, I prepared. I bought a sledgehammer, telling myself it was for some home improvements. I stocked up on salt, iron filings, sage, anything that folklore said could ward off evil spirits. And I waited. Saturday arrived, and with it, Lily. Her eyes lit up when she saw her room, and for a few hours, I almost forgot about my fears. We had pizza, watched movies, and for a moment everything felt normal. But as night fell, the atmosphere in the house changed. The air felt heavier, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. And the tapping in the walls, it was constant now, no longer just at 3 a.m. I put Lily to bed, making sure her nightlight was on and promising to leave my door open. Then I sat in the hallway, sledgehammer in hand, waiting. Midnight came and went. Then 1 a.m., 2 a.m. With each passing hour, the tapping grew louder, more insistent. I could hear the voices clearly now, chanting in a language I didn't understand. At 2:59 a.m., everything went silent. The sudden absence of noise was more terrifying than the tapping had been. I stood, gripping the sledgehammer tightly, my eyes fixed on Lily's door. 3 a.m. A scream shattered the silence. Lily's scream. I burst into her room, sledgehammer raised. What I saw defies explanation. The wall beside Lily's bed was moving, bulging outward, as if something was pushing against it from the inside. And through the straining plaster, I could see faces, dozens of them, pressing against the wall like it was a thin membrane. Lily was pressed against the opposite wall, her eyes wide with terror. As I watched, a hand, pale, skeletal, with too many joints, began to emerge from the writhing wall. I didn't think, I acted. With a roar that I barely recognized as my own, I swung the sledgehammer. It connected with the wall with a satisfying crunch, and for a moment, I heard shrieks of pain and anger from within. "Run, Lily!" I shouted, swinging again and again. Each impact sent plaster flying, revealing glimpses of a darkness beyond that hurt my eyes to look at directly. Lily bolted past me, and I heard her footsteps pounding down the stairs. Good girl. Get out. Get safe. I continued my assault on the wall, driven by a rage and fear I'd never experienced before. With each swing, the otherworldly shrieks grew louder, more desperate. I saw flashes of pale, twisted bodies retreating into the darkness. And then, suddenly, it was over. The wall collapsed inward, revealing nothing. Just insulation, pipes, and the normal innards of a house. The voices were gone. The tapping had stopped. I stood there, panting, covered in plaster dust and sweat. Had I imagined it all? Was I going crazy? But then I saw it. A single skeletal handprint in the dust on the floor. As I watched, it began to fade, like a mirage disappearing in the desert heat. I grabbed Lily and left that night, never to return. We stayed with my ex-wife while I figured out our next move. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words sounded insane even to my own ears. In the end, I simply said there had been a break-in attempt, and I didn't feel safe there anymore. We moved to a new city, a new house, one with walls that don't whisper or move. But sometimes, late at night, I still find myself pressing my ear against the plaster, listening, waiting, because now I know the truth. The walls aren't always just walls, and sometimes the things living inside them get hungry. So if you ever hear tapping in your walls, or voices that shouldn't be there, don't ignore it. Don't try to rationalize it away, because by the time you accept what's happening, it might be too late. The wall people are real, and they're always hungry. The child's laughter echoed through the empty corridors, sending a chill down my spine. I froze, flashlight beam quivering in my trembling hand. This abandoned hospital had been silent for decades, its halls long emptied of patients and staff. So why, at 2 a.m., was I hearing the unmistakable sound of a little girl's giggle? As I turned to investigate, the laughter grew louder, seeming to come from everywhere at once. I realized with growing horror that we weren't alone in this decaying building, and whatever was here with us was leading us deeper into its maze-like depths. I've always been fascinated by urban exploration. There's something thrilling about stepping into places forgotten by time, piecing together the stories left behind in peeling paint and rusted equipment. So when my best friend Jake Tow suggested we check out the old Blackwood Psychiatric Hospital, I jumped at the chance. The hospital had been abandoned for over 40 years, shut down after a series of scandals and patient deaths. Local legends spoke of hauntings, of tortured souls unable to find rest. I'd always taken such stories with a grain of salt, viewing them as nothing more than colorful local folklore. How wrong I was. We arrived just after midnight, parking Jake's beat-up Corolla a good distance away to avoid detection. The hospital loomed before us, a hulking shadow against the star-strewn sky. Broken windows gaped like missing teeth, and ivy crawled up the weathered brick walls, nature slowly reclaiming what man had abandoned. "You sure about this?" Jake whispered as we approached the chain-link fence surrounding the property. I could hear the slight tremor in his voice, see the way his eyes darted nervously from shadow to shadow. I grinned, trying to project a confidence I didn't entirely feel. "Come on, where's your sense of adventure? It'll be fine. We'll poke around for an hour or two, get some cool photos, and be out before sunrise." If only I'd known then how wrong I was. We found a gap in the fence and slipped through, our footsteps crunching on years of accumulated debris. The main entrance was boarded up, but we discovered a side door with a broken lock. It creaked open ominously, as if reluctant to reveal the secrets it had guarded for so long. The smell hit us first, a musty, damp odor tinged with something I couldn't quite place. Decay, perhaps, or something even less pleasant. We flicked on our flashlights, the beams cutting through the gloom to reveal peeling wallpaper, overturned furniture, and walls covered in graffiti. For the first hour, it was exactly what I'd expected. We explored dusty offices, picked our way through a collapsed cafeteria, and snapped photos of eerily empty patient rooms. The only sounds were our hushed voices and the occasional scurry of what I hoped were just rats. It was when we reached the children's ward that things took a turn for the bizarre. The wing was in better condition than the rest of the hospital, almost as if time had touched it less harshly. Faded murals of cartoon characters smiled vacantly from the walls, their cheerfulness a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere. "Check this out," Jake called, gesturing to a room off to our left. I joined him, shining my light where he pointed. It was a playroom, still filled with old toys. Dolls with cracked porcelain faces stared at us accusingly, and a rocking horse creaked softly in a non-existent breeze. That's when we heard it. A giggle, high and sweet, echoing from somewhere down the hall. Jake and I exchanged wide-eyed glances. "Tell me you heard that," he whispered. I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. "Probably just the wind," I said, not believing it for a second. We stood frozen, straining our ears. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, just as we began to relax, it came again. Louder this time, and unmistakably the laughter of a young child. "We should go," Jake said, his voice tight with fear. "Now." Part of me agreed wholeheartedly. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, to get out of this place and never look back. But another part, the part that had driven me to explore abandoned places in the first place, was intrigued. Curiosity warred with fear, and to my eventual regret, curiosity won. "Let's just check it out," I said. "If it's kids messing around, we should make sure they're okay." Jake looked at me like I'd grown a second head, but he nodded reluctantly. We moved down the hallway, our flashlight beams dancing erratically as our hands shook. The laughter came again, this time from a room at the end of the hall. As we approached, I noticed something odd. The door was different from the others, newer, somehow, and painted a cheery yellow that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. I reached for the handle, my heart pounding so hard I was sure Jake could hear it. The metal was ice cold beneath my fingers, sending a shock up my arm. I hesitated, suddenly certain that opening this door would change everything. "We don't have to do this," Jake whispered, his hand on my shoulder. "We can still leave." I shook my head. "We've come this far. We need to know." With a deep breath, I turned the handle and pushed the door open. The room beyond was impossible. While the rest of the hospital was in ruins, this room looked brand new. Brightly colored walls, shiny linoleum floors, and shelves lined with pristine toys. And in the center, sitting on a small plastic chair, was a little girl. She looked up as we entered, her face breaking into a wide smile. "You came," she exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. "I've been waiting so long for someone to play with." Jake and I stood rooted to the spot, unable to process what we were seeing. The girl couldn't have been more than 7 or 8, with pigtails and a frilly dress that looked straight out of the 1950s. Who are you?" I managed to stammer. Her smile faltered slightly. "I'm Sarah. Don't you remember? You promised you'd come back to play with me." I shook my head, confused. "I'm sorry, but we've never met before. We're just exploring." Sarah's expression darkened, the change so sudden it made me take a step back. "No," she said, her voice losing its childish lilt. "You promised. You all promise. But you never come back. You leave us alone in the dark." The temperature in the room plummeted. our breath visible in sudden clouds. The toys on the shelves began to rattle, and the lights that shouldn't have been working in an abandoned building, flickered ominously. "We need to go," Jake said, tugging at my arm. "Now." But as we turned to leave, the door slammed shut. Sarah stood before it, but she was changing. Her form seemed to flicker, like a bad television signal, alternating between the sweet little girl and something else. Something with 2 long limbs and a mouthful of needle-sharp teeth. "You can't leave," she said, her voice a horrifying mix of child and monster. "Not until you play with us. All of us." As if on cue, more children began to appear. They phased through the walls, materialized from shadows, each of them bearing the same flickering, monstrous aspect as Sarah. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural light, fixed on Jake and me with predatory intensity. "Just a little game," Sarah cooed, reaching out with fingers that were suddenly more like claws. "It won't hurt much." What happened next is a blur of terror and adrenaline. Somehow, we managed to break free, to run through halls that seemed to stretch and twist impossibly. The children pursued us, their laughter now a cacophony of shrieks and howls that echoed from every direction. We burst out of the hospital, just as dawn was breaking, not stopping until we reached Jake's car. We drove in silence, both of us too shaken to speak. I've tried to rationalize what happened that night, to tell myself it was all an hallucination, maybe caused by some toxic mold or gas leak in the old building. But deep down, I know the truth. Those children are still there, waiting in the darkness of that abandoned hospital, waiting for someone else curious or foolish enough to venture inside, to join their endless, terrible game. So if you ever find yourself exploring an abandoned building, and you hear a child's laughter echoing through empty halls, run, and don't look back. Because some games, once started, can never be won. And some playmates never, ever let you leave. The first time I saw my neighbor remove his face, I thought I was hallucinating. It was a fleeting glimpse through my kitchen window. Mr. Johnson, standing in his backyard, peeling off what looked like a latex mask to reveal something underneath. Something that wasn't human. I blinked, and he was normal again, waving cheerfully as he headed inside. But that moment of otherworldly horror lingered, planting a seed of doubt that would grow into a terrifying revelation. The man next door wasn't a man at all. I've always been a bit of an introvert, preferring the company of my books and my cat to the chaos of social interactions. So when I moved into the quiet suburban neighborhood of Maple Grove, I was relieved to find that most of my neighbors seemed to share my love of privacy. We'd exchange polite nods and waves, maybe chat briefly about the weather while collecting our mail, but that was about it. Mr. Johnson, however, was different. He lived in the house directly to my right, a tidy little ranch-style home with an immaculately kept lawn. From the day I moved in, he went out of his way to be friendly. He brought over a homemade pie, which, I have to admit, was delicious, offered to mow my lawn when I was out of town, and was always ready with a cheerful "good morning" whenever we crossed paths. At first, I found his friendliness a bit overwhelming, but harmless. He was just a nice older gentleman, probably lonely and eager for some company. But as the weeks passed, I began to notice oddities. For one, I never saw Mr. Johnson eat or drink anything. He'd host barbecues for the neighborhood, cook up a storm, but never take a bite himself. He'd always have some excuse, a big lunch earlier, or a sensitive stomach. Then there were the times I'd see him out in his yard at odd hours. 2 a.m., 4 a.m., always standing perfectly still, as if listening for something. Once, I could have sworn I saw his head rotate a full 180 degrees, but I told myself it must have been a trick of the light. But it was the face incident that really shook me. After that day, I couldn't look at Mr. Johnson the same way. Every interaction was tainted with suspicion and a growing sense of dread. I started watching him more closely, looking for any slip in his human facade. And slip it did. It was subtle at first. A gesture that was just a little too fluid. Movements that were a fraction too precise. The way his smile never quite reached his eyes, which seemed to reflect light in an unnatural way. I began to document everything. I kept a journal of Mr. Johnson's comings and goings, noting any behavior that seemed off. I set up a camera in my upstairs window, pointed at his backyard. Most of the footage was mundane. Mr. Johnson gardening, reading on his patio, chatting with other neighbors. But then, about a week into my surveillance, I caught it on video. It was just past midnight. The camera's night vision showed Mr. Johnson stepping out into his yard. He stood there for a moment, head tilted as if listening. Then, with a movement too quick for human reflexes, he snapped his head towards my house, towards the camera. I felt my blood run cold as I watched. On the screen, Mr. Johnson's face split into a grin that was far too wide, revealing rows of teeth that were decidedly not human. Then, with deliberate slowness, he reached up and began to peel off his face. The footage went staticky for a moment. When it cleared, Mr. Johnson was gone. I sat there staring at the screen, my mind reeling. This was proof, actual, tangible proof that my neighbor wasn't human. But what was he? And more importantly, what did he want? The next day, I couldn't bring myself to leave the house. I called in sick to work, drew all the curtains, and tried to figure out what to do. Should I go to the police? But with what evidence? A grainy video that could easily be dismissed as a hoax or a glitch. As I sat there, paralyzed with indecision, the doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I saw Mr. Johnson, smiling that too wide smile. "Hello, neighbor," he called out, his voice muffled through the door. "I noticed you didn't leave for work today. Just wanted to check if everything's all right." I stood there, silent, hardly daring to breathe. After a moment, he spoke again, his tone slightly different. Lower, more insistent. "I know you're in there. I know you've been watching me. It's time we had a little chat, don't you think?" My heart pounded so loudly I was sure he could hear it. With shaking hands, I reached for the door handle. Some part of me knew that opening that door was a terrible idea, but a larger part was driven by a morbid curiosity. I had to know. I opened the door. Mr. Johnson stood there looking as normal as ever in his cardigan and slacks. But his eyes were different, darker, inhuman. "May I come in?" he asked, his voice pleasant, but with an underlying tone that made it clear this wasn't really a request. I stepped aside, wordlessly inviting him in. As he passed, I caught a whiff of something strange. Not quite decay, but not anything I could identify as human either. He settled himself on my couch, gesturing for me to sit across from him. I perched on the edge of an armchair, ready to bolt if necessary. "So," he said, his smile never wavering, "you've figured it out. Or at least you think you have." I swallowed hard. What are you?" He chuckled, the sound sending shivers down my spine. "Oh, my dear neighbor, I'm many things. I've had many names, worn many faces, but right now, I'm simply Mr. Johnson, your friendly neighborhood observer." "Observer?" I repeated, my voice barely above a whisper. He nodded. "We've been watching your species for a very long time. Living among you, learning your ways. It's all quite fascinating, really." My mind raced, trying to process what I was hearing. There are more of you." His grin widened, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of that inhuman visage I'd glimpsed before. "Oh yes, many more. In fact, I'd wager you interact with at least one of us every day, without ever realizing it." The implications of that statement were staggering. How many of them were there? How long had they been here? And most importantly, "What do you want?" I asked, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. Mr. Johnson leaned forward, his eyes boring into mine. Now that's the real question, isn't it? What do we want? Why are we here? He stood up abruptly, moving to the window. As he gazed out at the quiet suburban street, he continued, "Your world is changing, evolving, and soon, very soon, it will be ready." "Ready for what?" I whispered, dreading the answer. He turned back to me, and this time, there was no pretense of humanity in his face. What looked at me was alien, terrifying in its otherness, ready for us to step out of the shadows, to take our rightful place. I sat there, frozen, as the full horror of what he was saying washed over me. This wasn't just about one strange neighbor. This was about an infiltration on a scale I could barely comprehend. Mr. Johnson, or whatever he really was, moved towards the door. "I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to keep this little chat to yourself. For your own safety, of course. We wouldn't want anything unfortunate to happen, would we?" The threat was clear. As he left, he paused in the doorway. "Oh, and do try to act normal. We'll be watching." In the days that followed, I tried to go about my life as if nothing had changed. But everything had. Every interaction, every casual encounter, was now tinged with suspicion. How many of them were out there, wearing human faces, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves? I don't know what's coming. I don't know when. But I do know this. The world as we know it is about to change. And all we can do is wait and watch and hope that when the time comes, humanity is ready for what emerges from behind the masks. So the next time you're out in public, take a closer look at the people around you. That friendly neighbor, the chatty barista, the quiet coworker. They might not be what they seem. Because now I know the truth. Some masks hide more than just faces. They hide entire worlds.